Hello, friends. Hello. And welcome to 24 Hour Sprints. Okay. I will have friends joining me later at some point. When that is, I don't know. The only person listed in my description who will not be on camera with me is Leandra. We thought she was going to be on camera, but also Reni. But I'll explain that in a minute. We thought Leandra was gonna be on camera, but she has her thesis today, so she's not gonna be able to be on camera. But that's okay because she still shouted out down below. Zoe, tell me what your actual book channel is because I can't remember. And so I put the Addicted to Coloring one, but I'll change it if you want me to change it. Also waiting for my food. It should be here in like 30 minutes. Thank God. I'm so hungry. Anyway, so if I leave for a minute and come back, if we're still talking, that's why. But hello, welcome to 24 Hour Sprints. We do these over here on this channel once a month. It is exactly what it sounds for. What was I going to say? Is exactly what it sounds like. I will be up for the next 24 hours. I will have friends coming in and out. Reni had her baby Eloise was born, and she said that she will be on today, but I told her that if she's not on, it's fine. They're being discharged today. So if Reni pops in, she pops in. If not, you'll all see us together next week. So either way, it'll be fine. So let's read these comments. Hello, Zoe. How are you? Yes, Zoe will be here sometime after the next sprint, which is wonderful. I'm also waiting on my lunch to arrive, so it's wonderful, Hello, Mika. Everyone's saying hello. Hello, Samantha. Welcome. I don't know. I think I've seen you on my channel, but I don't know if you've been to 24 Hour Sprints before. So if I don't recognize you from Bewitching Books, that's what it is. If I don't recognize you from being on 24 Hour Sprints, I will welcome you. It's chaos around here, but it's gonna be fun. Her name is Zoe. She will be but I think she signed in just now as Bewitching Books, which is her booktube channel. I'm gonna go change it in the description. I actually did I set the description up as everything was getting set up, so I'm very proud of myself for that. Hello Lexi, just saying hi at work for a few hours, hoping I get off around 5, but we'll see since Dr. Complainer is here today. So sorry about Dr. Complainer. That's not fun, but we will see you later at some point, I'm sure. Hello everyone. Hello Alicia. Yes, thank you so much. I can just what is that called? Like when you at somebody, I can tag you that way. That's how I tagged everybody else. But I don't think I say the description. I don't think I say the description because I wanted to change yours before I saved it. So. But we have a few. Well, we have one person I know for sure that's never been on my channel before, and I'm so excited to have them, honestly. Yay! I'm so glad that you're here. I say this every time because I always get this question. No one but me has to be up for 24 hours. I will be up for the next 24 hours. But you don't have to be if you don't want to be. You can come and go. You can leave me on your TV while you sleep. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, I am waiting for chicken. So I don't know. I don't know who Ginny was. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I have no idea. Husband is gone this weekend, so I will be here with you. Wonderful. I mean, not wonderful that your husband is gone, because I'm sure you miss him, but wonderful that you'll be here. Yes. So let me know you're reading. Oh, Lord. Let me know what you're reading. Let me know what you're doing. Also, I have my hair pulled up today because I pulled it up right before we got on because the curls are kind of starting to drive me nuts. So let me talk about this. I really like the look of the dread pieces, which are like this, like the lock pieces, and the curly hair on the locks. But I don't know that I will do this hair again. Let me go turn on my other light. Hold on. Also, I realized I forgot to grab my headphones. I don't know if that helps with lighting, but I feel like it looks better on my end. Okay, so I don't know because this has also like individual, let me see if I can grab one, like individual curls too. And the curls are kind of driving me nuts because um, I can't like comb out the curls because they're interlocked or like intertwined with all of the lock pieces, and I don't want to like damage the locks. But I found some locks that are very similar to these where they have the curly ends, and I could do the curly ends because I can just run my fingers through the ends every day. So I think that's what we're going to do next time. But I really do like the locks, and it makes my head look full, So a little hair update for you. You're welcome. Might be where the name is coming from and got stuck in my brain. That's possible. That happens to me all the time, to be honest. What is that? Oh, this is stuff up on my altar right there. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have to wear my hair like this at work because I have to put my hair like this, like underneath a hairnet at work. So I wear it half up, half down a lot, but I kind of just like the look of it being half up, half down, even though I think it makes my forehead look really big, but that's okay. Thank you. Yeah, the curly pieces, the curly bits are kind of driving me insane. So I don't think I'm going to do it. See how it kind of like, you can even see it like on camera, how it gets like kind of tingly. So I don't think I will do this specific hair again unless I can find it in like human hair, but also human hair is expensive. So I don't know that I would want to do that. And also, I feel weird doing real human hair for anything but like really good wigs, just because people that actually need hair, if that makes sense, tend to try to get human hair so that it lasts longer. But I will be keeping locks around for a while because I do like them, but I'm not willing to commit to like actually locking my hair like some of my beautiful friends, like the two Breeze, and who else has locks? I feel like someone else has locks. I know the two Breeze have locks and they look wonderful, honestly, but not me. Like I could not do it. So let me know what you're reading. I am going to be starting Mistborn. I'm buddy reading this. I feel like I'm buddy reading it with Hillary, but I might be buddy reading it with someone else. I know Hillary is also reading it, but that does not mean that I'm buddy reading it with her. Hold on. I'm going to find this chat where I am buddy reading this book because it might. Yes, I am buddy reading this with Hillary. So I don't know if Hillary will be on or not. But she wanted someone to read this with her for Realmathon, so I'm going to read this with her. Will I get this done by the end of Ramadan? I don't know. But my goal here is I might finish this in the first 12 hours. So I listened to a little bit of this, like the very beginning, to kind of gauge how fast I can listen to this. I have it on audio on Audible. I can listen to this at 2 times speed. So I think what I'm going to do and still understand and comprehend like what's going on. So I think that I will listen to this at 2 times speed. If I listen to it at 2 times speed, it's just over 12 hours. So I could get it done in the first half of the sprints. I'm not going to annotate this time around. I prefer to annotate from my Kindle. But Mistborn is 9 weeks out. I did put it on hold at the library, but it's 9 weeks. They're telling me 9 weeks. So unless I get it sooner than that, I will not be annotating right now, but I will probably reread this at some point if I enjoy it and annotate then. So you're welcome for that spiel. But this is what I will be reading, at least for the first half. Then I have a few other choices. I think I'll probably try to finish Throne of Glass. I have about 7 hours of that. I also have I need to turn this back on to light mode. Okay. I also have Once Upon a Broken Heart from the library. I have just like a few things that I can read, but I need to go back to reading one book at a time. This month, I really shot myself in the foot because I was reading more than one book. And I've kind of figured out that I can do some kind of book as an audio and some kind of book as a Kindle book. But I keep reading more than one Kindle book at a time. That's not working for me. So I'm waiting for Reni. I don't want to get too far ahead in Magnolia Parks, even though I think she might be ahead of me. I think I'll finish Magnolia Parks while I'm in Florida. Or not Magnolia Parks, Daisy Hates while I'm in Florida. So I need to read Mistborn, and then if I get Mistborn done before the 24 hours is over, I'm probably going to move on to Throne of Glass, and then I'll move on to Once Upon a Broken Heart. I did start Once Upon a Broken Heart. I'm about 6% in. I just wanted to see if it was something that I actually wanted to read because it's from Libby. I would rather return it now than have it just like sitting here staring at me. Why is this not? Okay, I don't know why this isn't sorted by most recent. That's weird. Also, Mr. Reading with Eva for a quick reading update for him. He may have finished it, to be honest, but he was still working on A Court of Silver Flames last night, which you can tell because all of my Court of Thorns and Roses books have moved up in my queue, even though I haven't been reading them. He's been reading them. So he is on A Court of Silver Flames, and he's loving it, apparently. He said that it's pure smut, which, like, sorry for you, I guess. Like, I don't feel bad, but yes, what is everyone reading? 3.5 chapters left of The Girls Who Disappeared Before I Start on Scander. Wonderful. Reading The Final Strife during work downtime. Wonderful. Start reading Einzler. I think that's how you say that. I know very little German, okay? Like, very little. I'm learning, but it's... What's crazy is, like, if I'm learning or, like, if someone speaks it directly to me, depending on what you say, I can understand some of it. But I'm always worried about my pronunciation. Title means unicellular organism, but it's really a feminist novel about female solidarity or lack thereof. Wonderful. Hello, Kenny. All right. Now, we're going to start with 45-minute sprints. This is how 24-hour sprints kind of goes. That because I know I at least have one person currently on that's never been on 24-hour sprints before. The way that this works is I will be on for the next 24 hours, as the title would suggest. You do not have to be on for 24 hours. Now, my goal here is to keep my camera on as long as I am not, like, away from my camera or I'm eating. I will have to do, I might even have it on while I'm eating, but I will have to do a sprint during the time that I have to go get Ari off of the bus. So there's a possibility, depending on, like, how the time is, that there might be one shorter talking period because I have to go outside and get her off. I have to be outside no later than 2:50, but I try to be outside my time, but I try to be outside around 2:45 so that I'm waiting for her bus, and her bus will get here anytime between the time it's supposed to be here and 3:30. So depending, basically what will happen is I will set a 45-minute sprint, and I will, sorry, my food was picked up. And I will also put up a banner that looks like, not that. Well, I guess I could use this banner. Here, hold on. Let me just make a banner. it will look like this. And this banner will stay up until I come back. So if the timer were to stop, this has happened only once that I remember. But if the timer was, or I can put this one up too. There's this one too. Oh, this is cute. But if the timer was to stop, so if our timing was to end and it was to kick us into that 15-minute interval where we talk, basically what would happen is there would just be no talk time, if that makes sense. So let's say that it kicks over into the 15 minutes. I come back up here from getting Ari and there's 5 minutes on the timer. I will come back and I'll talk maybe for the 5 minutes just to check in, and then we would go back into a sprint. That's basically how that would work. There's only been one time where her bus took so long to get here that it kicked us into that 15 minutes, and then I came back and there was like 2 minutes left. So I just put in the chat like, hey, sorry her bus took so long. We'll talk after the next sprint. And then we would just go into the next sprint. I hope that makes sense. So there will be a sprint where I have to go get Ari. Otherwise, it's pretty much regular sprinting stuff. It gets a little bit chaotic once I get people on here with me because I have people to talk to. These are very relaxed sprints. So people, my friends that are on camera with me, come and go as they want. And also, I don't know, like there's some portions where I'm on here by myself. However, I think tonight I may actually have people that are with me through, some of my Australian people that are with me through the night, which would be great because it helps me to stay awake. But the middle of the night portion has been the easiest the last couple of months because of my work schedule. It's usually this time that I'm a little bit hit or miss, and I seem tired, and that's mostly because I get up a little bit earlier, like a couple of hours earlier than what I usually get up on a normal day to do 24-hour sprints. So there's that. But I think that's it. That's all. Also, I announced this before, but I'll announce it again. If you would like to participate in Ari's book party this year, over on my Instagram, I'm still messing with Linktree. I'm going to try to get Linktree to work in my descriptions during the 24-hour sprints. I think it's the best time because I can really mess with it and get it to work. But over in my bio on Instagram, which is also Reading Waniva, there are links to mine and Ari's wish lists. If you would like to participate in Ari's book party, I'm going to be giving her all of the gifts that people get for her on her birthday, which is May 15th. That's a Monday. And we're doing a book party this year. So everybody that I've invited to her birthday party, everyone that wants to get her stuff, except my best friend who's painting her a mural, I've asked them not to buy her toys this year, just to buy her books. So there are books in her wish list, and I'm also adding books to her wish list. So if you don't see a book in there that you want to get her, I am still adding things to the list. I just have to kind of go through Amazon on my own to kind of decide what to get. So that's it, I think. I will be here for as long as I can. I want to get through 2 books today. Wonderful. Have you read Illborn? No, I've not read this book. Illborn? I don't think I've read this. Please let me check for you, Courtney. This sounds familiar to me. Is it by Daniel T. Jackson? I've not read this book. I've not read this. 2 minutes away. Mine is 10 minutes, I think. 20 minutes. I don't know. Now it's saying 1 o'clock. I don't know what's happening, to be honest. It'll get here when it gets here. But I'm so glad yours is 2 minutes away. I have not read this book. Has anyone else read Illborn? If it's the one I think it is, it's by Daniel T. Jackson. It's the only one that's even coming up for me, so I'm guessing that's the one. It looks wonderful. to be honest. My guess, so here's what I'm gonna deduce, just because it looks like a high fantasy. A lot of high fantasies will start out slow because we get all of the world building. So if that's not a thing that you like, you know what I mean? Um, because like Crescent City, right here, the first one. I've only read the first one, but Crescent City I felt was slow in the beginning, even though once we get into the first, like once you get into the first 100 pages, so this is a big boy. Okay, this is an 800-page book, but once I got into through the first 100 pages, which I did listen, I immersion read this. I'm so annoyed that this copy is damaged. I'm probably gonna have to buy a new copy because I'm like super annoyed that it's damaged. Anyway, but Crescent City. After you get past the first 100 pages of this 800-page book, it it speeds up, if that makes sense. So I will say this, with any high fantasy novel, I always go in expecting it to be slow for at least the first, I don't know how long Illborn is. I'm about to look because that'll give me a better understanding. It's only $1.99 on Kindle, y'all. I might buy this. Anyway, it's 713 pages. So I would give it at least the first 100 pages to be considered slow. Um, because I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of world building in it. And then after that, if it's still super slow, then you could decide if you want to keep going or not. But with any high fantasy books, like this one is this is like, it looks like a mass market paperback, but this one is 643 pages. I don't know, like my copy is, so I'm going to give it the first 100 pages to be slow. That's usually how I do high fantasy, just because I expect there to be some slowness when it comes to building of the worlds. You know what I mean? All right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start our first sprint because then maybe my food will come before we come back. So I'm going to go ahead and start our first sprint. And how I was going to say this. All of my sprints will start at 45 minutes. So in the middle of the night, there may be longer sprints so I can do things like eat. If I'm here by myself, I tend to do longer sprints. By that, I mean like hour long or so. I do try to stay awake the entire time. There's some times where we'll do like an hour sprint and I'll like go take a shower or go make a coffee. Occasionally I will kind of like not sleep because I won't sleep because if I know myself, and if I sleep, I will miss the timer. But what I will do is I will kind of like, I have pillows behind me to sit up against. So I will kind of like lean against the pillows and like close my eyes and like listen to my book. I do that sometimes. I will walk around my house. I will basically do whatever I need to do to stay awake. Helm of Midnight is the only high fantasy I've started reading. They're intimidating for me. Yeah, I think fantasy is intimidating for a lot of people. I've always really enjoyed fantasy. My suggestion to people that really want to get into adult high fantasy is to start with something that is middle grade or something that is young adult. So for a middle grade, you could start with something like Amari. I really love these books. I've only read the first one. What do I talk about? But I'm sure the second one is great too. My boyfriend, Mr. Reading Waniva, as he's affectionately, wow, why does this make me look yellow? Affectionately known on this channel. I don't know why this light is making me look, oh, it's because of this, I think. As he's affectionately known on this channel, he's read both of these. So I think this book is making my light look yellow. So I'm sorry for that. But if you want to start with something that's middle grade, this is Amari. It's like Men in Black. It's like a Men in Black retelling almost. But a lot of people are comparing her to the boy with the lightning scar tattoo. Lightning scar tattoo? No, with the lightning bolt Scar or Harry Potter. Or you could start with, I don't have Legendborn because it's on my nightstand, but you could start with this series. So this is the Legendborn cycle. So this is the second book, but I don't have the first book because it's over there on my nightstand. So you could start with something like this. This would be considered young adult. Now this is older young adult, so it's about as close to adult as you can get without it being adult. This is a King Arthur retelling, and we love. Okay. I'm trying to see what else I have. You could read Harry Potter, because that's technically like middle grade to adult. I'm not really one to necessarily recommend Harry Potter to people because I know what the issues with Harry Potter are. Harry Potter for me was childhood, so I still enjoy Harry Potter and I have found ways to enjoy it, but I am aware of the controversy. I am aware that the author is not a good person. I'm very much aware of these things. I don't tend to talk about Harry Potter a lot on my channel. I do for myself, in memory of my mother who passed away in 2020. I do a reread, but I don't talk about it usually. I'm actually about to start mine here very soon. But usually what I do when I do my reread is they will be mentioned in my wrap-ups. So I will say like, I read blah, 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 Harry Potter book. But I'll say like what I rated it, but I assume that most people know what Harry Potter is about. So I don't go into like a synopsis. I don't go into what I liked, disliked, anything like that. I just say I've done my reread and leave it at that because I understand people's issues with it. You could do Throne of Glass, which is this series up here. This series starts as YA and goes all the way to adult. So you start as a YA fantasy, and by the end, it's very much adult. You could do something like ACOTAR, which is a series that she wrote after. Sarah J. Maas wrote after Throne of Glass. Those are adult high fantasy. Crescent City might be a bit intimidating because you start the first book at 800 pages. Throne of Glass at least would kind of let you in slowly. I don't remember how many pages the first one is. I don't have it sitting in front of me. But this is the third one. Yeah, this third one? Yeah, this is the third one. In the order that I'm reading them, I think. No, this is the fourth one. Crown of Midnight is the third one. So in the order that I'm reading them in, this is the fourth one. And this one is thicker than the rest of them, and it's 562 readable pages. So I think the first one is around 300 pages. So it's a bit, slower, if you know what I'm saying. Or not slower, but a bit smaller. Because I understand. If you're just trying to like jump into like, oh, you could do like the Aragon series. I don't remember what that's actually called. Like what the series itself is actually called, but the first book is Aragon. You could do that series. I really enjoy that series. I actually want to reread that. Maybe that'll be a reading vlog, like a themed vlog. Hello, Camilla. Reading They Never Learn by Lane Fargo. I hope you're loving it. I am not touching A Court of Mist and Fury until May. Is there a reason for this? Or you just don't want to read it until May? I mean, whatever you want to do. I need to finish A Court of Mist and Fury. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish Throne of Glass because that's a reading vlog. So it's fine. Mr. Reading when he decided he wanted me to vlog myself reading it, and I'm picking it. Like, I'm doing Throne of Glass now, and I'll give my thoughts, and then I'm really going to pick the books back up in June. No, in May. Basically what I'm going to start doing is reading one of the Throne of Glass books a month, or at least trying to stick to reading one a month. I might read more than that, depending, because I figured out how to export my notes and highlights from my Kindle. Thank God I finally figured out how to do it. Thanks to my friend Tori, who did a digital planning video, which reminds me, my digital planning video will go up today. Also, I will be dropping the 6th roll So I'll let you guys know in the comments. I'll link it in the comments when that's done. But she did a thing and she was talking about how to export, and I couldn't remember how to do it, but it sends it to your email, and that way I can take the PDF from that, put it in my reading journal, and then I have the notes there that I can look at for our live shows, because it's mostly just like quotes and things that I want to remember, but I also want to annotate my physical copies. So there's that. Paula from Feeling Books is doing a read along. This month was ACOTAR, and I had already read it, so I'm jumping in with A Court of Mist and Fury. Got you. Hello, Tina. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and start the first sprint because my food should be here very shortly. I hope, I pray. Yeah, saying about 8 minutes. So we'll jump into our first sprint for 45 minutes. I am using the cat timer. If we want to switch the timer out at some point, you guys just let me know. I have a couple of different timers that I have opened up in the top of my browser that we can use. So it's really whatever timer you guys want, if I'm going to be really honest with you. So if there's a different timer that you guys want to use at some point, let me know and I will find that one. And then, yeah, but we're going to use a cat timer, at least for now. I do want to warn you, it meows at the end. So, like, that's the sound, as it says meow at the end. So, I know some people will still jump, but I thought that I would at least warn you that that's a thing that will happen. So, I will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Zoe, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I've eaten, so I'm now not hungry anymore, which is good.
That is good. I am still working on my food. Um, did you read at all?
I did, yeah. I just managed to get another chapter of this done, so now I have 3 chapters and the epilogue left, and it's done.
Wonderful.
It's really good.
I made it to 41 pages of this book.
Nice.
And I don't really know how I feel about it yet, honestly. It's kind of boring, to be honest. But it's just like a lot of like background things, you know what I mean? World building and all that stuff. So I think it'll be
I
fun.
don't know whether I'm brave enough to try high fantasy. I'm a bit of a
I
chicken.
would I will say this, like I would never be able to read this without the audiobook. Like I think I would have given up like 20 pages in just because like we've already met like a bunch of characters. I don't know. I don't know that I could do this. I don't know. High fantasy is hard for me to do without an audiobook anyway. But like at least if it's like Sarah J. Maas, like I can do that without an audiobook. It just takes me a little bit longer, but I don't know if I can do Brandon Sanderson without an audiobook. So I don't know where we stopped. Let me see. I think here because I saw Tina say hi. Hello, Sarah. Don't want your vacation to end, but want to sleep in my own bed. I feel this. I feel like I'm gonna be like this next week. I'm gonna be like, yes, sweet vacation, and then by the end, I'm gonna be like, yes, my sweet bed. You know, it is what it is.
How holidays are, isn't it?
Everyone's saying hello to each other. Yes, please be safe. I don't know if you're driving or flying. I don't know, but be safe regardless. Hello, Elise's. Elise's at work. Hello, Sarah. Starting the Paris apartment on audiobook. I need to read this book.
I enjoyed it.
It has such mixed reviews. Like you either like it or you don't. It seems.
I gave it a 4, but it was my first. Is it Lucy Foley book?
I think so. Didn't she?
Yes, it is. It's right behind me.
Hello, Bree. Trying to finish Fury Song before the audiobook goes back to the library. It's always the race with Libby. You know what I'm saying? And with the audiobooks from Libby, like you don't have the option like you do on Kindle where you can like put it in airplane mode and then you can just like keep the book for a little bit longer, you know? Because I've done that on my Kindle, but you can't do that with the audiobooks because it's in the Libby app. Can you watch nothing and watch TikToks? I mean,
It's a loop.
that's also fine. You know what I mean? At some point, I will not read. Like at some point, I'll be like, "Hi, I did not read. I watched an hour of YouTube." Like I'm not gonna read the whole 24 hours probably, but 40% and ordered lunch because I'm going to have to work through lunch break. That sucks.
Yes.
I think Bree is on a work trip right now too. What did you order for lunch though? I just need to know. 40 pages. I don't know how I feel about my book. It had such a slow start. Yeah. I mean, this is my first Brandon Sanderson. I don't know if I should have started with this or if I should have listened to other people who told me to start with. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like his young adult series.
I was about to ask if that was the young adult one.
No, this is like high fantasy. This is like
the adult one.
This is jumping off the deep end. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is like a jumping off the deep end. But Skyward, I think is the young adult series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm going to read that. So even if I don't like, here's the thing. I'm not going to unhaul the Mistborn trilogy because I just have the first part because there's like eras in Mistborn or something. I don't know. I like high fantasy, but like when you start talking about eras and this goes here, I'm just like, okay, which order do I read it in? And then that's what I do. But I have the first 3 books, which I think is era 1. That would make sense, right? So even if I read this and I'm like, this was not the book for me, depending on what I rate this book, I may not actually rate it. Does that make sense? Like, so I've done this before with series where people have told me like, hey, maybe start with this series and then move on. This happens to me all the time with high fantasy. If I read this and I'm like, this is a 2-star, I don't think it will be, because like it doesn't feel that way even now with it being kind of slow. I'll just like not rate it. Like I'll just act like I didn't read it at all. Like I won't even count it as like a book I'll count it as a book I read, but I'll just basically be like, at some point I'm gonna reread this, and then I'll read the Skyward books, and then I'll come back to this and see if maybe that's like helpful. Because people definitely told me to read Skyward first, and I listen? No, because why would I? Didn't read, but started writing my review for Little Eyes by Samantha
Schweblin?
Probably. Unless it's German, and then I feel like the W sounds like a V.
Schweblin?
I just remembered that I said on my blog I would post a review tomorrow. I mean... Oh, that reminds me. The collab video between me, Reni, and Brittany is on hold. Brittany and I have ours done, but we didn't want to, like, exclude Reni, and clearly, like, she was, pushing out a baby. So it will be coming once Reni has hers done. We're gonna all upload together. But I got a hold of Brittany and I was like, Reni's literally giving birth. And she was like, well, we could do something else. And I was like, I just don't want to like exclude her. Like it makes me feel bad to do that. And I was like, especially because she's literally birthing a baby. Like she's bringing a human into this world. So that is coming. But I do have a video that has to go up today. I need to try to get it up today. Will I? Who knows? Everyone's saying hello. Got back late last night. Oh, wonderful. I hope it was a good trip. I don't know if work trips are supposed to be fun, so I don't want to be like, I hope it was fun. You know what I mean? Poke Bowl is awesome, in my opinion. Did nothing and fed the cat. Totally fine. Samantha, with this name that I'm not going to say, Samantha S, is not German, but is Argentinian, but lives in Germany now. See? Reni is fine. She's good. I'm still going on, what is today? Today is Friday. I'm still going on Sunday to go visit her because I made sure. I mean, she was like laboring. She wasn't like in labor. Well, she probably was in labor. She was contracting. When I was like, are you sure you still want me to come? Because like I don't want to stress you out. She's a little, stressed, as we are after you have a baby. That lack of sleep really be catching up after you have a baby. But the baby Eloise and Reni both seem to be doing fine. Honestly,
she's adorable.
I cannot wait to hold this baby. I don't know. I mean, Reni, listen, I am here to help. You know what I'm saying? I can't like feed the baby for Reni because Reni is breastfeeding, and that part of me no longer works. You know what I'm saying? But I will hold this baby. I will cuddle her, play with Lincoln, do whatever Reni needs me to do. But she seems to be doing fine. Everybody. She was hoping to go another 3 weeks, but her children don't like to stay in for as long as they're supposed to. So, truthfully, neither do mine. I only had one child that came like after he was supposed to, and somehow he was the smallest baby.
Mhm.
I don't really know how that happened. Also, before I drink this, for anyone that did not see me drinking Liquid Death the other day, this is not beer. I promise you that I'm not drinking a beer at 1:30 in the afternoon. This is just water. It's just fancy water. So, also, when Ari comes home, if she's like, "Can I have a drink of that?" I'm not giving my 5-year-old beer. Okay, it's water. Also, I would never be able to drink this. Like, I don't know if this makes sense. So, I brought one of these to work with me because in the store, they're shorter and fatter. Like, they're more like a beer can,
Mhm.
like a 12-ounce beer can, but they're taller. This is like thin. I don't know what Target did with like the packaging of these, but they put them in like a taller, thinner can. I took one of these to work because I was drinking it when I needed to leave. So I was like, I'll just take it to work with me. I said it in the office, and somebody was like, "Is someone drinking beer?" And I was like, "No, it's water." They did not believe me, so I took it and I just like chugged a bunch of it. And I was like, if this was beer, I would never be able to do that. First of all, I don't even like beer.
Mhm.
I mean, no offense to anyone who does, but ew. Um, but I could never drink this. If it was beer, I could never just like take a huge swig of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's great. I found it they sell them at concerts. The Liquid Death, they sell at concerts
Mhm.
instead of like bottled water, you know? And all I'm gonna say is when you go to a concert with your sponsor group from NA, where everyone like at that time, like no one in that group was drinking like at all. So like we were clean and sober, right? And then your sponsor brings a bunch of open cans of these and you've never seen them before. You kind of get like we all freaked out for a minute. We were like, because she's like, I brought you water, and we were like, is that water?
Mhm.
And she's like, I promise you it's water. I mean, it was, but also looks like beer. It is 6:30. I would love a beer, but I forgot to tell my husband to get me one. I'm so sorry. Send him back out. Be like, husband, forgot to ask you to get this. Please go get it. Thank you so much. I have seen this. It really is funny because they really do act like it's beer. It's even though it's water, but like they really do act like it's beer. Just got out of a business meeting. Did not read it all. Business meetings are
Nice.
still productive. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. I start these at noon Eastern. So like I expect people to like be at work doing the things that they do during the daytime.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So like really anything during 24 hour sprints is productive. Like you could tell me that you stared at the ceiling for 45 minutes and I would be like productivity. Am
It's
I
right. My
right?
other half's being noisy in the kitchen.
Your face was like
Yeah, I'm like, hang on a minute, what
very
was that?
yes. Okay. That is the end of the comments.
Got some more of this done today.
Ooh, that is pretty. I
So
need to get me one of those, but here's what I'm worried about. I don't have like a table to put it on, and I feel like Ari would see it and she'd be like, "Oh, let me know that." So I'll like come home to like all the little
diamonds
diamonds being
everywhere.
put in place, and then I would really just have to cry, and I don't really want to do that, the crying
Mhm.
part. So that's why I just play my little cross stitch game like on my iPad. Like, what's she gonna do? Color it for me? You know what I mean? There's nothing to like get messy.
Yeah.
All right. Do we want to do another sprint?
Sure.
All right.
I'm gonna get this finished and start Scandar. Because I have the second book on pre-order. And it's out in a few days.
Oh, that's a pretty cover.
Mm-hmm.
Be quiet. I want to ask your opinion. Okay. Let's go ahead. We'll do another 45 minutes. I don't know when everyone is getting on. Brittany was gonna be on like around now, but she's having a bit of a rough morning, afternoon, whatever this is. So we'll do this sprint and then we'll come back and talk and then we'll have to go into another sprint so I can get Ari off the bus.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. All right. So we will see everyone in 45 minutes.
So when I saw that one from your
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I ran to the other room and then ran back. How did we do?
Firstly, sorry about me accidentally clicking my mic on.
Listen, something is always bound to happen during 24-hour sprints. It won't be the first time that like I'll like pop in on mute, or I'll forget to turn the light back on, or I'll be in the other room thinking I have more time than I actually do. Like this time, I was smart and turned it on like on my phone, and I was like, "Oh shit, I gotta get back." You know what I'm saying? But I mean, there was once where I like left. I was on by myself, but I left the room. I went downstairs to do something, and I was like, "Oh, I got 25 minutes." I really had like 10 by the time I like started doing what I was supposed to be doing. And then I didn't realize that the timer went off until I got a message on Instagram from somebody that was, I think, ML, that was like in the comments, and she was like, "Did you fall asleep?" And I was like, "No." I was like, "I'm in my kitchen." And she was like, "Well, the sprint is over." And I came back up here. There was only like 5 minutes left of like talking time, and I was like, "My bad, y'all."
I was trying to click the camera off because I wanted to go and get my sharpener and a couple of bits from the other room. And I was like, I clicked my mic and I was like, "Oh shoot, wrong one."
Yep.
Clicked it back on again. But I finished my book.
Wonderful. What did you think?
Yeah. I give it 4 stars.
4 stars. That's so good.
Yeah, it's a good read. It has to be like phenomenal for me to give a 5-star. Like, wow, kind of. Yeah. Kind of saw where some of bits were going, but then right at the very end, I was like, "Oh, okay, that happened. Didn't see that one coming." So yeah, it was good. It was a good read.
I made it to page 61. This is still, I don't know if me and Brandy Sandy are gonna get along. I don't know. Cause like I'm not 100 pages in. Like I want to give it at least 100 pages before I'm like, and like Hillary, I'm about to message Hillary and be like, "What are you thinking of this book?" Cause like, and it may be a book that I need to like. I might read something else in the next sprint. I might read Throne of Glass the next sprint just because I'm still like not all the way awake yet. And I'm wondering if that's like part of the problem. Like, cause now I'm like, maybe I should read this in the second half when I'm like, once I'm like awake and I'm like up for the day, like my body is up for the day. Because my thought process was I can read this the first 12 hours and get it done.
Yeah.
That was my thought. But now I'm like, is this a good idea when you would usually still be sleeping? You know?
I'm very much a night owl, so I find sort of this time is when I'm most awake.
Yeah, and like I work from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. So like that's the time frame when I'm like up, you know? Yeah. I'm rethinking my choices here. Hello Taylor. Took a good nap and now eating. Be able to read with you, me. Wonderful. What are you reading? Ran to Target, got some things done. Have not read anything yet. Totally fine. We're only 2.5 hours in, y'all. Like we got you got time. 4% of the Paris apartment and did laundry. Wonderful. Hello, Hillary. Yoshi's here. I like it, but high fantasy is my jam. Yeah. So here's the thing. The last high fantasy that I read, what like actual high fantasy, was The Priory of the Orange Tree. It's the last one I read. I haven't been reading as much high fantasy as I usually read, just because I realize I don't have as much actual high fantasy on my shelves as I thought I did. I need to read Jade City though. But the last one I read was Priory of the Orange Tree, and I gave it 4.5 stars. And it's only because there was one, they would have been 5 stars, but there was one thing, I can't tell you what because I don't want to spoil anything, but there was one thing that both me and Brittany had kind of like, not a problem with it, but like we didn't love the one thing in the book, you know, and that made me give it 4.5. I think she gave it 4. It's like fine. I'm not sure that my brain is awake enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm just gonna read Throne of Glass in the next sprint, and then I'll come back. I'm not giving up. I'm not like DNFing or anything. I'm just gonna come back. I spent all my lunch hour trying to figure out what I want to eat. I still can't decide. I just want a good eating experience. Elise's, this is a mood, honestly.
I'm like that every night. I just don't know.
Tina's Wi-Fi is being messy and wouldn't let her comment, read nothing, watched YouTube, and was looking on Amazon for books. I mean, that's totally fine. You know, book shopping, YouTube, still like productive, in my opinion.
Book shopping's very productive.
I mean, honestly, it's fine. I'm about to have to go sit on my porch and wait for this kid's bus. I don't really, like, I used to stand, like, at the corner, which, like, you can see the corner where her bus comes from my porch. I used to stand at the corner, but then, like, that apparently gave permission to people to talk to me. And, like, it's not that the families in this, like, neighborhood aren't, like, nice, but, like, if I'm standing out there, like, I stand out there every time with my Kindle. Like, I'm standing there like this. And they want to talk to me. Like, I mean, I'm trying to read.
I'm reading.
Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I've literally stood out there before with, like, a whole book. Like, because when I was reading when I read Throne of Glass the first time, so this is my second read through because I don't remember anything. It's fine. Anyway, when I read it the first time, I actually took the physical book outside and was, like, standing there, like, reading it. And they still were trying to talk to me.
And he's just like, excuse me.
And, like, I'm not rude. So I was like, yeah, ha, da, da. And then I'm like, I got no reading then. Stay out here for 20 minutes. Bought 2 books at Target because I have no control. The Perfect Marriage and Before the Coffee Gets Cold. Nice. I need to read. Is this the one by... The Perfect Marriage is by Geneva Rose, right? I need to read this. It's on my Kindle Unlimited. We're not going to talk about how long it's been sitting in my Kindle Unlimited, but it's in there. Okay? You're welcome. It's literally been sitting there since, like, last year, I'm pretty sure. Back, made husband some food, and got 5 pages into your book. Wonderful. Yeah. I have The Perfect Marriage sitting in my Kindle Unlimited. Have I read it? No. It's just sitting there, staring at me. And then, like, I open up Kindle Unlimited, and I'm like, oh, well, let's read The Perfect Marriage. And then I'm like, oh, actually, smut. That sounds better. I have so many thrillers sitting in my Kindle Unlimited, and I just read not thrillers on Kindle Unlimited.
Can't remember. I've downloaded a few onto my Kindle now. Like, I've downloaded... Is it No Exit we're reading? Next month?
Yeah, we're reading that in June. Yeah, No Exit we're reading in June. This one, for anyone who doesn't... Oh, my God.
Oh, that's the Taylor Adams, right? It's the Darcy Coates we're reading next.
Oh, the Darcy Coates one, I think, is next month.
Yeah.
It's in May. Yeah. This one is... No Exit is May, and me and Brittany are going to do... We have to... I got to talk to her and figure out when we're doing it, because I need to take, like... Because she does it on Saturday, and I need to take the day off to do it. Because we would be, like, just finishing as I would have to, like, clock in to go to work. Does that, like, this make sense?
Yeah.
So I have to talk to her and find out when she wants to do it. But this one has, like, timestamps in it also. Like, what was the other one that we read by Holly Jo?
5 Survive?
Yes, like that one. So we're doing it as our, like, 8-hour...
Nice.
Book in 8 hours or whatever. I'm gonna find out if she's using the audio, because I think I'm going to immersion read this. I think that's the only way I'm going to get it done in 8 hours. I mean, I could probably, I don't know. The text is pretty big. Like, the text is really big in this one.
Mm-hmm.
At least in my copy, which is the book of the month.
I have it on Kindle, I think.
Yeah, mine's the book of the month copy. But I think I may... I don't know.
I wish we could get Book of the Month and Fairy Loot here without it costing us like £50 for a book.
Right. Yeah, Fairy Loot for here is expensive as well. And I wish that Book of the Month would do, like, they do audiobooks now, but I wish they would do ebooks, kinda.
Yeah.
Um,
Was that the Brit Marie one?
no. That is for B and K. So B and K is Brittany and
Brittany
Kelsey, and
and
then the
Kelsey.
besties is me, Brittany, Kelsey, and Reni. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. We haven't. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, that was my alarm telling me, "Hey, ma'am, it's 2:30, so now you need to actually get out of bed." Um, I'm checking this for you. I think I know what it is. I'm pretty sure I know what it is because I'm pretty sure it's my pick. But also we haven't like officially announced it yet, so this is just the privilege of being on sprints. Is sometimes you find things out um before everyone else. Okay, so May we are reading. That's what I thought it was, but I thought I was wrong. So in May we're reading Legends and Lattes. That's what we're
I
reading.
have that book and I haven't
This
read it yet.
the live show for this will be on my channel sometime in May. I gotta get with the besties, figure out when exactly.
Nice.
But yes, that's what we're gonna read. I will probably have some kind of themed sprints around like my normal sprints and like hooked sprints because I told Brooklyn I would do some hooked sprints as well. So that I'll probably have at least one sprint session where we read Legends and Lattes. Now, I have 2 copies of this book. So the copy that you need is the new copy. So the copy that has the Tor symbol on it, which I think is the only one you can buy now. So like if you've bought this in the last like, hold on, when did this
I'll grab
version?
my copy in the next sprint, but I only have the hardback.
If you bought this in the last like 6 months, it's probably the right one. Okay, so I have both copies of this. So I have this one, which is the Tor copy. This is like the traditionally published copy, and then I have the indie pub version, like the original version of this, but it was republished as by Tor in 2022. So if you bought this 2022, which I bought the other one in 2022 too,
I'm gonna check my Amazon.
Yeah, and on the back it'll say that there's a new bonus sequel or a new bonus prequel story. If you have the physical copy, it'll tell you. So as if it has a prologue in it, you have the right copy.
Mine's this one.
Then yeah, that's the right one. Yeah, because he redid the cover because that's the what is that, the UK cover?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the UK cover, he had a UK cover. I don't think he had a UK cover originally. I think it was just this cover.
I love that cover so much.
I love it. I think it's so.
So yeah, it says publisher is Tor.
Yeah. So you got the right one. I want there's like a special edition hardcover of this that's purple and it has sprayed edges, and I want it so bad. Do I want to pay like $60 for it? Not really. Am I going to at some point? Probably, if I have the chance, to be honest. And if you weren't here last week for when was it? I did this impromptu sprints Wednesday when Mr. Reading when Eva got home. He was taught. So last year, Travis Baldry was in Michigan, which if you don't know, like the United States, that's totally fine. But Michigan is a state over from where I live in Indiana. And I wanted to go meet this man and like get my book signed, like my original copy signed. And we just could not make like money and time work for it. And the other day, Mystery, when he was like, I am kicking myself that we did not go, because we were also supposed to go see Tracy Dion, who wrote Legendborn, and we didn't make it to that either. And he was like, I'm really kicking myself that we didn't go these. So this will be the year that I get him to go to stuff, I think. Because
Don't forget to take a book plate with you so you can get him to sign that for the next book as well. If
I
you do
know.
get to go and see him.
Sign it. But yes, this is what we're reading, Legends and Lattes. I will be rereading it because I actually haven't read the prologue part, obviously, but I also need to see if they've updated the audiobook, because I'll use a whole nother credit. I don't even care. But I have the original audiobook that does not have the prologue in it, but the original audiobook is narrated by Travis Baldree, because he is actually an audiobook narrator in real life. So he does a lot of like fantasy books. I looked him up. None of them look like something that I want to listen to, but 111 pages left. Wonderful. Planning on participating in the no exit 8-hour sprints. I think is going to be so fun. Adding it to the list of books I'm considering buying. Wonderful. Love finding out secret information. Also, I need to read Legends and Lattes. I mean, May is the month. I'm even getting Mr. Reading Wendiva to read this in May, which means that I may have to read it as a physical book so that he can use the audio, because he listens to the audios when he's at work. Yes, come read it. Yes, Love Legends and Lattes have been wanting a reread so I can annotate. Exactly. See? I was like, I need a book for May. And I was trying to think of something that was like, we don't have a lot of fantasy. I mean, unless you count like the Throne of Glass read along, we just don't have a lot of like fantasy. And I was trying to think of like what we could read. And I was like, well, I've already read this, but I'll reread it. And nobody else had read it. So that's why I got picked. And I was like, well, I'll do it on my channel because I have the book already. So, like, I know that I can at least, carry a conversation about it. So,
Nice.
The audiobook for No Exit comes with the Kindle Unlimited book. Okay, so if you have Kindle Unlimited, apparently No Exit is on Kindle Unlimited. So if you have KU, go check and see if it's on there, because apparently it's one that comes with the audio through KU. So that's great.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Tina, for letting us know. Also, you saved my life the other day because I finished the fine print. I gave it 4.5 stars. It was fine. I mean, here's the thing. There's just a thing that happens in here that, like, I just feel like in real life would be unforgivable, and she just, like, there's an
whatever
at the end. You know what I mean? And, like, yeah, she's, like, mad about the thing that happens. Like, she's mad about it for a while, and then she's like, it's fine. And I'm like, but that's fine. I'm going to continue the series, not right now, but I am going to continue it. Like, it's a fun world. You know what I mean? Like the Disney-esque world. It's fun.
That's the bit I liked about it.
But also, don't be forgiving people for, I don't know. I mean, that's, KU romance for you. I didn't really mind the length. But again, I think this is a thing that I'm used to because I read a lot of Kindle Unlimited books. And so I just assume that they're going to be long. Like, I understand where Brittany was coming from by saying that it felt like it was too long. You know what I mean? But that wasn't like a thing that bothered me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to put us into the next sprint because I have to go outside and wait for Ari's bus.
Yep.
And I'm also going to turn on my little banner here that just says this, just in case. I don't think it's going to take 45 minutes for this bus to come. Like, I hope it doesn't, but you never know with these school systems. Am I right? So, just in case, if I'm not back by the time that this switches over to the 15-minute, just keep reading and we'll just talk. Like, I'll just add extra time to our talk time on the next one or something.
Okay.
All right. We'll see y'all. Yes. 45.
Hello.
How do we do?
I didn't read anything that sprint.
I mean, perfectly fine.
We were just looking at the weather because we're due to go on holiday on Sunday in the UK, and it's just raining constantly every single day. So I was checking train tickets to see if I could cancel those, and I can't, but I have got insurance on them, so I may still be able to cancel them.
Yeah.
And then I went onto this booking.com that we booked with, and it was like I have until midnight tonight to cancel it and be able to cancel it for free.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, oh, but I booked an extra night with the hotel itself. So I just phoned them up and said, are you able to cancel the extra night? And they was like, yeah, no problem. So I've just cancelled the holiday. Which sucks, but there's no point in paying all that money to sit in a hotel all day when I can do it at home for free.
Right. Because you're just going to be doing the same thing in the hotel anyway. You're just going to be reading.
Yeah. So I can do that here for free and save all that money.
I read 1.5 chapters while I waited for Ari's bus. It was late, per usual. It's fine. It wasn't it wasn't super late, but it's supposed to be here at 2:52 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why, but this bus never gets here. The last month, ever since I came back from spring break, it's not been. The bus has not been here before 3:00. I don't understand what's going on, but it's
the bus is tardy.
and it's raining outside, but not raining. It's just spritzing, and so it's raining enough that I don't want to stand outside
And get wet. Yep. Completely understand that.
It's misting, but it's enough that if you stand out there, you're gonna get wet.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to play with you people. But I did switch over to Throne of Glass for a little bit. I just think I was just reflecting, and I do think that I'm just not awake enough for Mistborn. So I'm gonna pick it up later. I'm sure Hillary is still here somewhere. She's enjoying it. So I have high hopes. Why do I have this timer still going? I'm so sorry. We're small talking. Y'all are squinting at us. I'm not giving up on it, but I am gonna change this to Throne of Glass for now. And I will do Mistborn a little bit later when I'm a bit more awake. Probably when it's everyone in America's dinner time. Mm-hmm. That's really the time that I'm hello world, you know what I mean? That I'm awake. So
you watch my anxiety magically just disappear now that I've had for the last 2 weeks solid. Because I've cancelled my holiday.
Watch it disappear?
Yeah, it will just go. All my anxiety.
Have you been stressed about the holiday?
I get stressed about everything. I get stressed about going to sleep at night.
I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like I've held it together pretty well. But I'm a bit stressed about going to Reni's, and it has nothing to do with Reni. So I don't want her to get on here. I don't know if she's watching from the hospital. She could be. So Reni, if you see this, it has nothing to do with you. It really has to do with me, because I'm oh my God, I have to remember to get the baby. She's not a baby. I just call her the baby. She's technically the baby of the family. You know what I mean? So I'm like, oh my God, I have to get the baby's car seat because she's going with someone else on Sunday. She's going with Austin's dad on Sunday so that I can go get on my plane. And then I'm like, oh my God, I have to go through TSA. I'm only taking one bag. My duffel bag is small enough to fit under the seat. So I'm just taking it as my personal item with everything in it, because why not? But then I'm like, oh my God. Sorry, I got a text from work. I don't care, but because it has nothing to do with me, I'm not going to be here on Tuesday, so it doesn't matter. But then I'm like, oh my God, now I have to get on a plane. What if I'm sitting and flying in itself is not a thing that freaks me out. I did have to stop watching Manifest though. I had to put that on hold. I was this is not the show for me right now. I'll continue. It's good, but I'll continue it when I get home. But I'm what if what makes me worried about planes is like COVID in the plane world is over now, right? So they're now filling seats, which fine, I don't care. I'm probably gonna bring a mask with me, like just in case, like for my own peace of mind. I may not wear it, but at least for my own peace of mind. I'm always concerned about who I'm gonna be sat next to.
Yeah.
Because if I fly by myself, I don't pay like I fly cheap. Okay. I fly
Economy.
I fly Allegiant from here to Florida because it's a cheap airline. But that means you pay for everything. So if you want like a specific seat, you have to pay for that. If you want more than just your personal item, bag wise, you have to pay for that. Like you pay for like you pay in like you buy packages, right? Well, I didn't buy a package. Like I was like, I don't need all that. Like the only time I buy a package is if I'm flying with Ari because we can get like we get priority seating anyway because I have a child under the age of 10, but we can like pick seats so I can be guaranteed that we're like in seats next to each other, like that type of thing. But if it's just me, like I don't really care. You know what I mean? So I didn't pay for anything. Like I didn't pay for special seating, anything like that. So now I'm like, who are they going to sit me next to? Is this person going to try to talk to me the whole time? Because I'm bringing both sets of headphones. Because while I'm like in the airport or like at Reni's house, like I'll use my AirPods. But if there's someone immediately in the seat next to me, I will put these on because there's no missing.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You can't miss like proper headphones.
You cannot miss proper headphones. You can, however, depending on how I style my hair, miss that I have AirPods in. So I'm like, I'm going to just bring the big chunky headphones. Also, I need someone to tell me if the AirPod Max headphones are worth it because they're on sale right now on Amazon. And
I only have Pro.
Yeah, so I have the AirPod Pro 2.
It disappeared.
I was like, was that your end or my end? I was like so confused. Okay, so these are the AirPod Pro 2 cuz I had to buy new ones. My original AirPod Pros lasted me a good 2 years, which is like how long the Apple Care is or whatever. Because I wear them every day. Like these are like permanently attached to my ears basically. But I've been seeing everyone with the AirPod Maxes, which are like the over the head ones. These are Beats. These are old Beats. These are like they're older than Ariana. Anyway, and I'm like sitting here, and the other day Amazon was pushing them at me because they're on sale for like $450. They're usually like they're like $600 headphones. Like they're so expensive.
So much for headphones.
I can't justify buying them like from Apple because
you're buy a laptop for that,
right? Because like you're gonna pay retail price at Apple, right? But I was like, okay, so I put in, you know how you can get like the silicone covers for them, so you can get like this silicone, like Olivia from the channel Olivia Reads a Latte. She's the one that I see wear them all the time because she has like cheetah print, I think, covers for hers. So they're like, she has like the white ones and then the cheetah print covers, and she's like wearing them in like all of her vlogs, right? And she like loves them. But I need to know from someone that like shows up in my sprints a lot if they're like worth it, because like I really want them because I love a chunky headphone if I'm at home. Honestly.
So are they noise cancelling like these ones?
Yeah, so they're supposed to be, supposedly the noise canceling on them is supposed to be better than these because they're cupped around your ears.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically they're AirPods, but as like an over the ear headphone.
Because these are my set here.
Yeah.
But my right ear will not work anymore.
Yeah, that's what happened with mine. One of the ear, like the right ear went through the left ear.
Now I'm using the other half.
Yeah. That's what happened with mine was because I have my original ones still. I never got rid of them. Like I don't know what to do with them. Like, you know what I mean? But the left ear went out because the left ear is the one that I use the most because if I'm talking to people, I always put it, I don't know why, but I always put it in this ear. And then it's like you can listen to it. Like if I charged them and put the left ear in with just the left ear, you can hear it, but it's faint. Like you can hear it, but barely. And as soon as you put the right one in, all the sound moves to the one side. So it is what
Mine
it is.
won't even do the, the boom when you put it in.
Yeah.
It won't even do that. It's just dead.
So I got these off Amazon for sale, like on sale. I think they were like 175 or something instead of like the 250 they usually are. Because I ended up getting these and the case over there, but my case makes it look like a boba.
Nice.
And that came with like a keychain, so I have like my keys on the keychain, like all that. And I ended up paying like the same amount for everything, including the Apple Care, that I would have just for these with no Apple Care off of Apple. And then when I did the math for the AirPod Maxes, if I buy them off Amazon and I buy the silicone covers and I buy the Apple Care, it's about the same amount as what you would pay just for the headphones retail price, which like I'm like, I can justify that because like at least it comes with like all of the other things that I would need. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I don't want to. But that's like a lot for headphones if they're not good headphones.
These ones came with our phone contract.
Got you. That's cool.
We got them free. And our phones are due upgrading. I'm still on the 11 Plus. Our phones are due to be upgraded this year. And they've got the new AirPod Pro 2s for like £7 a month or something, like $10.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I need them because mine are broke.
I personally love these better. Like if somebody was to ask me, the AirPod Pro 2s are way better because now you can do the Apple, what is that called? The Find My? Because it used to be you could only do the Find, on the old ones, you can only do the Find My on the case. Now you can do them on the individual earbuds.
They're still the same though, right? With the cushion bits.
Yeah, they're still.
Yeah, because you know the ones that don't have the cushiony bits, they will not stay in my ears.
Yeah, I don't like. Okay, so the original Apple headphones, I could never wear them. They like scrape the inside of your ear, which is what the AirPods, when the AirPods first came out, that's what they were. Like the regular AirPods are just basically they're just wireless.
And they have longer sticks, didn't they?
Apple earbuds, like because you can still get those. They still make because they make the Apple AirPods. So they make the AirPods, the originals. Then they make the AirPod Pro, and then they make which are these now. I think they just upgraded to AirPod Pro 2, and then they have like the AirPods Generation 3. Which is like a weird hybrid between the two because it's like it's like if you took this part off, it's like only this. I don't understand. Like if you look, I mean, like it sits in my ear like that, but like I don't know how, but it's not comfortable.
It wouldn't be comfortable for a long period of time, would it?
But yeah, but but this is what it looks like. Now I think there's like a thing over this, like a white, like what's like this part is over it, so like the speaker is not just like sitting in your ear. But it looks like this, the new ones do. So like there's like nothing to hold it in your ear. Cause like the cushion will hold it in your ear, and then even with the original AirPods, there's a piece that sits so that it kind of hooks onto your ear. They just hurt my ears, the original ones. But yeah, but now with the new like upgraded case or whatever, they made it so that you can find individual earbuds, which I'm just saying, when I fall asleep with them suckers in my ear, that's a lifesaver. So I'm not like trying to find them in my bed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Tina did not read. She talked to her mom. How's mom? Wonderful. Not reading. Finished a review of Little Eyes in both German and English. I made some images for my blog. Very productive. 84% into your audiobook. Wonderful. 37 pages. Wonderful. I have no idea how many pages I read. I think I went from like 16% to 22% or something. Hold on, let me check. My brother is texting me because he's supposed to be coming to visit, and then he was like, "Oh, I don't think I'm coming because my car is broken." Yeah, I made it 22% from 16%, so that's pretty good. He was like, "Something's wrong with my car," and I was like, "Okay, so are you coming or are you not coming?" So then my sister was like, "Well, if he's not coming, I'm gonna come," and I was like, "Okay, great. Well, I need one of y'all to decide who's coming."
Yeah, sort it out between you.
so
And
that
then
I
let
can
me know.
figure out what I'm doing, because people have plans. Like, I have to work, but people have plans even though I have to work. So I'm like, y'all being here, you are gonna be my babysitter. So like, I need to know what's happening.
Yeah.
And he just texts me. He's like, I think I'm gonna be able to come. And I'm like, okay. So are you coming or not? That's what I need. That's what I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
These children, I tell you, they're
Mm-hmm.
not that much younger than me. My brother is 22 and my sister is 18, 19.
My brother's 8 years older than me, and he's like 5 years old mentally. So
I'm just like, I mean, they're younger than me, so at least like I give them grace on that. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
I'm 31. I'm the oldest, so I be trying to give grace. But I'm also like, y'all be stressing me out. Me and my planner mind, like y'all be stressing me out, because like I try to plan things ahead, and then y'all be trying to change plans.
I'm 37 and he's nearly 45, and he's just
She's like, no.
my dad just passed away in January, and let's just say he did nothing.
Great. We love to hear it.
Yeah.
Love to hear it. I don't know what is happening with me.
Yeah, I think I will. We'll get to take it later in the year, I guess.
Yeah, I hope so. Also, hello. An owl in her books. That's a great name. I also don't know your actual name, but welcome. I don't think I've seen you on 24 Hour Sprints before. I don't know. Okay. I know like the normal people. No, the regular people that like show up. But for 24 Hour Sprints, I tend to get like other people that I don't know. And then I feel bad because I don't know you, but it's okay. Dreamfall by Amy Plum. Also started Equal Rights by Terry Pratchett. Wonderful. Heard 13% of you. Oh, I was like, what? Listen, it's too early in the day for me to not be able to read things. I read 13% of You Shouldn't Have Come Here. I want to finish it tonight. 25% left. Wonderful. I need to read this, honestly.
Sounds good.
Hello, Jean. Still working but watching on my TV. We love to see it. Hello, ML. Done with work meetings and can join now. Welcome. So glad to have you. My mom is great. We're talking about getting my wisdom teeth out and what that's like in the books I'm going to buy. I need to get my wisdom teeth out. Oh my gosh. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
Hello?
So my wisdom tooth was impacted. So instead of my wisdom tooth at the back here growing upwards, it was growing that way. So yeah, I ended up having to have the tooth next to my wisdom tooth pulled to make room for the wisdom tooth to carry on growing. I grabbed my copy of Legends and Lattes during that sprint.
Sorry, that was my boss. And if he calls me, I have to answer because otherwise, yeah. But he was like, how's my favorite sprinter? And I was like, doing great.
Like,
He just wanted to make sure I was coming into work tomorrow because I originally was not going to go to work tomorrow since I have my flight on Sunday. But someone on the night shift called out. So I said I would come in anyway. So he was like, I just want to make sure you're coming in tomorrow. And I was like, I can still come in. I was like, I'm probably going to be like dead by the end of the shift because
I'm sprinting.
I'm sprinting. But also, I already know that like I'm not going to get a ton of sleep before I get on this flight. So So he was like, okay, I just want to make sure. He was like, I'll try to pop in. So if y'all see, I think it's like Captain Garrison or Sergeant Garrison or something. But if you see some Garrison person pop in, that's just my boss. He likes to pop in. He'll say something ridiculous like Neva is the best or TB love, which is like Taco Bell love. Like he's funny. He popped in on Wednesday to my impromptu sprints, and I was like, that's my boss. It's fine. He likes to support, you know? Yeah, he likes to talk to me about the smutty books that I'm reading because he thinks that it's entertaining. So that's fine. I mean, he's young. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. He's 23, but like he'll be like, "What book are you reading this week?" Like, do you really want to know? My sister is 22 years older than me, so she's already in her late 60s, which always gives me pause. Yeah. I mean, I'm the oldest. So I don't know what it feels like to have like older siblings. Like I know what it feels like to have younger siblings. I know what it feels like to like help raise siblings. You mean that parentification stuff? But like I don't yeah. I'm the oldest, so it's always like them calling me with their problems.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's always like Anna did this or Aaron did that, or can you call Goody and tell him not to do this? And I'm like, what do I look like? The mediator? No. Jenna, welcome, Jenna. I will remember this. I will. Now that you've told me, I will put it in my bank. I've been writing people's names down just until I get them like memorized because I feel bad if I don't know people's names. I feel like yeah. Like it took me a while to figure out Camilla and Nina. But then Nina started showing up in like Leandra's sprints. And Leandra was talking to her all the time. Also Nicole. I didn't know Nicole's name for like the longest time. I could never remember it. I don't know why. And then when I started doing sprints with like Leandra in Brooklyn, Nicole pops into their sprints.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's how I just be remembering people's names. So welcome, Jenna. So nice to have you. Wisdom teeth are in holding like problems with other teeth, but my second to last tooth on both sides needs to be pulled. Yeah, I need to get so I have 2 wisdom teeth that have already like they're already grown in. Just because like the dental here is so ridiculous and expensive, and also like I don't have good insurance. Like I'm just gonna be honest, but I need to get them pulled out. Will I? Eventually, yeah. 4 wisdom teeth and 1 tooth pulled in about a month.
I don't know if you heard what I was saying while you were on the phone, but I had my wisdom tooth coming out this side was actually impacted, so it was growing this way.
Oh no.
And they said instead of trying to take my wisdom tooth out, which would be a more difficult procedure, they pulled the one before my wisdom tooth to allow it to carry on growing.
Gotcha. Okay, so they just took that one out instead of removing the wisdom tooth.
Yeah.
Wisdom teeth aren't causing problems. Gotcha. Okay. Had all intentions of reading, but while I was in the shower, my Morky mix had 2 seizures back to back, and I was trying to get him into the emergency clinic.
Oh no.
He seems okay for now, but maybe leaving spur of the moment. Oh no,
No
that's
problem.
terrible. Let us know how he is. We care about the animals. You know what I'm saying? As the youngest sibling, it's weird knowing that your siblings are almost 30, like they're full-on adults. I mean, my youngest sibling, oh god. So my youngest sibling is 12 years old. And then the sibling that's closest to me in age is 25. So, or 26. Is she 25 or 26? She's 26. So, yeah. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. There's a total of a lot of us. There's a total of 11. Because my mom, you were like,
it's like my aunt has 8, and I thought that was a lot. So 11.
My mom had so my mom and my dad had me, right? Okay, but they had me when they were in high school, so I'm the only one that they had like together, you know. And then my mom had 5 other kids, and then my dad had 5 other kids. So in all it makes
it's an extended
11.
family.
Exactly. So I have 5 on my dad's side of the family, 5 on my mom's side.
It's just like your mom be busy.
My mother did not pop out 11 children.
That's why my face was like, okay.
Yeah, no. All 11 did not come from my mother, but you know. My older sibling, who I'm not close with at all, is like 40. My closest sibling to me is 24. Gotcha. What, Ari? My mother and father were both married several times. Mm.
Can I have a kiss?
Sure. Big kiss. Come on. You want a kiss? Okay. All right. You good?
Mama.
What? What?
So okay.
Yes.
Okay. So
What do you need? Do you need something? You're not sure? Okay. What? I have a stepsister the age of my mom. I mean, wait, like your dad married someone with a child the age of your mom? Or you have a really old dad? I'm trying to figure this out here, okay? Because here's the thing. So like my stepdad or dad number 2, right? He so my grandpa, may he rest in peace. My grandpa Dick was married to my grandma Anna, but he had another wife. Like he had a wife before her, right? So like my aunt Valerie and my uncle Rick, which I don't remember my uncle Rick. He passed away before I was born. But my aunt Valerie and my uncle Rick were from my grandpa's first marriage. And then my stepdad, my dad Chris, he was obviously from the second marriage between my grandma and my grandpa, right? Okay. So his siblings, like my uncle Rick and my aunt Valerie, what's up?
I was just gonna say it was extra bad because I was in smelly sheets that needed to be washed really bad.
That's what I figured when he said you want to do laundry, and then you didn't.
I did not have the energy to get out of
That's
it.
why I was
every
like,
time I stood up, my head was just, it's the worst. You know.
will you let me know when I can throw her stuff in, her sheets in before she goes to bed?
I gotta go pick up Austin. When I get this load in the dryer,
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw in a bunch more blankets so you can throw in sheets with that.
Okay, cool. I just gotta do hers before I
do all that shit that's just sitting on the floor in there.
Yeah, I just gotta do hers before I leave. Before I leave on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Can you still run me to the airport on your way?
Yeah.
To work. Okay, cool. All right.
Tight fit because I got all my tools in my car because Sam keeps talking about wanting to take down this basketball thing and then he keeps not doing it.
Don't worry.
You know how it be.
Yeah. All right. I just want to make sure you were okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome. You good? Go potty. Can you try to go potty for me, please? Thanks so much. Yeah, Mariah had a migraine yesterday. And when because she wanted to do laundry yesterday, so I made sure all the laundry was out. And then I was like, she never got to do laundry. Which usually if she wants to do laundry, she does it. You know what I mean? And so I messaged her from in here because I didn't know like if she was sick or like what. And she said that she felt like her eye was gonna pop out. And I was like, that's not good, ma'am. That's not good. Yeah, but she feels better today, so thank God for that. My older sibling is a half sibling, 18 years older than me. So when I was born, he left the family. Yeah, I think my uncle Rick was about 18 years older than my stepdad, I think, because he was well into his 20s when he was in his 20s when he passed away, but my stepdad was only 14 because they got into a car accident. So yeah, so I mean I've never met my uncle Rick. He's just his ashes have always been on our mantle, and then my stepdad tells us stories about him. But like there's like such a big age gap, which I was like, why would there be a big age gap? But also like my grandpa was, I think, like 15 years older than my grandma. Because like she's just like, my grandma Anna is like just now getting into like, I think she's like in her 70s now, I think. So My siblings view him as a sibling, and I remember him, but I don't know who that man is. Yeah, that's sad, Tina. I mean, I'm glad that all my siblings know who I am, even though like I'm older than most of them. You know what I mean? Like, well, I'm older than all of them, but like I'm way older than some of them. You know what I mean? Because like my little brother Jacob, from my youngest sibling, is 12, and he's my dad's child. So, like my stepmom will call, she'll be like, "Will you talk to your brother?" And I'll be like, "Listen, if you don't listen to mom, you and me, we gonna fight." Okay. So I'm like a sister mother. You know what I mean? Because then he'll be like, "Okay, I'll listen." I'll be like, "You better, because I will." Mark my words. My oldest sister also moved out the same year I was born. Yeah. My dad married someone older, and she had a child as old as my mom. I got you. Oh, he married someone older than him. Okay, so here's the thing. So my opa, so my mom's dad, may he rest in peace. He was my favorite. Anyway, both of his. So he was married 3 times. So he was married to my grandma, and they're the same age. Actually, my grandma is like 2 months older than him. And then they had known each other since like childhood. Okay. And then his second wife was younger than my mom. I'm not kidding. Like his second wife was she's not my mom's best friend anymore. My mom is passed away anyway, but his second wife had been my mom's best friend until she thought it was appropriate to tell my mom things that no child would ever want to know about their parent. I'm just saying. I don't know details. I just know that there were things that were shared that most people would share like with their girlfriends about private matters, but like don't do that with your friend if you're with their dad. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then his third wife, who is Elena, and she was his wife when he passed away, so his widow, I guess. She is like just now 40, I think. Like when he started dating her, I think she was 35. I'm doing math in my head. I'm sorry. Hold on. So he was 60 when he met her. I can't do math in my head. Hold on. He was 60, and I think she's 25 years younger than him. I don't know what is going on, but that's fine. So
45.
Yeah, so she was like 35.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when she met him, and they like dated for a while, and then they got married like they started dating like New Year's, and then they got married the next year or something like that. Anyway, yeah, but he is older than her dad. So that was a thing. Like her mom, Miss Ruth, like she loved him. Like may she rest in peace also, because she's passed now. But she loved my opa, like absolutely loved my opa, whatever. But Elena's dad was like, I don't know about this. Because my opa was older than Elena's dad. And he was like, I don't know. But he grew to love my opa. But my family is strange, y'all. My family is real weird.
Ari's gonna have fun doing her family tree when she gets to it.
I know. So sorry. But to make things even more interesting, my mom remarried last year. Her new husband is so much older than her that she's closer in age to one of her new stepdaughters than she is to her husband. I mean, that'd be happening. Because, like, Miss Sharita Waniva has a daughter that's 23 or 25, which, like, technically makes her closer in age to me than I am to him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little, I mean, it's weird, I guess. But, like, it is, I mean, it is what it is. I feel like it's only weird.
It's a number, isn't it?
Yeah, like, I feel like it's only weird if you make it weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I think too hard about it, sometimes I'm like, yikes. But, like, also, like, it's only really weird if you make it feel that way. You know what I mean? But as, as a child, like, as a child of that parent, as an adult child, I understand where it would be weird. Because, like, my stepdad asked me all the time, like, if I would be angry if he, like, started dating and stuff. My mom's been passed away since 2020. And I'm like, not really. Like, he even asked me, like, a year after, and I was like, why am I like, I don't expect you to be alone forever. Like, that would be selfish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also, like, I've told him, like, just don't let them, like, don't expect me to have, like, I will be nice to whoever he's with. Because it was in the closet. Would you like your unicorn blanket back? Oh, okay. Here you go. It was in the closet. That's why. Go put it on your bed. So my thing is, like, I don't, like, I will be nice to that person as long as they're nice to me. You know what I mean? I will have respect for that person if they're respectful to me. But I don't like I mean, I'm 31, okay? I'm not trying to go around, like, calling people mom and stuff. Like, that's just, like, I'm past that stage in
Yeah.
my life. Like, I'm cool with, like, we can be friends.
Mom.
Yes, I call Grandma Beth mom, but also I've done that since I was 18.
And you also call Grandpa David Dad.
Well, Grandpa David is my dad. And then we have
Is he
Papa.
your stepdad or your normal dad?
He's my biological dad.
Who's
Right?
your stepdad?
Papa. Dad, yeah. Papa is my stepdad. I know it's very confusing. And then Grandma Beth is Mommy's stepmom. And Nana
Then
was
why
my
does she be
biological
nice
mom.
to you all the time?
Why does she be nice to me?
If Grandma Beth is your stepmom,
Well, she's not an evil stepmom.
It's not Cinderella.
Evil stepmoms are not nice.
don't call their children.
That's correct, but Grandma Beth is not an evil stepmom. She's a nice stepmom.
No,
Yeah.
I call Grandma Beth. But no, Grandma Beth.
Yeah, we'll call her in a minute. Let me get through these comments.
Yes.
When I was 8 or 9, I went to my sister's wedding. There was a boy I didn't know. My sister said, "You two seriously don't know each other." This is my sister, Mika. Mika, this is my brother, D. What? No, absolutely not. That would be too trippy for me. I would be like, I'm sorry.
Does Grandma Beth live with Grandpa David?
Yes.
Then where is she?
Probably at her house. You goob. It's 1 o'clock there. So it's 1 o'clock p.m. there. So she's probably at her house watching TV or taking a nap or something. And then we try to figure out what that meant. Yeah. See, that's where it gets weird. Because, like, okay, so, like, my sister, Phoenix, is 26. And so, like, but I grew up with her dad, right? I grew up, like, half my life because my mom was married to her dad, obviously. Then they had her together. Okay. So I, like, was at the wedding. Like, there are pictures of me at this wedding when I was, like, 5 years old. And then they were married for a few years. They had my sister. So that whole time, I thought that meant that I was related to my sister's dad. I'm not related to my sister's dad. So my sister's dad, this is going to get real confusing. My sister's dad is transgender, male to female. Okay.
Your sister's dad is Papa, and your
No,
sister is Nana.
my mother is Nana. My Phoenix's dad is not Papa. Papa is Phoenix's stepdad. Phoenix's dad, her name is Erin.
Mom,
She was at the baby shower, but I don't know if you met her. But
Mom, remember when I was at the baby shower? What was Phoenix when we were at?
she was also at the baby shower. It was her baby shower.
I know.
So what are you asking me? You're not sure?
I am literally asking you, when is her next baby shower?
Whenever she has her next baby. Probably no time real soon, buddy.
Well, can you bring me there?
Sure. If Phoenix has another baby, we'll go to the baby shower. You're welcome. Okay, so
And I
So that whole time, like,
baby is
I grew up calling her dad. I'm not going to say their dead name because that's rude. But her dad, I would
Don't
call
say the dead name.
that
Please
person
do not say the
daddy
dead
and
name.
then their name, right? Okay. But then I could not understand because even after my mom and my sister's dad got divorced, I would still like go on like custody visits and stuff with my sister. So I was like 12 before I realized that like this person is not actually my dad. You know, it's very confusing. It's very confusing. And then of course, like my sister, like her dad had children with other people. He's got, or they have 2 other children. And so then it was like, oh, these are my siblings too. Like, no, they're not. But like, you know, it's confusing to a child's mind. My family is complicated also. It's fine. It's just fine. And also, like, my family likes to stay friends with each other after they get divorced. It's very strange. Okay? It's very weird. Because, like, Christmas is both sides of my family. So, like, you get the Abbotts, which are my Opa's family, and then you get the Cogdals, which are my grandma's family. And they all just come together in one big conglomeration. And half of them, like, my grandma had been married to my Opa. They were divorced. Like, yes. Yes, that's my name. Thank you for letting the whole internet know. What about it?
You have Abbott.
Yes, Abbott is my last name.
And then, if Abbott's your last name, then why is the Abbotts on Grandpa David's side?
No, they're on Opa's side.
Oh, Opa's side.
Yeah, Grandpa David's last name is McClam.
McClam. Ew. What is that?
It's his last name. What do you want me to do about it? We are not related. My sister and I have the same father. Dee and my sister have the same mother. Gotcha. A half brother doesn't make a full brother. Yeah. See, and here's the thing is like, I think what's also confusing is like in my family, we never did have siblings. They were just your siblings. You know what I mean? So like it was never explained that like, oh well, you have a different dad, even though you all have the same, like we all have the same mom, or like on my dad's side, we all have the same dad but different moms. Like it was never really explained to us. We were just siblings. Just like we don't do like great grandparents in my family either. Let me tell you, that was real confusing when we had lots of grandmas and you would just be like, hey grandma, they would all like answer you.
Yes, dear.
Right. Like we didn't differentiate between like my grandma Betty is technically my great grandma, but like we never, so she's passed away, but she would be Ari's great grandma, but like we never did that because
Grandma Nancy is my great grandma.
Grandma Nancy is your great grandma.
She's my great.
No, it's just your great grandma. Your great grandma would have been Grandma Betty. You met Grandma Betty once when you were little, but you might not remember.
When I was a baby?
Yeah, well, you were like 2. You are my mom in this situation. Yeah, it's like, it's real weird. It's real. It's fine. Waffle cook?
When you were gonna put the waffle in the microwave and I was throwing a fit because I didn't.
Oh no, that was in Florida where you thought you wanted to eat a frozen waffle when you were 2.
Yeah.
And then I took your picture because it was funny.
Mom, why did you take a picture? Seriously.
I needed to commemorate the time that you got upset that you were throwing a fit because you couldn't eat a frozen waffle. Also, you're older, you're 30, you're an adult. Makes it like 1,000 times less creepy. Yeah, I mean, it makes it like less creepy, but also
Please have a sunny day.
I think it was just normal for me too. Like it was never like a thing. Like it was never like, oh my god, can you believe so and so is dating someone 30 years younger than them? Like it was never made like a weird thing. So yes, so no TV, but yeah, you can go have a sunny D at the table. But like we weren't. It was never like a weird. It was never made weird to us. You mean it just was what it was. Like it's fine. Like other people like that were not part of our family would be like, you know that your Opa is someone like way younger than them. And I'd be like, it is what it is. Like it was never like a weird. It was never brought up to be weird. So it was never weird. I think it just depends on like if the people around you make it weird. No one ever made it weird. So I mean, people didn't like his second ex-wife for other reasons. You feel what I'm saying? Like the second ex-wife, it really had nothing to do with her age. It really had everything to do with her as a person, as to why people ended up not liking her by the end of their marriage. So like, it was more of like, is this person a good person or not, other than like the age thing. My only read the situation is both my parents remarried to older folks, so likely their partners will pass first. So thinking about their elderly years, can't rely on them having partners. Yeah. See, and like my mom was 44. Wow. She was like about to be 45. So she died 7 days before her 45th birthday.
Oh, 1 second.
Okay. And then my stepdad is 51 now. So he would have been 48, I think, when my mom passed away. He would have just turned 48 when my mom passed away. So like if he marries someone else, like that's fine. Escaped work, wonderful. They really will, man. Wow. On break, hello Elises. I love Ari Logic. We all love Ari Logic. She is so fun. The icing on the cake was when it was revealed that my brother was actually my cousin.
I'm gonna have to shoot. My other half needs me.
Okay.
But thank you very much for having me again.
Thank you for hanging out with us.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah. Excuse me. It was revealed that my brother was actually my cousin. My aunt was 15 when she had him, so he was just quietly presented as my mother's child. Wow. I just feel like that. I don't even feel like that would be weird. You know what I mean? I just feel like it would be a shock. I think. Hi, Reni. Joining in a bit. I cannot wait to have you. If you don't feel up to it though, like don't feel like you have to. I'm just gonna say that. But I would love to have you if you want to be here, ma'am. Yes, baby Eloise. I cannot wait to hold her. Oh my gosh. Can you tell Eloise all your sprinting book nerd friends say welcome to the world? Yes, tell her. I'm in the age group of your step-parents. Okay, so my stepdad and my dad are the same age. They're just separated by a few months. So my stepdad was born in February of 1972 and my dad was born in November of 1972. So they're both 51, I think. My mom was born in 1975 and then my stepmom is actually younger than that. I can't remember how much younger. I think she's 6 years younger than my dad. I don't remember what year she was born, but she's younger. So my stepmom is actually the youngest parent that I have. And then my dads are the oldest. So that's what that is. But also my parents have me really young. So hello, Amy, on the way home to get some reading done. I hope you had a wonderful day. Yes, goodbye, Zoe. So glad she could hang out with us. Others perceive this as messy, but I'm truly fascinated. It's story time in these here chats. Listen, I love to tell y'all stories about my life. I would just feel like y'all care. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing. People have asked me before why I don't do like story time. Because like back in the day on YouTube, story times were like a big thing. I don't, because I don't necessarily know what people want to know. And I have a lot of trauma in my past that would make good story times, but I don't know that people want to know them. So like I only really share things about my life when people ask me. But y'all be asking in the 24-hour chat, in the 24-hour sprints. So I be sharing. You know what I mean? Yes, hello to Reni. Hello to Reni. Okay, that's the end of these comments. Do we want to do more sprints while we wait for Reni to hop on? Someone let me know. Or do we want to keep talking until Reni comes on? It is whatever y'all want to do. Because we could do another 45-minute. We could do another 45-minute sprint. I think I'm going to turn on this audiobook and then I'll just mark it as I go because I want to do some planning. Yes, Reni had baby Eloise. I'm so excited. Hello, Kiana. How are you? Are you still at work? Wonderful. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Parents never told us my brother accidentally found his birth certificate when he was almost 16. I'm not sure what they were thinking, but it blew up in their faces. Yeah, I just feel like that's like a thing that you should. I mean, even if they raise you as siblings, you know what I mean? I feel like even if they're like, don't be spread it around, but also like this is a situation. Because I feel like if you don't tell them, then it feels like a lie. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm coming from like the place of like a birth mother. But for those that don't know, Ari has 3 brothers that were adopted by someone else. So they still live in Florida with her. And but they've known since before they were adopted that they were adopted. So like they know the dynamic, and like Ari knows that they were adopted because she's asked me before if she's gonna be adopted, and I was like, no, like I've had to explain it. But like they know that they're adopted because I had told their mom, I was like, I feel like it's important for them to know, because if they grow up and figure out that they're adopted, it can feel like a lie. So like I feel like it's just the betrayal of the lie, you know what I mean? Plan on breaking night with you today. I have a bunch of manga to get through. Oh, wonderful. Yes, congratulations to Reni. We're so excited for the baby. I'm so excited for the baby. My sister has several adopted children. They all knew from early childhood much better. Yeah, I feel like it's just better to tell them, and then they can have their feelings about it, but at least you've told them the truth, and it's not like a shock, and then they have to work through their feelings after being shocked. You know, I just feel like that's better. Everyone's saying hello. I gotta find my Apple Pencil. Feeling better. Everyone's saying hello, hello, hello. All right, let's go. We'll do another 45 minute. There it is. Found it. We'll do another 45-minute sprint here in a second. I'm going to switch to listening to Serrano class, but I'm going to follow along on my Kindle, basically. So how I do it when I'm reading on my Kindle and not like a physical book and the audio is I just move. Now my Kindle and my Audible will sync to each other, but if it doesn't sync for some reason, I just move the chapters. So I do it that way. And her activity pushed me out, which sucks because I have so much to do before my mother-in-law comes next week. I hope that you feel better. Hi, Courtney. She said, I'm lucky my mother-in-law doesn't visit. Yeah. Oh no, my iPad is dead. All right. So I'm adopted. I've known since I can remember. I don't understand. I didn't understand until I was in like high school. The adoption is not considered as normal as it is in my life. Yeah. And I think it's also about if you make adoption a big deal, like if you make it like a big thing, it can feel bigger. But if it's just part of what your life is, then it is what it is, 2 hours left of work for the sprint. I'll listen to Blood Debts while working. I need to read this because I have it as an arc. It's a backlist arc at this point, like everything else, but I need to read this. So it's in the it's in the arc jar for next month because from now on I have to read at least one arc a month. And if I don't read the arc, then I get a punishment for my game. So everyone's saying hello. I lucked out in the mother-in-law department. Love her very much. Wonderful. I'm glad. Everyone's saying hello. All right, let's go ahead. We'll jump into another sprint for 45 minutes. By then, I might have Reni or someone else that pops in. I'm not sure. I'm actually about to pop into the chat that I have here. And I'm going to also listen to some of Throne of Glass just because I want to read something. This is not chapter 1, I don't think. I'm on chapter 13. I don't know why. Okay, so I'm going to listen to some of Throne of Glass just for now. This actually can be bumped up, though, to 2.5. But I'm going to listen to some Throne of Glass this sprint, and then I think I'll probably pick Mistborn back up at some point once I'm a little bit more awake. My mother-in-law is sweet but lives in 1.5 hours away. Mother-in-law is okay, but I needed doses at a time. You get lunch late. Blood Debts is an audio arc. Brandy gifted me the physical arc. It's so beautiful. Wonderful. I have the ebook arc from NetGalley. Lunch is at 1. I love my mother-in-law to pieces. Unfortunately, she passed 2 years ago, but she was the sweetest lady. Yeah. I think I have spoken to Mr. Inuiniva's mom once, like on the phone, but I have talked to his dad, and I love his dad, and I feel like I will also love his mom, but I've just not had as much contact with her as I have with his dad. So there's that. All right, let's go ahead. We'll jump into a sprint here. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, my game was talking to me. When I met my mother-in-law, woman was blasting Buju Banton and dance hall. I thought Jamaicans lived in the building, but it was coming from her apartment. She comes over from Sweden from time to time. That's wonderful. All right. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to jump into, here we go. I'm reading Indigo by Beverly Jenkins. The romance is so sweet that I'm grinning. Wonderful. We love to see it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I also think I like Kenny's mother-in-law without even knowing who she is, honestly. All right, let's go ahead. We'll do a 45-minute sprint. Whoa. Oh, there's Amy. Hold on. Please hold on the 45-minute sprint. Hello, Amy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I'm finally, waking up over here.
Nice.
What are you reading?
I am reading a cozy mystery ARC that I have called Marked for Murder by Leslie Langtree.
Wonderful.
And I'm really excited about it.
And you don't know how you feel about it, you said?
I'm really excited about it.
Oh, you're excited about it. I thought you said you don't know how you feel about it. Wonderful. I'm glad that we are loving our books.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite series. So it's like number 26, I think. But it's my favorite series. So yeah.
Wonderful. Everyone's saying hello to Amy in the comments.
Hello.
I think we're getting a Reni at some point.
Yay.
Everyone's saying hi to ML. Or ML saying hi to everyone, I should say. I had to grab my groceries curbside order that is ready. Okay, yeah. We'll see you in a little bit. ML.
I just picked up my groceries. Like I didn't do curbside, but I went to the grocery store after work and got my groceries, and I got home and I was looking through my bags and they didn't put all of my cold stuff in the same bag.
Here's the thing. So I do like delivery like to my house. Like I pay for like the Instacart premium or whatever. That's like $10 a month because like, can I be bothered to go to the grocery store? No. Like literally going to the grocery store, call it neurodivergence if you want. I'm sure it's part of like my autism or something or my ADHD, but like going to the grocery store, like I have to be ready. Okay. And here's the thing. The last time I went to the grocery store, it was on Easter because Mr. Reading with Eva wanted to go get meat. And he's like, come on, we're going to go to the grocery store. And I was like, we are? This was after, by the way, he woke me up at 10 a.m. so we could do an Easter egg hunt with Ari, which like is fine. But he was like, I didn't think you'd want to miss this. I mean, you're right. But also, I got home at 4:30. Didn't go to bed till around 5 a.m. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. And then he was like, let's go to the grocery store. And I'm like, I have to like prepare myself. So most of the time he doesn't like to get meat delivered because they're not good at picking things out. Just like we don't love
it's better to pick out your own meat. I do agree with that.
We don't love to get produce from pickup either, which like I get. But your girl has to just like my mind, my body, and my soul, my whole spirit.
That's a lot to deal with that little sleep.
And I'm like, so like I always get it delivered to my house. But what annoys me is when they did this the last time that I ordered bread. They put my bread with the frozen pizza. So I had to let the bread like sit out on the counter for like 30 minutes because I was like, this bread is now going to be hard if I just open the bag. Like I can't open the bag because then the wet bread is going to get hard because it was exposed to air.
Mm-hmm.
Who taught y'all how to bag groceries?
Mm-hmm.
It like makes me want to be an Instacart person.
Yeah.
Just to bag the groceries correctly, to be honest.
Yeah. I and it's this time it was something big that was not with my other cold stuff, so it was easy to see. But I like when it's something little, like one yogurt container is with all the rest of my stuff, and I put my cold stuff right away. I usually bag my own groceries, but my small town grocery store where I work, I don't go there for big grocery trips. It's just kind of like every once in a while. They still do like the bag your grocery service and, small town service type stuff.
Like the Publix. Publix does that still.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like, but when they don't put all my cold stuff together, I just get really
like, that's a nice thought, but also. Yeah, like Publix. So Publix in Florida, at least at the Publix that like I used to frequent, they would like bag all your stuff for you, especially if you were like older, and then they would like take your, like they would be like, do you want us to take it to the car? Like I always decline that crap because like I'm perfectly capable.
Right.
Yeah. And also like I don't want you looking at my license plate. Y'all don't need to know what I drive, but like I understand for like the older people. Okay, Reni, we're staying on chat. Reni said stay on chat. And you know what? Truthfully, I'm not trying to go head to head with a new mom that's barely had any sleep.
We don't do with new moms here.
Tina said hey to Amy. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Please read this and let me know what you think. So here's the thing. So it's in this stack over here, but I have all 3 Finley books at this point. Finley number 3 was Finley Donovan Jumps the Gun is my least favorite of the series so far. But I'm going to say this.
Why I haven't read it yet. Like, I'm afraid I'm going to hate it.
So I've said this once, I'll say it again. It's a filler book. You know what I mean? Because this is supposed to be like a 6 or 8 book series when it's all said and done. So like I knew that at some point we were going to get just a filler book. Now I do know that there are people, there are booktubers that I follow that said that they absolutely are not going to be continuing the series after this book. It's ridiculous, yes, but also I just feel like that's what you signed up for when you started reading Finley Donovan. It's been ridiculous since the beginning.
Right. It has a ridiculous premise.
It's a little, I don't know. I'm not naming any names because I don't want people to feel like I'm judging them for their opinion. I guess I just feel like it's been ridiculous. Like it was never not ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Reni.
Hi, Reni.
Did you just get home from the hospital, ma'am?
A couple hours ago.
Okay. I was gonna say.
Well, you look great.
I do not feel great. I feel disgusting. I need to take a shower like ASAP.
To be honest, she looked like she sent pictures to the Bessie's chat, and I was like, "That's what you look like after you give birth." Because I'm upset how good you look after you give birth. I'm just saying, like listen, my hair. And it's because my hair was never. I should have gotten my hair braided like before I gave birth, because my hair in its natural state, y'all have seen it. So I would like it would be like in a ponytail here, but like all my hair in the front is like sticking out. Like none of my after birth pictures are cute. None of them. Like Reni, I was like, she looked the same.
There's only one photo where I feel that way.
A little more tired, like, but you look great.
Yeah, you look tired, but you look great in them.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
And she's adorable.
Oh my God. I cannot wait.
Those little cheeks. I just wanted to reach into the picture and
she does have really chubby cheeks.
I just need you to know that I'm going to be holding your baby a lot.
That's fine with me because
I can't really feed her for you. You know, I don't really, the equipment doesn't really work anymore. No. But I will literally hold her the whole time. I'm just gonna figure out.
It's actually going to be really nice that you want to hold the baby because you know the older brother is going to want some attention from mom, so that'll be kind of nice.
Yeah, he's been struggling a little bit.
Reni,
like he can't run around the house yelling anymore because he keeps waking up the baby or like scaring her, and then he's like, "But why?" And I'm like, "Well, because the baby's trying to sleep." And he's like, "But why?"
But why? I'm awake. The sun's awake. I'm awake.
That's what he
Time to play.
Like the sun is up. Why is she asleep? I'm like, his baby sleep a lot, Lincoln.
I will be there soon to help you for 1 whole week.
I know.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a great time. I did Instacart twice this week.
Oh, she reminded me. Instacart is my whole life, my brand now. I need to get that.
I live for that. I'm gonna send you the stuff. I don't really have a lot of stuff for you to buy, Reni.
Okay.
But I'll send you the few things that I know that I'll need to live while I'm at your house. Yeah, I don't.
What are you doing?
Going to the grocery store or anywhere. Yeah, it's not that I don't like going places. I just need to be prepared that that's what we're doing.
He said, "Oh, you're going to see you on Sunday. What are you doing right now?"
24-hour sprints, Aaron. I felt it was better to do them before I come to your house.
I told her, yeah, that was a good idea.
That's not going to stop anything.
No, I told her I couldn't stay up with her for 24 hours.
What is this?
And
Right?
I didn't want to keep your whole house
And
away.
she literally is on live for 24 hours.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
Go talking
Well,
and then you read for a bit.
No,
and
we
then you
normally
talk
do,
some-
but once a month she does 24 hours.
No.
He's like, nope.
and doing them at my house is okay because I have like my own living space, so I can do them in my room, and it's not
Well, I
like
mean, you could have done them in my office, but like, it's still just like, Rainy, peace out, bye, sleep.
right. Ray would have been like, I'm going to bed.
Even though I would have just joined you at random times in the night when she's up, but
He would have been like, hello. It's fine. We're gonna do a lot. I feel like we're gonna do at least one Bessie's book club sprint, and then I feel like we'll do like my Thursday sprints.
yeah.
So like y'all will see us. Also, we have to post a picture in the Hustle Sanely BFF group.
Oh well, yeah, duh.
Because next week is when I'm there, I think it's Wednesday, is the Zoom hangout thing.
Oh yay!
Because I was like, well, because I went to this is so off track. Nobody's gonna know what we're talking about. I did the work session, the Zoom work session on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I got on that. And
I was and I was contracting like crazy, but keep going.
Yeah, and Jess was like, yeah, next week is our monthly Zoom hangout. So I just typed it in the chat because we don't talk on those. Like, we don't talk. She does usually, but so I just typed in the chat and I was like, oh, well, when we do the Zoom hangout, I'll be visiting a fellow BFF. And she was like, Neva, which BFF? And I typed your name in, and and she was like, I knew it was Reni.
That.
And she was like, you have to post a picture. And I was like,
Hey, you're gonna break it.
Well, go
Don't
away
break.
then.
I'm trying to conduct it. You're gonna break it.
what is this book?
It is a cozy mystery. It's number 26 in the Mary Rath mysteries. And Mary Rath is a former CIA agent who is now a Girl Scout leader. And her Girl Scout troop gets into the shenanigans. And it's like just a bunch of ridiculousness, but it's total on purpose ridiculous.
Right.
Finley reminds me a lot of
this series.
Because I started this series, so Finley reminds me a lot of it, where it's like, yeah. And in this particular one, Marked for Murder, Mary Rath, the former CIA agent, is now a mark for the CIA. So they're like targeting her, and she has to figure out why they want her dead. And yeah. So
that's what I was talking about before the cute baby came. There are some booktubers that are out here talking about Finley Donovan Jumps the Gun. I understand that not everyone liked this book. However, I think what is a little, and this has nothing to do with Reni, because I know Reni didn't particularly like this book either.
It was okay.
But there is one, I can think of a booktuber off the top of my head who I watched talk about this book, and her complaint was how ridiculous the book was. But I feel like Finley Donovan is just a ridiculous series. like
it's total purposeful ridiculousness.
Yeah, I feel like nothing about Finley has been normal. Like, yes, Finley's character is relatable. Yes, we love Vero because she's also like the relatable best friend. Like, me and Brittany talk about how like our friendship is very like reminiscent of Finley and Vero. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it depends on which one of us is Finley and which one of us is Vero, depending on the day and what's happening in our lives. But like that, like if we had like a book friend kind of relationship, like that would be it. But like, I'm just saying, like, your nanny is not helping you do the thing.
Nobody approaches anybody at Panera Bread and says, please kill my husband.
No one overhears
something that happened.
Book pitch and then slips a note into your diaper bag, and is like, hey, pretty sure you're a hit woman.
Right. No.
You knock out my
This
husband.
is not regular stuff. It is purposefully ridiculous.
Like,
Like there are books out there that are supposed to be serious and they are ridiculous, and that is annoying as all get out. But these are supposed to be ridiculous.
And so I think I would. Now I understand people's complaint of like, this is not a great book. Like it's not on par with the other two books. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of filler content in this book that we need to move on to any other books. But it's a filler book. So like, I get it if you don't like it as much. I think I gave it 3.5 or 4 stars. And I gave the other two,
Please move that. Would you?
my chicken. I gave the other two books 5 stars, like each book 5 stars. So like I understand if you don't like it. I just feel like if you don't like it because it's ridiculous. This was never.
What have you been reading?
Well, come say hi. You want me to turn it for you? Here.
Hi guys.
Look,
Hi.
baby Eloise.
She's like, what?
She said she's so cute.
Oh.
She's so cute.
She's so
Mommy will send you pictures of her. when
Eva,
I'm okay.
Where did
But-
you say that you were seeing me in Hustle Fainley?
So how are you
What?
gonna send them?
Oh, I said it on the Zoom call
Oh.
in the work
How are you
session
gonna show
Okay.
Pictures
because
to me?
I'll send them to your dad, Ari. You're gonna be here with your dad the whole week. Made the odds ever in your favor. You'll be with your dad the whole week.
Already.
There, and when I'm with Doc and Austin, can you send me pictures? When I'm with Doc and Austin,
Sure, I'll send them to Austin.
can you send them to Doc?
Sure, I'll send them to Doc.
Since Doc is my favorite person.
I know you love Doc, don't you?
My
Yeah.
favorite person.
Everyone's saying hi to you, Reni.
Hi. Hello.
Congrats to the new mom. She said, "I'm coming. Can't find the link." That was a.
I kind of don't believe it, but I do because I have a tiny human in my arms.
Can I have that?
No,
Yes,
I had to copy and paste your link. Like Instagram wouldn't let me click on it. It was weird.
Yeah, Instagram gets cranky about letting me
It's like
click on
this has never been a problem before.
it. Yeah, see, this is like what Kiana said. The whole thing is ridiculous. And in real life, she would be in prison.
Yeah.
At this point, like,
It's like dial 8 for aunties. Like that is absolute ridiculousness too. But part of me is like, was that supposed to be serious?
so here's the thing with so
But I
Dial
still really like dial 8 for aunties. But
So I don't know yet. I loved Dial A for Aunties. The second book, 2 aunties and what was it? 4 aunties.
4 aunties in a wedding.
So I also liked this. I gave it 4 stars. I gave Dial A for Aunties 5 stars.
Me too.
And then Brittany, if I remember correctly, liked the first one and then gave the second one a low rating. Like she gave it she DNF'd it. That's
She
what it was.
DNF'd it. Yeah.
And
I can see that because like
I can see
the
why.
first one I felt like was purposefully ridiculous. The second one I felt like was trying to be serious and was too ridiculous. Like, yeah.
Because the first one was really good.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, I know it was supposed to be ridiculous, I think. I don't know, though, because I feel like the first one was ridiculous, but it was still realistic.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And everything made sense how it came out. I just think like having a second one
But I think
and that they're trying to like hold it longer.
Yeah, and it made it so that it was so ridiculous that I was like, it's not really even funny.
Yeah.
But by the time that it got
around to the end, it was a little bit more understandable how it was coming along.
Truthfully, I was so invested in these two people's relationship that I needed to know what happened. Like I couldn't DNF because I needed to know, but I did end up listening to the second half of Four Aunties and a Wedding as an audiobook. I read the first one on my Kindle in like 2 days, and I just like ate it up. And then the second one, I was like, this is just
Mama, I'm gonna go downstairs.
I have the first one as a physical book,
TV.
and I read it and
Book
listened to
you
it,
up.
and like I just really liked listening to it because of all of the is it Taiwanese?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like the foreign language, foreign to me, like it was very helpful for me to actually have the correct pronunciation in my head. So I like
that's also true. Yeah, that's also true. I think I just was so excited to read the first one that I just I think I kind of just skipped over that part because like those parts because most of them were translated into English, so it didn't really matter. You know what I mean? If you read them in the original language or not, it was enjoyable to listen to it as an listen to the second one as an audiobook and then get the pronunciation. But I was so excited to read it, and if I remember correctly, the audiobook was like weeks out, and I could get the ebook right then. So I was like, I'll just read the ebook. It's fine. But like if I was to buy them for my shelf, I would buy I want to own Dial A for Aunties because I enjoyed it so much that I would reread it. But I'm not gonna buy.
I'm not running out to buy Four Aunties and a Wedding. But
And
I love that I have Dial A for Aunties on my shelf.
I do have.
Oh, I want to read that. I have it on my shelf too.
I do have this one that I need to read this year. It's on my self-destruct. This is also by the same author, but it's a YA thriller.
Ooh.
And
there's like a Vera.
And then the Vera one just came out. I want to get that one.
I want to read that one too. I think it'll be.
But I need to read this. I got this one at Walmart, and I actually didn't realize that it was the same person because what it says down here is best-selling author of The Obsession, which is another YA thriller. So she writes YA thriller, and then I think she writes adult cozy mystery.
Well, was Dial A for Auntie her first one? Her first adult?
I think so.
Like her debut adult?
I think it was her debut adult. And then she did the Vera, whatever the fuck it is. They just came out.
Yeah.
But I want to read that one too. I had it as a pre-order, and then I forgot to turn my card back on, and so I didn't get the pre-order, but that's fine. I'm just gonna work on it. It's fine. She's gonna get my money either way. Because I really do like her writing style. I just feel like Four Aunties and a Wedding, like with the cooler, it was just the things that transpired during, because I could even get behind the main part with the mafia. That doesn't really give away a lot, but like the mafia part of it, like I could even
mafia is on the back cover.
I was like, this is a little bit out there, but sure, like I'll go with it. But then we got to like the wedding venue, and I was like, what is happening? So I understand. I wasn't upset. I mean, I was a little sad that she didn't like the second one, but I wasn't like, I understood why she DNF'd it. Especially when she was like, it's 17 pages of blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah. She's like, I had to DNF. And I was like, I understand. I get it. I was so invested in the relationship at this point that I was like, I need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all get a happily ever after, or is this all for nothing?
Right. Yeah.
Everyone's saying hi to the baby and to Reni. We love a baby. I'm not having any more babies, so I have to just like listen. I woke Mr. Reading when he was straight up out of his sleep when I saw I knew that Reni had probably had her baby. Like I knew she was in labor, but I fell asleep, and then I opened up the Bessie's chat, and she had posted in there before she posted on like Instagram, I think, and she posted that the baby was born. I literally I was like to Mr. Reading when he was back, and he was like, "What?" I was like, "Reni had her baby," and he was like, "Congratulations, Reni," and then he started snoring. So I woke him right out of his sleep. Right out of his sleep.
Poor guy.
Yeah, you really do look amazing, honestly, Reni. I know you don't feel amazing. Like, I get it. But, like, you look great.
Yeah.
Reni's like, I feel disgusting, but it's fine. Yeah. She looks
well. Plus, she had a tongue tie, so like breastfeeding really, really, really hurt. And I was like, oh, this is awful. But they fixed it already, like before we left, because I was freaking out because she was not really eating and
Yeah.
was losing a lot of weight. So they fixed it and she's doing much better. But my boobs hurt because of that.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have
that's rough.
like cream and stuff.
Yeah, I have all the things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kenny said, "Tell Dad congrats as well."
Thank you.
Is it the norm that you're home this fast? Yeah.
Yeah, they only keep you for like 2 days unless you
Florida,
have a problem.
yeah, America. Okay, Florida and Iowa are the only two states I've ever given birth in, but both places they want you up and out of there in like 2 days, unless you had complications. If you have complications, they keep you longer. But like even my sister who had a preemie, she was discharged from the hospital 3 days after she gave birth, and then even though the baby was still in the hospital,
You're right. The baby will
she
stay.
just
Yeah.
went back
Yeah.
and sat with the baby. So yeah. Even though it's been a while since I've had friends that gave birth, so who knows if it is still like that. Yeah. It probably is.
They're literally
Bro, just Europe
for
has
2
way
days.
better healthcare than we do. So.
But I didn't want to stay for more than 2 days. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Jean.
Jean, Ari is come and gone. She took my French fries from my chicken.
Lincoln is at Target with Grandma because he is not adjusting well. So it's okay. He's
I'll
just
also
Okay.
he can't be loud like he used to be, and that is okay. So
It's a big adjustment.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Oh, thank you.
how do you take it with Carl come back in Reni and Eloise are here? Yeah, Ari came in and she was like, "Oh, did you get me French fries?" And I was like, "They came with my meal, bro. If you want them, go eat them."
Lincoln literally did that to me in the hospital. Like he had come to visit, and my friend had gotten me food, and he just like grabs my food and starts eating it, and I was like, "Excuse me," and he's like, "We're sharing."
That's what Ari does too. She'll be like, "You can have this."
I'm
that
like,
I don't
you're
want.
stealing from the woman that just gave birth?
Right. Ari literally came in. She saw the Joella's bag, which is right here, and she's like, "Can you move your chicken, please?" Because my chicken was like sitting on the edge of her blanket. God forbid, like the box of chicken, not like the actual chicken. And I moved it, and she comes over into the bag, and she's like, "Oh, did you get me French fries?" And I was like, "They came with the meal, bro. Do you want the French fries?" She was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go eat these downstairs." And I'm like, "Okay." I was like. Take them. Like clearly I'm not eating. Like I only ever get the French fries because I know she'll eat them. But like I really just want the chicken. Like I don't want the sides. But you can't get 3 tenders unless you're gonna pay for individual tenders, and then it's like expensive. I mean it's already expensive, but yay! Congratulations!
Yay!
You waking up?
Congratulations.
Oh, what's wrong?
So Tina ordered books. She got 6 Cozy Mysteries, and 2 of them are pre-orders. Wonderful.
You awake?
Day Isle A for Aunties was cute. Yeah, I liked that one. I just didn't really I didn't really enjoy the second one as much.
No. I mean, it was still 4 stars, but it was just a letdown after how much I liked
the first one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. Read Thursday Murder Club. Absolutely.
I
love
was gonna say
Murder Club.
I was gonna say I haven't read this yet. I need to, but I know Brittany read it, and I think she gave it 5 stars.
I gave it 5 stars. It is like the Golden Girls, and
well, then I need that in my life because
somebody said it's like the Golden Girls and Only Murders in the Building.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Like it is.
I love both of those shows.
It's so much fun, and it's just like all of their pasts come in. Oh, it's so good. It's so.
Well,
I love the whole series. I've read.
Yeah, I need to read them.
I've read the first 3 books, and I just love them.
This has reminded me that I'm glad we're moving the Throne of Glass live discussion because haha, I have not read that.
Yeah, we're just gonna move that probably to like the first week of May or something.
I will have read it hopefully by then.
Because I think I'm still the only person that's read it.
Well, then my question is, am I going to get any reading done outside of our sprints when we're together? Probably not. So like
here's what we can do, Reni. You and
Okay.
me, we can schedule reading time.
We gonna have to,
Yeah.
or else Rainy is going
You
to be.
can have scheduled times where
to
Nina
be
holds the baby so you can read.
Like Rainy needs to finish Daisy Hates.
Because to be
Rainy
honest with you,
finished
I'm
Northwest.
waiting to finish Daisy Hates until I come to your house. Because I'm not done with it.
Okay, we can finish it then.
We can read it together. And
Okay.
like my thing is like I know we're gonna probably film some videos and stuff together and all that stuff. So like we can do that. And like I just feel like maybe we can motivate each other to read. Because I'm not bringing any physical books with me. Just in case I buy some when I'm there. Because I'm only bringing one bag. Have I shown you my duffel bag?
No, but remember the Friends of the Library sale is happening while you're
I know,
here.
and we're going to that on Monday, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm going to buy books.
Oh, we will.
So I've purposely left room in the top of my duffel bag. Maybe I should have got the large one.
You need to stop somewhere and get a box so you can send yourself the books you buy.
I know.
Bring it
I
on
probably
airline.
do need to do that. I might actually do that. Because if I do like a
Media-
flat
I mean, media mail, you just like
yeah, if I do like
only
a
have
media
books
mail
in.
or a flat rate box, like it wouldn't
Yeah.
even cost that much.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I left room just in case. So all I'm taking with me as far as like books go, I obviously have my phone, so I'll have audiobooks, but then just my Kindle. Like I have a bunch of stuff downloaded to my Kindle. So, but Daisy Hates, I don't even have a physical copy of that anyway. So,
Yeah.
yeah, in America they send you home very fast. Everyone's saying congratulations, congratulations, love babies in this chat. Okay, Tina said she's adding Thursday Murder Club to her TBR.
Hey, it's okay.
I know Brittany read it also, and I'm pretty sure she gave it 5 stars because she immediately was like, I'm going to be continuing. I think it was like in a vlog or something, and she was like, I'm going to be continuing this.
I love it. And
Brittany going on sprints today.
What?
Is Brittany joining sprints today?
Yes, she messaged me earlier this morning because she was gonna get on with me like at noon, and then she messaged me and she was like, I'll probably be on around 8 p.m.
Oh, okay, so
Her day has been a little rough. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, it's fine. Because I purposely planned these 24-hour sprints around Brittany because she's missed the last 2. And I feel badly that she's missed them. And also she's sad that she's missed them. So it's just sadness all around.
Well, I was like, well, I gotta pop back on because Brittany's gonna be like, you guys met the baby and I didn't. What?
I know that's gonna be so. She's gonna be so upset. Plus, like Kelsey isn't gonna be able to get on until after 5 anyway.
Oh well, then okay, I'll come back.
5 or 6 is usually.
Although I am right now gonna. I'll probably keep this on, but I might pop off. Who knows? But I'm gonna go shower because I feel.
Yes, go shower. We're about to start a sprint anyway here in a minute.
I
Because
wanted to shower at the hospital, but I didn't bring my blow dryer and my bangs. Otherwise, and then also I was like, I'm gonna be sleeping in this bed, and all that. I was like,
never mind. Yeah. Well, I was gonna start a sprint, and then Amy popped on.
Yeah.
And then you were like, stay in the chat. So I was like, cool.
We're like, we're not fighting with
Rainy does need to sleep. I mean, Rainy is also going to sleep.
Yes.
But we're probably also going to read.
I will sleep.
You know? And the cool thing is, like, maybe I won't. I was gonna switch my sleep schedule for when I'm there because I was like, oh, I need to be like awake during the day. But now I'm thinking this might be to Rainy's advantage, really, because now I can be like, it's fine, Rainy. Just feed the baby and then I'll hold her in the other.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? Because I'm up at nighttime.
Well, you might still need to be up at daytime, though.
I mean, I'll be up at daytime too. I figured out how to somehow I make it through the weekend, so
okay.
I can.
Eva gonna be more tired than Rainy.
You're welcome, Kiana. You're welcome. Because we love Ice Planet Barbarians. Actually, I'm on book 3.
All right, I'm showering. I'll be back.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
I'm on book 3 of Ice Planet Barbarians because I'm trying to get caught up before, what is it, like May 5th or May 9th or whatever it is, that Leandra and Brittany are doing their next Ice Planet Barbarians read, and they're both on book 5. So I'm trying to get caught up, but they're all on Scribd, so it's like, and they're not very long. They're like only like 6-hour audiobooks at normal speed. So it's not been hard, to catch up. And I'm like really enjoying them. It's a little weird to have smut like read to you, but it's fine.
Speaking of getting read to, the
Yeah.
audiobook for Thursday Murder Club is very good. Because the guy is British, so.
Well, and Tina only.
If you're like me and love having British in your head.
I love it. Yeah, and Tina, I think, does exclusively audio. I don't think she does any other reading medium. Tina said she's waiting until Brittany and Leandra get to book 9 of IPB to read it. Yeah, because she's on book 9. Brooklyn is also waiting to read book 9 until they get there. Yeah, I read book 1 like last year with Aaron from Aaron Megan, and we read it in like a Discord chat, and then I just never picked up book 2, and then I picked up book 2 when Leandra and Brittany started doing their little read along or the monthly IPB streams, and they both got to book 5 during the last one, so I was like, okay, well, let me get to book 5 and then I'll so like for the next one, that way I'm reading them like with y'all, you know what I mean? Like then I feel like it's like a buddy read. I mean, I think that they're fun. It's just a little bit jarring sometimes to listen to them be like read to you, if that makes sense, because like it is smut that's being read.
No, it makes sense.
Like, so I'm like sitting here like listening with my ears, and I'm like, and here's the thing is like I know I keep a straight face when I listen to smut, because Mr. Reading Winiva has told me before, like he'll be like, what are you listening to? I'll be like, Ice Planet Barbarians. And he'll be like, are you serious? He's like, isn't that the blue alien one? And I'm like, yeah. And he was like, and he'll be like, and I'm like, what? And he's like, you're not even making a face. So like I know that I listen to it and like I don't really make a reaction. But also it just feels weird to listen to it like at work. So like I don't. I like listen to it at home. But also there's been a couple times where I've been listening to it like without headphones in, like after Ari's asleep. So I'll have like my phone, like I set my phone, especially when I'm on sprints, I'll have my phone like sitting like on my computer, and I'll be like listening and like playing my game or whatever, and then he'll walk in here and all he'll see is me grab my phone and be like trying to stop it, and he'll be like, what are you listening to? And I'm like, Ice Planet Barbarians. How can I help you? Elise's has read them all. And Tina said that's one reason she doesn't read romance that much, because she's so scared her headphones are gonna disconnect. I don't even care if my headphones disconnect. It's just the fact of like when I'm listening to Ice Planet Barbarians and like I walk into like a main room of the house. Like if I'm listening to Ice Planet Barbarians and I walk into the kitchen and like Austin is in the kitchen, I just feel awkward. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like,
a little awkward. Yeah.
Like he can't hear it, but like I can hear it. It just feels awkward.
You know what you're listening to.
Right. Tina said when I was 15, I didn't care, but I have to wait until the dark of night not to be panicking. I mean, if I'm in my room, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like if I'm in here and I'm like relaxed and I'm like,
you walk into the room and like if somebody walks into your room, like they've got to just deal with whatever you're listening to. Like,
well, he'll be like, he's walked in. Oh, okay. So when I was listening to book 2, because I was listening to book 2 when I was like in a slump, and I don't even think that I marked it, so now I have to try to remember when I read it exactly. But I listened to book 2 this month, but I was in a slump. It was like at the beginning of the month, and he walked in, and they was definitely like a steamy part, baby. Like they were talking about getting down with the get down and how big things were and all this stuff, and he just stood in the doorway like this. And I was like, can I help you? What do you want? And he's like, what are you listening to? And I'm like, Ice Planet Barbarians. Do you need something? And he like was talking to me, and then I was like, all right, cool. And I'm like, I'm gonna go back to my book now. And he was like, okay. But like if you just walk in, I mean, he's really the only person that just walks in. Most people knock. But like if he just walks in here and that's what you hear,
that's not him.
I mean, at this point, he's on A Court of Silver Flames, and he was like, this is straight smut. And I'm like, it's fantasy romance, my guy. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I tried to warn you. This Sarah J. Maas writes steamy scenes in a lot of her books, and like even Throne of Glass gets steamy at the end. he didn't believe me. And then I was like, well, you can read A Court of Thorns and Roses. That's like the next series that I would tell you to read if you want to continue with Saturday Math. And he was like, he like read through book 1 and he was like, they're talking about private parts also. And I'm like, it's adult fantasy romance. Like, I can't give him
talk about body parts.
I can't give him the Plated Prisoner series because listen, Guild, the first book, the book opens with an orgy. That's what it opens with. And I didn't know that. Like when I read the book, because I read it last year when there were a bunch of them, like Raven Hair Reader. There was like a whole like that whole little group of romance readers. They were doing like a read along of that series, and I read the first book, and then I never moved on. But anyway, I read the first book, and I was like, cool. And I opened it up on my Kindle, and I started reading, and I was like, what have I walked into? I mean, it was enjoyable. I gave it 4 stars, but I'm just saying, like, I don't understand. Like, I told him, I'm like, do you not want steam in your books? Because, like, if you don't want steam, like, that's cool, but, like, then I'm not the person to give you recommendations. Because basically every book I read, somewhere, someone is having sex. I don't I'm sorry. Like, I think the only thing that I read where there's not, like, a lot of explicit detail is, like, a lot of my thrillers, I guess, don't have it. Because, like, you don't really need that in a thriller, you know?
Yeah.
But, like, he said he wanted to read Delilah Green Doesn't Care. And I was like, okay, well, it's sapphic, but I also need you to know that it's steamy, buddy. Like, it's... And he's like, are you sure? And I was like, yes, I'm sure I read it. Like, I know. It's steamy, buddy. Like, it's steamy. I was like, I know that it's got, like, a cutesy cover. That's how they get you. Romance. They give you, like, a cartoon cover that makes it look like it's going to be wholesome, and then they just punch you in the face with the steam. It's fine. I mean, Reni warned me about that. She was like, this one is steamy, but, like, spoiler alert, has, like, a cutesy cover, and no one told me that one was steamy, so I listened to it at work.
Really?
I listened to
it. I'm gonna read that one.
I mean, I listened to it when I worked at Dunkin', so it was a little bit different. But like, I will never forget the first steamy scene in that book because I was literally taking an order like over the headset, and it started, and I didn't expect it, and I said, "Oh my god!" Like that, like as this woman is giving me her order, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was like, "I'm sorry, I'm good." What else can I get you? Like, because he just caught me off guard. And then, like, I went to my friend who had suggested this to me, and I was like, you didn't tell me that this was steamy. And she's like, I thought you liked steamy books. And I was like, I do. But, like, I wouldn't have listened to it at work if I had known. You know? It's fine. But, like, I would have chosen to not listen to it at work. Like, I would have listened to it somewhere else. But spoiler alert, has a very cutesy cover.
It does. It does.
But it's got great plus size rep, and the steam is great in it. Like,
that's what I hear.
Are top notch. But like, if you're not expecting it, you would never think that it has it in there.
Yeah.
So, I read that. I work at a bank and listen to steamy. Yeah, I mean, I also feel like it depends on where you work. Like, I work with a lot of teenagers, so I think that's why it's like,
yeah.
Because then if they're like, "What are you listening to?"
Right. Like if I was at, my, parochial school, middle school job, listening to steamy novels, and they asked me what I was reading, I wouldn't be able to lie to them. I mean,
that's the thing is I can't lie.
Read when I lie. Like, I can't lie. So like, yeah. So I don't talk to them about.
Yeah, that's my thing. And like,
I don't make a point to talk to them about steamy novels I'm listening to, or reading. So then when they ask me about what I'm reading,
you can tell them it's something else because you're actually listening to something else at work. Yeah. Right. Because my thing is, like, there are some people at my job that, like, I will talk to, like AJ, like, I'll tell him what I'm reading, but he's 23. You know what I'm saying? So, like, fine. But, like, Jana is 16 or 17 years old. Like, I know she's like about to be 18, but like I met you when you were 17, ma'am.
Yeah.
So like, no, I'm not going to tell you about this book that I'm reading. I'm just not going to do that. Because she'll be like, oh, what are you reading? And I always have like a book that like I'm reading, but it's maybe not like my main book. Like when I was reading the fine print, like I had another book on my Kindle, which was Throne of Glass, that I would read at work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because she would have been like, oh, the fine print, what is that about? And then I have to be like, oh, you know, it's adult Disney World and it's got Steam. Like, you don't need to know. That's like they watched I guess a couple of them watched my wrap up last month. Like while they were at work, AJ turned it on. And I was like, the first half of this is me talking about smut. And he was like, no, you were talking about like fantasy or something. So like they had just missed me talking about smut, but I was like, the last thing I need is like their parents being like, why is my child reading this book? I mean, first of all,
by that point, their parents are not going to come back. They're going to be like, my kid is reading. That's awesome. Or my kid is reading too much. Make them stop. Like that's how parents react to reading. They don't care at that point.
And I'm just like,
in my experience.
I mean, at least, the kids that I work with obviously have to be like of working age. So I know that they're at least not like under the age of 15. But even then, I'm like.
And honestly, the amount of YA that has all of that in it is insane. Like this, like there's a lot of YA towards them that have those kind of steamy scenes in it. That like.
Yeah, because I've actually put YA books down for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
Not because I don't think that it's important for there to be that representation, because like you're real naive if you think that there are teenagers out here that aren't having sex. Like if you think every teenager is not having sex, not every teenager is doing it. But if you believe
but there are teenagers that are, and it's reality.
So I think that it's important for that representation in books that are meant for people of that age bracket, so that the teenagers that are sexually active don't feel like they're doing something wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as a 31-year-old grown woman, I don't want to read it.
No.
I don't want to read about teenagers.
I don't want to read teenagers having sex. I just don't.
No.
I don't.
Thank you. Because sometimes, depending on like what the like nature of the sexual content is, sometimes I don't even want to read about adults doing it.
Right.
There was a book last year for Smutathon. I ended up just like not doing Smutathon because the first book that I picked up put me off so badly. And here's the thing is like I want to read this book series. That's the problem. The book is called Sinner, but there is something there's a kink in this book that I cannot get behind. That has to do with a firearm. I can't get like, and the thing is the first time it happened, I was like, okay, fine. Hello, Destiny. Welcome to 24 Hour Sprints. It's chaos around here. Destiny, have you been to 24 Hour Sprints before?
Yeah, she has.
I think you have. Okay, so
still jump in and out.
We've had a few people that are new that I'm kind of like, y'all might have left by now, and that's okay. The first time that it happened, this book, it happened really early in the book. So I was like, all right, cool. Maybe it won't happen again, right? Because like I understood why it was going on, but I was still like, I panicked like on the inside, like it gave me anxiety. Then it happened again, and I was like, no, I can't do this. And so like I don't know. I know someone else that read this book series and really enjoyed the book series. That also, and I like taboo romance. That's the thing. Like taboo romance, like the more taboo, the better for me. But like this was just, I could not do it. The anxiety. So I need to actually talk to my friend that did read this series and really enjoyed it and ask her if there's any way to, like, if I can just skip over those scenes and still understand what's going on. Because if I can skip over the scenes, then I could read the book. But if those scenes are actually like important to things that happen later on,
They seldom are.
I'm gonna have to pass. I can't say it on YouTube because like I don't want them to like strike my channel, but like the besties know, because when I was reading it, I literally texted Brittany and I was like, I can't do this. And she was like, what happened? And I literally told her exactly what, and she was like, oh no. And I was like, anxiety. Like I have anxiety even thinking about it.
What Tina said in the comments. Oh.
I've never read that before, but I know that it happened. Yes. And this is why I think I have.
Okay, so I've heard about that scene in Den of Vipers, so I'm pretty sure I know what you're saying.
This is why I haven't picked up Den of Vipers. Here, I'll put it in the private chat. I'm just gonna put like what the kink is. I'm not gonna give like tales, but like this is why I haven't picked up Den of Vipers, because I just, and I'm not gonna kink shame.
I've heard about that scene in Den of Vipers.
If that's a thing that you want to do, that's great. My problem, and I don't know if this happens in that scene in Den of Vipers or not, my problem is that the weapon that is used is loaded, or we're supposed to believe that it's loaded. And so this whole time, like in my brain, I'm like, I don't know, like what is going to happen.
No.
Which obviously is not going to happen in the book because it's a book. You know what I'm saying? But I was just like, I can't do this. And I literally gave Brittany all the details, and she was like, I'm going to need you to put that book down. And I was like, I promptly hit return to Kindle Unlimited because my brain would have forgotten that this happened in this book. And then somebody shared about this series the other day on Instagram, and it just brought it all back for me. And I was like, I want to read it though. Like I want to read it.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's what the whole first book is, I can't. No.
Mm.
No. Okay, so this book series I'm talking about is dark romance. There is plot to it. It's not erotica, because to me, erotica is when it's mainly the erotic part and not as much plot. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of stuff that's marketed as erotica doesn't have a ton of plot. This book series does have plot. Like there's a point to this book series. There's like a whole story outside. Like if you took the sex scenes out, there would still be a story. I just can't get behind that first thing. Off work, finally going to read after I pick up my pizza. Yeah, I think Ori wants pizza for dinner for the third night in a row, so we're probably having that for dinner. I did read up to the other weapon scene in Den of Vipers. Yeah, and I want to read Den of Vipers. Like the premise of Den of Vipers feels like something that I would love.
No, I would hate it.
But I just like, and again, I'm not here to kink shame. Like if that's like to do, and I know people that do that, but they don't use like actual things. Like there are props that you use for that make it feel like the thing, but it's not the thing. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna kink shame somebody because probably the things that I like, some other people don't. I know for a fact that things I like that other people don't.
Right.
That is a hard line for
That's
me. Like,
not
I even said it to Mr. Redo, and he looked at me and he was like trying to gauge, you know what I mean? And he looked at me and he was like, this is not a thing that you want, is it? And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I'm trying to tell you that I'm traumatized. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And he was like, oh, thank God. And I was like, I'm literally trying to tell you how traumatized I am by these two scenes in this book, and you're over here trying to figure out if this is something that I'm going to ask you to do. No, it's not. I'm definitely not going to. You weirdo? No. Maybe? Let me show it to you. Let me show it to you. Hold on. Because Sinner is the first book in this series, I'm pretty sure. At least I think it's called Sinner. Maybe it's called something else. I don't know what the original covers for this look like. Hold on.
Sinner is the second book in the pre-series.
No, so
like
it's not in the
original.
pre-series. It's a different series because the one that I'm thinking of is the first book. I'm trying to see if I can find it because, like, now I'm thinking maybe it's not called Sinner because now it's like not like because I know what the cover looks like because it's a chick like on her knees with a dude like standing in front of her, and like you can only see like his torso. But now I'm thinking it's not called Sinner, and now I can't remember what it's. Yes, The Sinner. That's what it's called. Is The Sinner. It looks like this. It's a dark college romance. That's what see, and that's what got me was a dark college romance because the whole premise of this is that the main male character is in this like elite college that has like an underground it's like an underground like a secret society that he's joining, and like the whole premise of this is that they're not allowed, like the men in this society are not allowed to have sex until they've graduated. That's the whole premise of this, which is why this specific thing that happens in the book comes into play, is because he can't actually have sex with her. But I'm also like, you could have just used your hand, sir. Just my opinion. But it looks like this.
Okay.
And like the
I
cover,
mean, I'm not interested in reading it after.
right? But like the cover, well, I
still wanted to see the cover, right? No, like
yeah.
no, I did.
It's by Chantal Tessier, and like the premise of these books and the covers are intriguing to me. Like I would put these covers on my shelf, to be honest with you. And like the little tagline says, even the devil needs a pet, and he's decided to make her his. Like the premise of the book was good to me. Like everything about this book was good to me until I read it. And then I was like, this part is not good to me. This is not good. What is this? Why we had to do this? Yeah. But there are other books by this same author. I guess I don't know if they're, I mean, people kind of lump her books together because they have very similar titles. Like they have very similar covers. So like there's the Sinner, there's the Sacrifice, the Ritual. Those are the three that are kind of put all together. But the Sacrifice is a revenge romance, and then the Ritual is also a dark college romance. And I think they all take place in this college setting. Put that down.
I want to give it to Daddy.
Is Daddy home? Just give it to me.
Can I go and put it in
No,
their room?
just put it back where it was. Thank you. Go play in your room or go read a book or something. Good morning.
One of my friends just wrote a review about 4 aunties in a wedding. Stopped at 27%.
I mean, that's fair.
Right?
That's fair. All right, let's do a sprint now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you're going to go play in your room. Okay? Come start it.
Mom, what are we?
Yes, we're having pizza because that's what you want, right?
I was gonna have pizza, but if you didn't want pizza, I was gonna plan to make noodles if you didn't want pizza.
Well, which one do you want, bro?
Which one do you want?
I'll eat whatever.
Eat whatever.
If I don't want noodles, I'll just make you noodles and make myself cheesy rice and broccoli. Like, don't worry about me. What do you want?
I think you would eat cheesy rice and broccoli.
Ma'am, come start this sprint and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, say happy reading.
Happy reading. Is this your turn?
Yes, click it.
Why are you doing the cat timer? Last time you scared Daddy.
Hello. Give me one moment. This is a terrible, terrible angle. Give me 1 second. What did we land on, Ari? Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Wait. Why did you?
No, wait, I remember where we landed. Okay, Ari and I just filmed the next roll, so I'm about to post it.
Ooh.
Ari wanted to roll the dice, so sorry, but she's definitely talking in the video.
I'm sorry.
So it's literally a mistake.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Are you listening to this book? Mom, did you finish the Rapunzel book?
I finished that months ago.
No. Remember when I chose
Yeah,
all
when
those
when we
books?
made your thumbnail, that was
my
last
thumbnail.
month, buddy. That's been done.
Is it done already?
Yeah, people watched that video.
No, my thumbnail.
Yes, they watched it.
Okay,
Mhm.
so tomorrow, can I watch my thumbnail?
Sure, when you get TV back tomorrow, sure.
Mom?
Sure, you can watch the video that I made about the books that I read. Reni will be back later. She went to go set up baby stuff while the baby sleeps. So she's gonna come back later, Brittany, so you can see the baby.
I was gonna say I miss Reni. I'm so sad.
She was like, I'm gonna go take, because she was like, I feel disgusting because you're talking about telling her how good she looks because she looks so good after giving birth. I did not look that good.
Yeah, I was useless.
Well, I haven't given birth, but I can imagine I would not look great.
And she was like, I'm just gonna go take a shower. But then she did put in the private chat that she was gonna go set stuff up while Eloise is sleeping. But she did promise that she's gonna come back for you and Kelsey, because she was like, if I don't come back for Brittany, at least Brittany's gonna be like, maybe I got to meet the baby and I didn't. That's rude.
I'm glad that she knows.
Especially since
I
you
get to
guys
fly
are
out there
in person.
in one day and like hold the baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm so excited, to be honest.
I'm very jealous that you get to go and hold the baby.
One day,
Not gonna lie.
me to visit Reni so I can hold the baby. in
Sure.
person?
Sure. You're welcome. Ari's not very happy that she doesn't get to hold the baby either. So.
I mean, that's fair. I'm not very happy about it either. So Ari, we can have the same feelings together.
You hear her? She said it's not fair.
It isn't fair. I agree.
I know, but you're gonna stay here with your dad and you're gonna have a grand old time.
No, I'm not.
Not without holding the baby.
She's like, lies.
You don't think you're gonna have a good
Upset like a squash.
upset like a.
squash.
You don't think you're gonna have a good time with your dad?
I love him, but no.
Yeah.
I stay with my dad.
Uh-huh.
And
I love him, but no.
Love him,
That's
No.
fair.
Oh, so it's not fair because you have to stay here with your dad and I get to hold the baby. Is that what you're saying?
It's not
But are you gonna? But are you?
fair.
I know it's not fair, but are you gonna have fun with your dad though? That's the question I'm asking.
I'm going to, but I just want to hold the baby.
I got you. She said I love him, but
But no. With a little bit of attitude too. She was like, but no.
all right. What are you reading, Britt?
I'm editing, so I'm not reading anything.
Oh, what are you editing? A vlog?
A video for tomorrow. I need to edit. I don't know which one I'm going to post. I filmed 2 videos today, and one of them is going to go up tomorrow.
Oh, I need to edit a video. But
I actually need to make a thumbnail. I need
Mommy,
Brittany. I'm gonna have to message you because I need.
read one of my Johnny B. Jones books.
I'm gonna need more information.
In your room, you can read it. Get a Junie B. Jones book.
You don't usually let me read books.
Well, you know what? Today, because you don't have TV, I'm gonna make an exception. But you need to make sure that the Junie B. Jones book comes back. This is not beer. This is water. You need to make sure that the Junie B. Jones books come back in here before you go to bed. Okay? But you can get them.
Okay, did you just make that thumbnail?
That's not a thumbnail. The video was just playing, and I couldn't figure out what was talking. It freaked me out.
Mommy,
That scared me
Mommy,
so bad.
Mommy, did the camera see my hand
Yes.
roll the dice?
Yes, get your Junie B. Jones books, please. Wow, that scared the life out of me. I was uploading the video, and you know how when you if you upload from your phone, I don't know how many people do this, but if you
Okay,
upload from your
Mom,
phone, it plays like
I
it
need
plays
all
the
of
video
this
for you.
stuff to be moved.
Oh. Gotcha.
So like, okay, so like on this screen,
What was this?
it was the chips, not chips. They're chips in other parts of the world. French fries. Get your Judy B. Jones books, man. Okay, so like I'll show you. So like on your phone, like you get this screen when you go to the plus sign, like the plus sign right here.
Mhm.
When you hit that and then you hit upload a video, it brings up your camera roll. And then when you click the video, it will play the video for you.
Oh, okay.
So you can, because then you have the option to edit it into a short.
Mom, can you help me take this rabbit book to my room?
I'll bring it to you in a minute, yeah. Or you can go put the Junie B. Jones books away, and then you can come get Peter Rabbit and other stories.
I'll do that.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Glad we got that figured out. Okay. Ma'am?
Why is there clothes in a box?
Because they're your dad's clothes that need to be washed. Which
Oh my God.
which means I'm probably gonna have to wash them and then put them in his drawer because I don't think he's going to wash them. Okay, go ahead.
He always washes.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, anyways, so to elaborate, because I got interrupted and then lost my train of thought, clearly. I'm going to need your help because I need to make a thumbnail for my April reading journal planner setup.
Okay.
A heavy book.
But I have an idea, but I need someone to tell me if it's a good idea. So I'm going to message you.
Okay.
Because it's a bookmark.
Good.
It's a bookmark. Go take it to your room, please. Go read your book. Thank you. Love you so much. Goodbye.
Oh, I forgot the line book.
Well,
I'm gonna put this away in the.
no, read that one first, and then when you're done with Peter Rabbit, you can come get The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Okay, that's the name of the book.
Yeah,
Oh my God!
it's the illustrated version.
Tomorrow I am watching that movie, and what is it on?
I will look. I will find it.
What is it on?
I don't know what Chronicles of Narnia is on, so I'll have to look and see.
I think.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to buy it for you. Go ahead.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness, I know.
That
Goodbye.
costs money.
Yes, to buy things costs money. My God. Anyway, she does not have TV because this morning, instead of getting dressed, she decided to go downstairs in her pajamas and watch TV for an hour after telling me that she was dressed. So she almost missed her bus this morning.
Oh no.
Gotcha.
That
and then
was a bad
she was
choice.
like, and then I was like, because I literally came out of my room at 7 because I was like, well, she's dressed. So her bus comes at between 7:10 and 7:15. So I was like, that's fine. Like, that gives us plenty of time for shoes. I heard the TV, so I was like, okay, I told her no TV, but like, I'll let it go because she's dressed. She comes upstairs in her pajamas, and I was like, ma'am, you have 5 minutes before this bus gets here.
The 2005 version is available on Disney Plus.
I was going to say it must be on Disney Plus.
That's what she wants to watch, is a 2005 version. But so I told her, I was like, under no circumstances you ask me for a TV after school. I was like, because if you miss this bus, you have to go wake your dad up. And you're going to tell him why you missed the bus. It's not going to be any like, oh, we overslept type thing. Because the last time she missed the bus, it was my fault. I overslept. But I'm like, you're going to get to tell him. Well, then I had to tell him that she doesn't get TV until tomorrow because she will try to do well, daddy doesn't know I don't have TV.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And then he gets in trouble for letting her watch it. So I have to make sure that I tell him. So I was like, she doesn't get TV. So he was like, what did you do that you don't get TV? I got into some. I'm so sorry. She like started crying about it. And I was like, I'm not serious. So I told him why. And he was like, okay. And he's like, you just have to take your punishment and then you can have TV tomorrow. But she like had like a mental breakdown. It wasn't even that serious. But yeah, I need to get my April journal up so I can do my May one. But it's so long. Like if no one watches this, it's okay. It's like 30 minutes. Because I recorded it on my iPad, like a screen recording.
Mm-hmm.
And I just spoke over, like I was just explaining over the screen recording what I was doing. So there's no way to edit it. I was just like, this is the journal. This is what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't figure out like a nice way to like have my phone down over the top and you like see my hand. Because then I could have.
Can you separate the audio? Can you do that in YouTube?
I don't know.
Yeah, I only edit on iMovie.
I
so
could
have no
probably
idea what you
separate.
can
I
do.
could probably get rid of the I could probably mute the audio in iMovie.
Because if you separate the
do
audio, then
That
you can
new
like,
voiceover.
yeah.
I might be able to do that. I don't know. Because what I should
Or
have
you
done.
could. You
What I
could
should-
do like, sorry.
No, what I should have done is like what I used to do on my planning channel, because I have a planning channel. I have like 20 subscribers on there, but I have a planning channel. And what I used to do is I never talked over those because I never knew what to say, because like that was back before I was doing booktube. So like I wasn't trying to talk to a camera. You know what I mean? But I would screen record and then put music over it. But I've seen people that I follow that do digital planning will either screen record and then do a voiceover over the screen recording, and that's what I should have done. But I did this at like 12:30 in the morning, and I just wanted to get it done. Like it was late. Like I just wanted to get it done because I was like, you keep procrastinating doing this, so it's like just do it, stupid. So like I just did it. So I think for May I will do a separate voiceover.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a lot of like I don't know really what to say, so I'm like blah, blah, a lot, you know what I mean? And there's like no way to like redo that part, but it's okay. What did you give your audiobook? So glad you finished. This is so because no one's gonna know what this means. So Cassie broke her foot and she's on
Oh, no.
She works at, do you work at Lowe's or Home Depot? Menards. She works at one of those places, one of the hardware stores. Anyway, we live in the same state. We live a few hours from each other. I know Amy's laughing because I'm like,
Amy, you just lost Amy.
I literally just named every hardware store in the Midwest. It's
Like every single one. Like that's all the places.
that's all. Well, there's Ace Hardware. I forgot that one.
Oh,
But she doesn't work at Ace. I know she doesn't work there. But she works at one of the hardware stores in Indiana. We live in the same state, but she's a few hours from me. But she dropped a door on her foot the other day.
ow!
She broke her foot. It's not funny.
Oh,
It's
my
not
goodness.
funny. But like when she sent the pictures to, so I have two besties group chats. Okay, so I have you guys, like you with Brittany, the book besties, and then I have the original book besties from like last year. We became, I'm not going to name who's in that group because people that are in the big group I don't need that karma, but we have a smaller group from a bigger group for reasons. Okay, so Cassie is in that group with me, and she sent a picture of her foot to the group chat, bro, and I started laughing because I wanted to cry. Like when I saw her foot, like nervous laughter because I wanted to. Oh my god, it's terrible. Anyway, so she's off work. She has like vacation this week. So she messaged me and was like, do you have any sprints? And then she's like, that's why this comment is, I answered the question I just messaged you, because she asked me and I didn't answer her quick enough because I was doing something else. And so she opened up YouTube and saw the sprints. And I was like, yeah, we're going till noon tomorrow. So.
I have a question. Can you hear the people doing construction outside of my house?
No.
You can't hear that banging because it sounds very loud to me, and I just want to make sure.
All I hear is the teenager in my house listening to music.
Great, awesome. I was just going to mute my mic, but if no one can hear it.
Can anyone hear his music?
No.
Okay, great. Everyone's saying hi to Brittany. Tina said hi, and Nicole said hi. Tina ate dinner and watched YouTube. Wonderful. Hi to Brittany. Just putting the finishing touches on my cross stitch magazine. Wonderful. And having her morning coffee because it's morning for her.
Just forget that.
Yeah, Ari's hilarious. That's what this is. This is reaction to Ari. I decided to look at a library near me events, and they have like a bunch of book clubs. That's so fun.
Nice.
Let me know if you're ready, Ari. Nicole says you are so funny.
I'm not.
Okay.
Mommy. So are you packing books when I go to the bus so I can get someplace?
So
Are you packing all my books that I have in my room?
No, I'm not doing that. But here's
Why can't you pack
so
the rabbit?
listen. Here's my plan. Either you can take 2 or 3 books from here, or I can try to get you. I was gonna try to get you a kid's Kindle unless you take. Sorry, that was cat. And let you take that because then you can have a bunch of books just on your Kindle.
Can I have it on the plane?
Yeah, like mommy does.
So I'm gonna be with a different flyer.
I don't know yet how you're gonna get there.
So,
But
so
I'll
you're
probably
not
get
gonna-
you.
So you're not gonna be next to me. So you're not gonna be in the seat with me wherever I'm sitting.
We're gonna figure it out. Okay. Probably I'm gonna get you a kid's Kindle and you're gonna take that instead of paper books because paper books is a lot to keep track of. Okay?
Okay. And are you gonna pack snacks?
Clearly, it's an 8-hour flight, so yes, I'm gonna pack you snacks.
Well, what if do they allow eating on the plane?
Yes.
Okay. So I can eat on the plane.
Yes.
When I'm on the way to Grandpa.
Yes, you can eat on the plane all the way to Grandpa. Okay, go read your book. Go on. I'm gonna make pizza here in a minute. Go ahead. Yes.
It's summer almost.
It's almost here, dude.
Yes. I just can't wait.
I know.
I feel that.
Whoa.
I feel that. I'm like, is summer almost here?
It's because she can't wait to leave and go to her grandpa's house.
I don't blame. I want summer to be here too.
No, I thought I wouldn't pack any clothes. I would just let you run around California naked. What do you think? Do you think I'm gonna pack you clothes? Oh, okay. And probably your grandma's gonna buy you some clothes, so.
And where is the other stuff I told her to buy for my dollhouse?
Probably at her house because she told me to make sure that you have an entire suitcase that's empty. So you're bringing back a whole bunch of stuff. Great. So I need to get your shelving in your room before you get home.
Okay. So now I have to wrap my. Austin! I am not!
He called her an Oompa Loompa.
I'm not an Oompa Loompa, and
Well, go talk to your brother.
He just called me to.
It's a hush up, yes. Go yell at him. I didn't call you an Oompa Loompa. Shut my door, please. Thanks so much. He was at the top. So the stairs are like right outside my bedroom door. So where she was standing at the end of my bed in front of me, you could see her. And he was like, shut up, Oompa Loompa. Because for some reason, the two of them call each other Oompa Loompa. They're 16 and 5, for reference. And they're not actually related. So sometimes he'll be like, I'm not your brother, right? And I'm like, and I hear him say that, and I'm like, it should be like, yes, you are my brother, Austin. And I'm like, y'all fight like siblings, so just shut up. They're 16 and 5. So she was like, I am not an Oompa Loompa, Austin. Damn, this is Lord have mercy. I got to about 50% in the final strife. I think I'm going to switch to The Nursery by Sue Watsop. I hope that's how you say that. On my Kindle. Wonderful. I hope you're liking the final strife. Before I was only looking at the youth things, but they have like 3 adult book clubs. Give me a month and a half and I'll be there. Yeah. Because the library tends to definitely be like a place where you have to be 18 to join the adult book clubs. Also filming my women's prize for fiction video for the short list. Fun. I love watching these videos. Like I have no interest in making my own about any of these things.
Same.
But watching
they're fun to watch.
Watching the polls, I'm like, I need to like. Do you know how many books I added to my TBR after watching her long list? We're not going to talk about it. I'm going to die reading this TBR. I'll tell her that you said hi. She's currently yelling at her brother in the hallway. Kenny, I hope that you sleep well because I feel like you're gonna fall asleep at some point. Lowe's. She works at Lowe's. See, I knew I got 1 out of 3. Like I knew I would get 1. But she dropped a door on her foot. She said it is
Ouch.
wow.
Every time you say that, my
right? I'm like, ugh.
The doctor told her that it's not broken. But like I saw the picture, there's no way she dropped this door and her foot is not broken. They told her it's not broken, but I don't believe that. I need you to go to a different doctor.
Well, how much do they do for a broken foot though? Like I know a broken toe, they don't.
They gave her a boot. They gave her a boot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, like they did
right
what they would do if it was a broken foot.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's the whole, like, I saw it. It's like the whole top of her foot. There's no way that it's not broken. Like, there's just no way. I'm not gonna send you the picture of her foot, but I'm just saying, just trust me. Finally got the neighbor favor, so I'm gonna try to read it for my book club. Wonderful.
We are gonna go to Peter Rabbit's house. Come on. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning.
First thing in the morning, I'm going to bed. What do you mean?
First thing in the morning?
Well, not first thing in the morning. At noon, I'm going to bed. What?
First thing in the morning? First thing in the morning?
Yay!
First thing in the morning, we are gonna find his home, and then we're gonna come home,
Yeah.
and then you're gonna take a nap, and then I'm gonna watch TV in the lab.
I'm glad you have this all figured out. That's if I'm even functioning
So
by the
we're
time I'm
gonna
done with this.
do that
Okay.
tomorrow. And
All right.
also in
Is
the
Austin
afternoon.
downstairs or did he go back in his room?
He's
I would like to recap that we are looking for Peter Rabbit's house. Is that what she said?
She said,
I'm pretty sure that's
Let
what
me
she
see the
said.
book for a second, Ari. Because in the
No,
front,
I just wanted to make sure I was following.
so this is her big Beatrix Potter Peter Rabbit collection book.
Love it.
I got
I love Peter Rabbit.
2 years ago, I think now. So this was at hold on, wait. No, I got this for you. I got this at Barnes and Noble. It was $5
Nice.
Yes, so you just
for the whole thing, and it's got like the gold edges and like the cutie.
That is gorgeous.
Love
I
it.
got this when we still lived in Florida. It was $5.
Mom?
And on the inside, you get the big map.
Yeah, and I'm going to
So that's what she was looking at, was the big map.
Peter
Going to
Rabbit's
Peter Rabbit's
home.
house.
I'm going to his home first thing in the morning.
All right, go ahead.
Coming with me.
Okay, go read that in your room, please. Thank you. Love you so much. Kaleidoscope Universe, welcome. I don't know your actual name, so if you want to tell me,
Also,
that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll just call you Kaleidoscope Universe. I mean, it's whatever you're comfortable with, you know?
Why is this map right here and right
Because then you can look at it twice. The Winnie the Pooh book is like that too. Okay, take that in your room, please. Go on. I think it's in my closet somewhere. Go. Nicole said you make her smile. She went like that. Ari, do that again. Because I can't even emanate what you just said. Okay, there you go. Go ahead. She said you make her smile. Oh gosh. Kaleidoscope Kaleidoscope Universe says that you're so cute.
Okay, thank you.
Also, Cassie says hi to you. All right, go read your book, please. Go on. It's 90 degrees in Virginia today, and I'm over summer already. Yeah, it is not 90 degrees here. It's like 50 degrees and raining.
Okay,
So
we did not pass summer.
Yeah.
no, we have not.
In Wisconsin, we had like 80 degrees last week, and then we came back to 30 degrees this week. It was
That's basically what happened to us. Like, we had like 2 really hot days, like warm days that were like 75, 80, and then we went back to like 50. And I was like, this is stupid. And now it's raining.
yeah. Last week Friday, we took all the kids outside at the end of the day, like because we knew it was we were coming back to like the worst. So
Yeah.
go.
I have a 6-year-old sister and I'm 20. Yeah. I mean, I'm 31 and I have a 12-year-old brother. So, like, I get it. But, like, also, the two, like, but what gets me is she'll be like, yeah, my brother Austin. And he'll be like, I'm not your brother. And she'll be like, yes, you are Austin. And I'm like, listen. You can tell her you're not her brother the day that you stop acting like her brother. Okay? Great. Glad we're understood. I have a 17-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old granddaughter. They fight like siblings. Exactly. Because one day he was like irritated with her and he was like, I'm not your brother. And she came upstairs. She was like, I just said he's not my brother. And I was like, oh. And then Austin was, and then I went downstairs. I was like, did you tell her you're not her brother? And he's like, well, I'm not. And I'm like, the day you stop acting like siblings is the day you can tell her you're not her brother. He hasn't told her that he's not her brother since. So. Got on pizza, took a shower. Welcome back. I'm about to go make some pizza for this kid. I'm trying so hard to not imagine the door on her foot. Yeah.
I know. It makes me feel like
Okay, so Cassie said that they told her there's questionable fractures, so there may be fractures, but the swelling is so bad they can't see them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That does make sense.
You go by Kale. All right, wonderful. Welcome, Kale, to the chaos. I always feel bad when this is the first thing that y'all find. Like when this is how y'all find my channel.
I think it's great to just drop them right in.
I mean, I feel like this. I feel like if you find me on 24-hour sprints, that's going to tell you if you're going to stick around or not. You know what I mean? Because everything else that I do is very tame. Like 24-hour sprints is like the most chaotic that we get.
Yeah, like if you're okay with 24-hour sprints,
You're going to be fine.
You know what I mean? Because like even my regular sprints are way more chill and like less chaotic than 24-hour sprints. You know what I mean? So like if you can survive even 15 minutes of 24-hour sprints, you might as well subscribe. Because everything else is just a wash. You know what I mean? Yes, I am packed for Reni's. Do you guys want to see my bag that I bought?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, it's right over here. Hold on. I do have to stand up to get it though. Also, Brittany, no, you were on. Were you on sprints today that I was drinking canned water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was I was in the comments.
Okay, great.
Was I on sprints?
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know anymore. But the days have run together.
I think I was on with Leander and Brooklyn.
Sprints have all run together.
I think I was on with Leander and Brooklyn because I like took a drink. I was like,
that was the night you were on with Sarah. I was in the comments.
Yeah, and I was real casual about it, and like one of their eyes got really big, and I was like, it's water.
That's when. As soon as you said Leandra, I pieced together where that happened.
So this is the bag that I bought to go to Reni's. They had 2 sizes. I got the medium because I need to make sure that it fits under my seat because I'm only taking one bag.
Yeah.
But this is the bag I got.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh.
And it's got like bottle holders. But here's what sold me on this bag. So the one thing that I hate about traveling, I don't know if anyone else has this problem, but I hate that you have to take out all your electronics.
Yeah. Like to go through security.
Right. So this bag has its own laptop pocket in the back. So I'm going to put all my electronics in this laptop pocket because I'm not taking my laptop because we're just going to use Reni's. Mm-hmm. But I packed it up already and I can fit all my cords, my Kindle, and my iPad all in this back pocket. And then it's separate from like my clothes because then I don't have to like, I mean, I will have to take out my toiletry bag, but my toiletry bag is like there's like a toiletry bag built in, so it's like attached to the side, and then I put my toiletry bag inside of that. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So I just unzip a zipper and get it out. But like I hate having to like try to like repack my electronics.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to do that. So yeah, I maybe should have got the large one. But I'm not sure that the large one would fit under my seat. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to see how well this one fits because I know what the dimensions of the large is. It's not that much bigger, but it's bigger enough. If this fits nicely under the seat, I might get the other one just like so I have both. But it was like less than $40 for this bag. So
nice.
Tina wants to know if it's light pink or beige.
Can I answer? There's guaranteedly pink.
It is.
I know Neva way too well.
Like, I know
that is pink.
No, it is like a very light pink color. It's like about the color of the top of my background on
like here?
Yeah, but like without the glitter. It's
right.
like a very light pink. But yeah, I knew as soon as that question was asked, Brittany would be like,
it's pink.
It's pink, y'all. Listen, because I literally typed in a personal item duffel bag pink. That's literally what I typed in to Google or to Amazon because I was like, I need like this bag needs to match my aesthetic. Now the little purse that I'm taking with me to like use as like a purse is black. But it's only because I don't have that specific set because it's like a pouch set, but the big pouch is big enough to be used as a purse and it comes with like a long strap and all that. But I don't have that specific set in pink. I need to get it, but I don't have it in pink. But basically, if I can get things in pink, everything I own will be
Neva leans into the pink.
Like, I literally wish they would come up with a pink Kindle, to be honest.
That would be so
Because
fun.
my phone is pink. I have the iPhone 13, and Sam asked me, or Mr. Reading Winiva, whatever, he asked me if I was going to upgrade my phone, and I was like, absolutely not. And he was like, why? I was like, I'm going to use this phone until it dies, because this is the only pink phone Apple's ever come out with. So I'm going to use it as long as I can.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's ridiculous, but
That's
my
fair.
aesthetic is pink. I know you can't tell because like I never wear pink on camera, but it's fine. Thank you so much, Jean. She is a gem. Same in Ohio, except yesterday was 83. We had no AC at work in a building that the windows don't open. And so I say I finished at work from the heat. I fainted at work from the heat. Oh no.
That's not good.
Because that bag's not big enough.
Mom.
Oh, okay, here we go. For a good color comparison, this is my work bag. Yes, it's pink with rose gold hardware. It's fine. Okay. And that bag is a little bit lighter than this
I'll show them.
bag.
I'll show them. I'll show
They already saw it already.
them. No, they didn't.
I think this lighting is
No, I'm
making it
talking
look
about
weird.
this big
Yes,
one.
put it down. I just showed them that. Put it down before you hurt yourself.
No, they didn't.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Ari, are you supposed to be in here or are you supposed to be in your room? Ari is the kid that is so much younger than you. It's so funny. Listen, sometimes I'm her mom. You good now?
I'm good.
You done?
I'm good.
Stand up and put the laundry back up.
You know that didn't hurt. And I'm okay.
Great.
That's it.
Great. Please go play with your Barbies. Your Barbies miss you. You never play with them anymore.
I
Please
always
miss you.
all the time.
Okay, well,
Why do you always like me playing with them all the time?
because people bought those for you and then you don't even play with them.
All those dolls, Raya bought me like 3 of those dolls.
Uh-huh. And Auntie Raven and Uncle Gary bought you one and Mommy bought you one.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Which one did you buy?
I bought you the one that has the stroller and the baby with it.
Oh, you got me a skipper?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And
Go play.
Mom,
What?
I want a lot of toys and
Well, play with the toys you have first,
Mommy?
buddy.
Mommy,
What?
I want my toy kitchen.
I know.
I really want my toy kitchen
I know.
for my 6th birthday.
Okay, we'll see
So
what
I
I can do.
have all the accessories in the kitchen and stuff. So
Okay.
I can cook cookies and stuff for you and stuff.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Go play.
Like cake pie.
You need to play with the toys you have before I buy you more toys. Okay? Doing much better today with it being in the 50s. Yeah.
Good.
I like when people are well. I am unauthentically. No, I'm authentically myself on 24-hour sprints. Like I just don't have
Remember
a.
that lady
This
in
is just
the-
me.
Mom,
What?
Remember that lady in the wheelchair with the little 2 children that played with me with my last toy kitchen in Florida?
No,
What was that? What was that Reni's name?
Aunt Marilyn.
The one with the kids.
Yeah, Aunt Marilyn.
Oh, Aunt Marilyn.
Mhm.
Marilyn. Okay. What were the kids' names? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what your name is?
Olivia, I think. I don't remember. You're asking me to remember something from like 2 years ago, bro.
Yeah. They played with me.
I know they played with you, yes, but I don't know their names at this time.
Not remember.
How do you not remember?
You remember the granny's name. How do you not remember the kid's
How
name?
do you not remember?
I don't know. I don't remember their names. I'm sorry. Can you turn my fan on, please?
And do we not remember when one time on sprints, Matt one time asked who our neighbor, what her neighbor's name was, and I was like, I was reading a book at the time, and the character's name was Brian, and I was like, Brian, and our neighbor shall forever be.
She's like, I don't know if that's right. Okay.
I was like, I don't know, but I will answer you, so you stop asking. That man is Brian. It's a nickname, shall we say?
Right.
The best will be the day when Matt's like, "Hey, Brian," while he's outside, and I'll be like,
Guy is gonna
"Let's
look at him.
continue walking." This is why we
well,
don't
do you
talk to
remember when-
strangers. Let's continue forth.
Do you remember the sprint where Ari packed her bag because she was gonna move in with the neighbors in the
Oh
cul-de-sac?
yes, I do.
That was a whole thing. Woo! Glad you all enjoyed my long list videos. I had a lot of fun reading them. I mean, it's so good. I love to watch what other people come up with because I feel like I'm real boring on my channel. Like I feel like I just do things that other people
not.
like, but that's why I started doing the week in the life segments because I have another one. It's doesn't really need to be edited, but I have to make a thumbnail, so it's probably going up either tonight or tomorrow. I haven't really decided. But that's why I do the week in the life segments because I was doing the reading vlogs, but then I didn't feel like I really had enough content because I felt like if it was being called a reading vlog, that meant that all I could really I felt like I'd pigeonholed myself. Like I was like, well, all you can talk about now is books. So if I read nothing, you got no video. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I started doing the week in the life because I feel like in the week in the life, I can talk about whatever I want. Because it's not dubbed as a reading vlog. I mean, I do read and talk about what I've read, but I also talk about like Mr. Reading Whenever and Ari's precociousness and the sky is falling. You know what I mean? I just talk about whatever I want.
Mm-hmm.
Mom,
Jean, I remember that.
Yeah.
What?
Jean's newest comment. And I
Okay.
was like, oh yeah, that's a throwback.
I'll get there. Okay, so Brittany was in the comments when we were talking about the water.
I was in the comments.
We are so far behind. I'm sorry. The bag is cute. Thank you so much. We answered this. Obviously pink is the best. I mean, truly. It's my whole aesthetic. But here's the thing. I didn't want to make like my whole channel pink, which is why I picked the color palette that I did because it's very like pastel, but I can still use a lot of pink if I want. See? But also other colors like blue and green. For Christmas I got pink bookshelves. Ooh, now I want pink bookshelves. I was gonna get white ones or black ones, but now I want pink ones.
That would be crazy.
That would be wonderful.
To get white or black ones when you can get pink would be.
I mean,
pink,
seriously.
Right. Here's the thing: is that Mr. Reading Whenever sleeps in here half the week. Okay, and so I try to make this space like aesthetically pleasing to him, but he's not helpful because I'll be like, "Is it okay if I do this?" He'll be like, "Sure, it's your room."
Well, there
you
you go.
live in here half the week, sir. Like I asked him the other day. Well, the other week.
I don't think men care.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I don't think they care.
They would they would say something
because they would assert themselves if they cared.
Yeah.
So in a perfect world, okay. So in a perfect world, like last year, he found, or like 6 months ago, he found these two houses that were connected by a bridge. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Like that's what it is. It's like two separate houses, and then there's like a bridge that you can cross over to get to the other house. Does that make sense? So he was like, I would love. So like in a perfect world, that's what he wants. But what he actually wants is he wants two houses that are connected by a basement. Because then essentially we would have separate like living quarters, like me and Mariah. We'd have separate rooms like for our kids and all that, and like separate living rooms and that. But then we would like share the kitchen. So like the common areas, like we would share the kitchen, and we would his area would be the basement, right? So I was like, so let me ask you a question. I said, so if this happened, you wouldn't help me and Mariah decorate our houses, like you would have no say? And he was like, no. He's like, those are your spaces. He's like, I would decorate the basement. Like, I want to believe that he actually doesn't care, but like I also want to just like deck out my whole room in pink and see if he says something.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
if he says something, then it costs him.
And then yeah, you can take my phone and go call her.
Okay.
And then if he says something,
Mom, what address does she have?
She lives in California, Ari.
I know. But
Hold on,
what?
let me
What is
upload
her
this really quick, and then you can have it.
address? What is her
So
phone
mean how-
Jay, Ari is a teenager. I cannot wait for this.
address?
I'm playing all of these back. You
Please
understand?
don't. Please don't. Please do not. Mom.
When you're older, when you bring your first boyfriend home, I'm not even gonna show like baby
You mean
pictures. I'm gonna be like,
my be-
do you want to hear
you
what
mean
Ari used to do
my
when I
phone?
had a booktube channel and I did sprints all the time?
Tell him if you want to. Tell him.
Tell him, okay.
Tell him.
Tell him if you want to. She's like, I'm living my truth. So
I'll talk to her when you're- what was I saying? I don't even remember. Oh, but and then if he says something, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, you said you didn't care, so
well, yeah,
now suck
exactly.
it.
Right. And then if it really bothers him, eventually he will start saying when he did what.
Right. Because, like,
No, I mean, I've been in the periphery of Mr. Reading with Neva enough to know that like he would say something if he cared.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
If it was really important to him, he would say something.
He would not like hold back just for the sake of holding back.
I
Like
mean,
that,
he is
that's
a
just
leader.
not the vibe I get.
I mean, he called and like yelled at you for a while because he didn't like the character in his books. Not like yelled at you, but like,
oh yeah, you were almost.
like, I mean,
Yeah,
if
he was
like
really-
something. He's gonna let you know.
I was on sprints with Amy. I mean, she was on sprints with me. It was on my channel, but we were on sprints, and he called on his way home from work. He knew I was on sprints. No, he was on his way home from. He was driving out of town. That's what it was, and he called. It was when Mariah had her work trip, and he was driving out to see her, and he called me to yell at me. Well, not yell at me, but he called to complain about Bree's character in Legendborn because he was like, "I cannot stand this character. She doesn't die." I'm like, she's 16, and her mom just died. So like, keep going. Because I was like, how far are you into this book? I'm like looking inside of the dust jacket because I'm like, there are people on this sprint that haven't read this book yet. Like, but it says in the dust jacket that she, like, in the description that her mom dies. So like, because that's like the main plot point. Right. And he was like going on and on and on. And then he got home and he was like, the next day he called me. He wasn't home, but the next day he called me and he was like, yeah, her character's growing on me. And I'm like, yeah. I said, so you yelled for what? I was like, I just want you to know it was captured on Sprint.
This is a very relatable thing for all people who read because people will be like, how are you liking a book? And in the first 100 pages, I don't want to comment because whatever I'm feeling in the first 100 pages could change drastically before the end of the book.
Yeah.
The blue iPhone 10 was so pretty too. But listen, when they came out with a pink iPhone 13, like I downgraded my phone size for the pink iPhone. Like, because I had the iPhone 11 Plus, Pro Plus, whatever, the biggest one of the 11s. I didn't get a 12. And then the 13 came out because like the 12 came out so close to the 11 that I was like, I'm not going to upgrade. And then the 13 came out and they were like, the 13 is a pink, and I got it. And my dad works for Apple, so my dad was like, "Why would you downgrade phone size?" I was like, "Well, first of all, it fits better in my hand. Second of all, it's pink, so it could have been the iPhone Mini, and I would have bought it. To be honest with you, one of the older generations of a Kindle Paperwhite has color options. What? I'm about to go look at this. I'm gonna buy myself an old Kindle just so I can say I have a pink one. I actually prefer gold to rose gold because I don't think rose gold is pink enough, and my second favorite color is yellow. Yeah, so I like rose gold if it is a true pink rose gold. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to show you on camera, but like my backpack, the rose gold on it on the hardware is like a true like pink rose gold. It's not like the more gold rose gold because I don't love that, to be honest. Finally back, got and put away groceries, had a snack and made coffee. Who is calling me?
My music stopped.
Yeah.
I did not.
Go talk to your grandma.
I did not.
My stepmom was calling her back. but it rang through onto my computer. And so I muted so I could yell at her to answer the phone. I was like, answer the phone! Like, you have my phone, ma'am. Anyway. ML, welcome back to chaos. Feel like the grocery took me forever, but I was listening to Little Bookshop of Murder, a cozy, and finished it. Wonderful. Is this what we were laughing about?
No.
Okay.
You haven't got there yet.
Ari is not a Gemini. Ari is a Taurus. But Mariah is a Gemini. But y'all haven't really seen a lot of her on my channel. I don't think you've seen any of her on my channel. Other than like earlier she came in here and was talking to me. But no, Ari is a May Taurus. In this house we have, so Ari is a Taurus, I am Scorpio, Mr. Reedy Winiva is a Leo, Mariah is Gemini, and Austin is Sagittarius. And let me tell you, we all fit our.
Now that is a mixed bag.
Listen, and then people wonder why, like, it's like people in our real life will be like, I don't understand why you, and obviously we don't call him Mr. Reedy Winiva like in actual life, but why we like butt heads a lot, it's literally because he's a Leo and I'm a Scorpio. That's literally why. So it's fine.
Hold on. There's someone who's knocking on my.
Oh, okay. Kale, Ari reminds me of me as a child, and I'm a Gemini. Yeah, she is a Taurus.
I mean, she's pretty close to a Gemini.
She's close enough. You know what
Gemini
I'm saying?
is June. So
like, yeah, this is a thing. Like, I'm her mom, and sometimes I'm like, do I laugh at this or do I scold her? Like, what do I do? You know what I mean? Because like sometimes she just, like, earlier when Nicole was like, oh, Ari is so funny, and I was like, Nicole says you're so funny, and she was like, no, I'm not. Like, that's funny to me.
You scold her and then you write it down so that you can laugh about it when she's older. This is what we were laughing at right here.
Right. It's also when Ari did not believe. Listen, this is a regular debate in our house that French fries are not made from potatoes. Like, what are they made from then, ma'am? Or she will say, "Can I have some potato chips?" And then she'll be like, "What are potato chips made from?" And I'm like, "Potatoes." They're not made from potatoes, Mom. They're potato chips. And I'm like, potato chips. Yeah. It's fine. I struggle with vlog style videos. I think my life is not that interesting, but I am getting better at it, I think. I also kind of struggle with this because, like, I don't feel like I don't do that much. You know what I mean? So, like, a lot of it is just, like, me sitting stationary and, like, talking to the camera. But sometimes, like, I have things that I, like, want to talk about, but don't necessarily, like, want to talk about with people in my house.
Yeah.
So I'll just, like, talk to the camera. And then if I decide that I don't want it in there, I'll just edit it out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But, like, a lot of times, like, I'll, like, be talking about something to my camera just, like, to get it out there. And then I'll decide if I want to put it in or not. But also, I do less editing with my vlogs. Because I tend to be less long-winded with vlogs. Because I know that, like, there's smaller clips. I don't know. It's like a psychological thing. I got the pink bookshelves from Amazon. They're kid bookshelves, so the proportions are a little weird. Yeah. I mean, I just might do it, though. Isn't cohabitating part of the fun of everything, says the person trying to convince my best friend to move to Cali. He's coming, y'all. He just doesn't know he is yet. I mean, the cohabitating part. You know what I mean? It has its ups and downs. Mostly it's good, though. My ex was a Leo. Great sex, horrible fights. I mean, listen. I'm a Scorpio. So it's pretty much that. You know what I mean? Like, the makeup is worth it, but, like, also, like, get out of my face because you made me mad. You know what I mean? It's that part. It's that. And the thing is, Tim Hortons.
This is why you should always answer your door.
At this point, I'm not trying to be funny, but, like, at this point, like, your thing for sprints is Tim Hortons. My thing for 24-hour sprints, especially, is Joella's chicken. Like, I get Joella's chicken every time I do 24-hour sprints.
I love that.
Like, I literally still have some of the chicken that I ordered. So, It's fine. But yeah, so basically this is my house. Well, me and Mr. Reni and Eva. Not like the whole house. That would be weird. But like I'm a Scorpio. So like I hold grudges. That's the thing. And here's the thing is I hold grudges, but I will like
I just read this comment. I just came in.
but I'll act like I'm
Catching
not.
up.
So here's the difference between me and Mr. Reni and Eva. Mr. Reni and Eva will be mad about something and he will just pout about it and be mad. Me, I'll be mad about something, but I'll internalize it, and so I'll act nice to your face until you do something that brings it back up, and then I'll or he'll try to be nice to me. That's what it is. He'll try to be nice. I don't mean like kind, because you can be a kind person but not necessarily a nice person, you know what I mean? I mean nice, like go out of his way to do nice things. He doesn't really do that. Like he's kind, but he's not like he's a very grumpy person. Like he is the grumpy to my sunshine, okay? So he will do nice things and I'll be like, I know you're only doing this because you know I'm mad. So like I'm still mad, just so you know. And he'll be like, what are you mad about now? And I'll be like, the same thing I was mad about last week. 4 days ago that you didn't want to talk about. So I'm still mad. And he'll be like, well, you're not acting mad. Of course I'm not acting mad, because why would I walk through the world acting mad? Why would I do that? No, that's not my personality type. Like I don't do that. You can tell when he's mad. He will think that I have let something go until I'm like, you know, I'm still mad at you, right? And he'll be like, for what? The same thing that you didn't want to talk about 3 days ago. You want to talk about, and he'll be like, well, let's talk about it now so that you're not mad. Yeah. So I hold grudges. I'm such a sunshiny person in real life that I don't let people know that I'm still mad. That's my toxic trait. ML is an Aries and doesn't remember what Ollie is. We're among the very, very few who do not find astrological signs informative at all. The only reason that I find it informative is because our astrological signs fit all of us so well. And I understand, and like I have people in my life that I know what their sign is and it doesn't really fit them. You know what I mean? Like personality wise or whatever. But like the fact that I see like on Instagram, like all the bookish ones that are like, or all the different ones that are like the zodiac sign ones. And every time I read those, like I always read for my whole house. And they always fit my whole house. And it's just funny to me. It's entertaining. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So her ex was a Scorpio and she was a Leo.
I got you.
Exactly. So you understand my pain here. It's not painful all the time. You know what I mean? But when it's painful, Brittany knows what I'm talking about. That explains everything to me with Ari being a Taurus and you are a Scorpio. It really does, doesn't it? Goodbye, Tina. Ex is Scorpio. I'm a Leo. Ludicrous arguments. Here's the thing, and we fight over the dumbest stuff. Like he will get mad. Like he or I will get mad over the dumbest thing. Like that's the thing, and I'm perfectly aware of the fact that I get like upset over dumb things, and I'll come back later and be like, I'm sorry that I got so irrational over this. Like, I don't apologize for what I said because I meant the words that came out of my mouth. But I apologize for my reaction. Overreaction, really. You know? He's not really that good at apologizing. You have to, like, make him apologize. Like, I have to be like, so are you going to apologize or are you just going to act like it didn't happen? Because really, an apology goes a long way, sir. It's fine. Everyone's saying goodbye to Tina. He's just sometimes, you know what I mean? Men, am I right? My husband and I are both Virgos. We also have a Leo and a Libra. My brother is a Leo. This explains a lot because me and my brother will get into a fight and then Mystery when he will be like, let me talk to him. And then he'll calm him down and my brother will come back and he'll be like, I'm sorry, I overreacted. Yeah. 2 Leos. ML says someone prefers Tim Hortons. She says she's moving in with you.
Come over. Come over, ML.
So Grandma is quickly gonna get her stuff, and then she's gonna call me right back. But after she's done talking to me, I'm gonna call Grandma Nancy since I love her so much, and I love her hair.
Okay. So you're just gonna call everyone in my phone. That's what you're telling me?
Yes, but I'm not calling your boss. I am definitely not calling AJ.
Yeah, let's not call AJ. He's at work.
Yeah, and I'm really not gonna call AJ. Because if I call AJ, he's gonna be like, "Why is Ari on the phone? Why is he on the phone?" So I'm not calling AJ. Mom, why can't you just switch this out with the?
Because I like that one.
With the ripped one.
Okay, are you giving me my phone back or what are you doing? You ready for Grandma to call you back?
Yes, and then I'm gonna call people that I know, not AJ. Definitely not AJ.
Okay, don't just be calling random people. Come ask first.
Okay.
You can call Grandma Nancy if you want, but that's it.
Okay, but Mommy.
What?
But when Grandma Beth is done talking to me, I'm gonna call Grandma.
Okay,
Nancy
that's great.
Okay, you keep an eye on those clothes right there.
Okay, she's gonna call. Somebody is gonna call me and be like, "Why did Ari call me?" And be like, "I'm so sorry." It is. It's so true. I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm just gonna agree with you because I feel like whatever we're talking about.
I think it's something to do with Scorpios.
Scorpios, probably. This is Camilla's probably talking about how I said that I get mad and then act like I'm not mad.
Has Grandma been in our house before?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna show her everything downstairs.
Let's not, because the house needs to be cleaned, bro. No.
Okay, I'm not gonna show her the couch. I'm gonna show her the stuff in the kitchen.
No. Go show her your room. You can show her your room. Go. Love you.
Well, I'm not going to show her the couch.
And might I add, that just makes me want to see the couch.
I want to see the couch.
The couch is the least of my worries. I just don't want her like walking through the kitchen. There's some dishes and shit in the kitchen. Like I don't want her like walking. Be like, here's the sink, Grandma. The couch is the least of my worries. What? Go. My granddaughter is a Scorpio. She's like that too. If you get in her face, she goes off. Like, first of all, get out of my face. Second of all, don't act like just because I'm smiling at you that I'm not still mad. Okay. I'm a forgiving person, but not that forgiving.
Why is there a taco in the bell? Is that AJ?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm not coming.
Lord help me. I find science so fun. I've just been out of it lately. I mixed this up. I got you. Love y'all, but those who think it's the least informative are most like their signs. Elise's, I have to agree. Very, very stubborn, which I think is an Aries trait, but then isn't it a trait of like 5 other ones? So what's the point? I mean, I think that the thing is that for each sign that has stubbornness as a trait, because actually Scorpios are also stubborn, but they're stubborn in different ways, like with different things. You see what you know what I'm saying? So like usually there's like other traits, like they're stubborn, yeah, but then the traits that play upon this why they're stubborn are different. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
My mom was a Taurus and I'm a Scorpio, so it was a different mom relationship. My mom was what was my mom? Hold on, let me look. Well, that explains a lot. My mother was a Pisces. That explains so much. Who got you Timmy's, Britt?
My dad.
That's so nice of him.
I know.
What was your dad? He just dropped off Timmy's.
Did he know that you were on Sprint?
He's just like, I love my daughter. Here you go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They supply me in coffee. That's the best way to show that you love me.
They're like, we need Brittany to survive. So
yeah.
The way we make sure that she survives as an adult is to bring her coffee.
Correct. It was kind of the way survived as a teenager too. So
He's like, leave coffee, happy Brittany. That's his one.
I drink a lot of
Byers,
coffee.
fixed signs Leo Scorpio are Aries, Leo, Sag. The fixed signs Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, and Taurus, and Earth signs Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn are typically considered stubborn. Sounds like a fortune cookie to me then. I mean, I think everyone is a little bit stubborn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like as human beings, we can be stubborn about things. I just feel like that some people are more stubborn than others. Make sense?
Fair. We don't have a Starbucks anywhere near me. Like it's like 30 minutes away.
To be honest, I can't with Starbucks.
And there's about 6 Tim Hortons on the
I
street.
met Brittany.
And there's like 6 Tim Hortons 2 streets from my house. Like they're all on the same street. This is very commonplace in Canada.
They also have Tim Hortons in Minneapolis, in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's starting to venture out. The UK has it in a couple of places now too.
Because that's the only reason I even knew what Tim Hortons was, to be honest with you. Because my aunt goes there. She lives in Minnesota. I mean, I just have to agree, ML, that Elise's... I have to agree with Elise's. You know what I'm saying? I just have to. I'm sorry. But we still love you. Even if you don't believe in zodiac signs.
Exactly. You like my long ooh sound that I throw in there? Mm-hmm.
To be honest,
I definitely do that.
You know, I did. Like, I was like, wow, Brittany's Canada came out.
Yeah, I do that with a lot with a boat. I do that. Yeah, I'm from that part of Canada that definitely makes that long O sound for OU.
I definitely.
You're welcome.
Also have
For all
some
the people who want my Canada to come out.
Like when I say Minnesota, like it's very long. Like when I say it, and I can hear it because like I was born and lived 12 years of my life in Minnesota, so like I can hear it in myself. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But also I talk really fast.
I know I must have some things like that. I just don't know what they are.
Honestly, though, I was listening to a audiobook not that long ago, and I cannot think of what it was. But there was a character who tried to like do a Canadian accent in the thing, and she was like a boot, and I was like, no one at all,
no one,
not one Canadian ever. And I do the long OU sound, but it's not that. Like that's not what it sounds.
Okay, so when people are trying to do like a Minnesotan accent, see there it is.
That
when
was.
There it is. When people try to do it, they say, "Don't you know?" Which like we do say that in Minnesota,
but never like that exaggerated.
Are you give me my phone?
No, I literally stopped the audiobook. I was like,
"Okay, stop."
No,
right now,
not ever. Absolutely not. And now I'm trying to remember what book I was reading because it was only like last week. So like I should be able to remember this bit of information, but
yeah, you should.
It's not coming to me, to be honest. Really
not memorable.
I'm gonna look at what I recently read. Hold on. If I can't tell from the list, don't know what to say.
I'm sorry. I'm dealing with a fit because she called AJ by accident. And then she's like, I didn't call him. I was like, clearly you did, but like it's fine. And she's like having a breakdown because she didn't take a freaking nap. Okay. Wow. Anyway, when people, but okay, so like we do say, don't you know? But like I don't understand why every time people try to either do a Minnesotan accent. Oh my god, it's terrible. Or they try to like write a Minnesotan character. That's a thing that they say. We don't just walk around being like, "Hey, how are ya?" And then
Don't
be
you
like,
know?
right, don't you know? Like no one does that. No one. We like tack it on occasionally to something. Like if we're like talking about something, like how some people will say like, you know what I mean. Sometimes we'll say, don't you know, in place of that.
400 right now because I
Thank
asked
you.
him.
Go play.
I didn't tell him I asked him.
Thank you. Go play. But like,
Mom, can
yeah.
I please try these? Please, I need to try this.
Maybe I'll let you try one later. Go. I want you to eat pizza first. Go. Go play. They're venturing out. That's where they're venturing. I know. Mine's not as long as Brittany's. She's trying to get you to say out again.
Out? I think it depends on
Hey!
the sentence I say it in, to be truthfully honest.
Well, apparently every time I say Minnesotan, you can tell that I'm from.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Oh,
yeah.
abundantly.
Because I said it, and I was like, there it is. Hi, Zoe. How are you? I used to love watching Degrassi because of their accents. That's true.
Mhm.
Signs are a bit complicated. For the most part, people know the general, whatever that word is.
General. Oh, I thought I could say
Generalities.
that. No. Generalities.
There we go. It was just signs. But astrology and numerology is where you get into all the ingredients to make up your sign. That is also true. No problem. Thank you for hanging out. I mean, you're welcome to come back if you want. The time of day, the day and year play a part in what kind of areas you are. This is also true. I just feel like the fact that I was born in the elevator of the hospital while they were trying to get my mom to the living room tells more about me than the date.
Yeah. I love this chaos energy right from the jump.
Listen, ML brings the chaos.
I know. That's
Last
why I think this is on brand for ML right from first breath.
I'm not going to send anyone down the rabbit hole, but the last time that I got sent down an ML rabbit hole, no one else bothered to look it up. Just me. It's fine. And I know you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
I don't.
I'll put it in the private. I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay.
Okay. You can call me
ML.
Go play, please.
I'm just reading it to make sure that's what I thought we were talking about, but I was like, maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, she was ready. You were ready to come into the world. Close my door, please. That's why there are sun rising, moon rising. Yeah. Yeah. It is intriguing if you want to like dig into it. I heard.
I definitely do that. Like I definitely
do. Like y'all just heard me say Minnesotan. Like you heard it. Okay. I sound like I'm from
Minnesota.
I sound like a Swede when I speak. Okay, it's fine. Sure, go. Do not come back in here until I call you. Go.
Just call me.
Okay, I'll call you. Hello, Kelsey. It is. Don't you know is like you feel me, you know? So you'll be like, oh, it's going great, don't you know? But like we don't tack it on to every sentence.
Or am I right?
Right. We just sprinkle it in a little, you know?
Yeah.
Give it a little bit of spice, a little bit of seasoning. But we're not out here like saying it all the time.
Amy, the sun is attacking you.
It really is.
It's not even out. Like it's so dark.
You're like, where is that one sun ray coming from? And how is it coming through my window?
And then it goes away, and then it's back, and then it goes away, and then it's back. It's fine.
ML was the boss from within the womb. She was like, this is how I'm coming out. Get out of my face. I wish I could, but it's midnight here, so I'm off to sleep. Good night.
Night, Zoe.
It's totally fine. These are, chaotic and chill. So like you can come and go as you please, really. Yeah. The last rabbit hole I went on, and then my algorithm on YouTube for like a week.
This is why
Terrible.
you search weird things like that in a private tab, not logged
Well,
into your
here's what I
YouTube.
Cognito.
That is an
I
Incognito.
don't know how to do cognito mode on my TV, and I just typed it in my TV because we were on sprints. So I was like,
I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah.
and then for like a week, like Mr. Reading with Eva was like, "What have you been watching?" And
I love how I can consistently watch something and YouTube never tells me about it. But yet I can watch one video that's weird. And the next thing you know, my whole homepage is that.
That's what happens to me. And it'll be like, oh, that one weird video that because
that must be what they like to watch.
Yeah.
I will never get notifications for things I set notifications for.
So this happened to me the other day because I was so a video popped up. So I watch a commentator. She does like documentaries and stuff, but her name is Swoop. She used to go by Spanky on YouTube, but she's Swoop now, right? And I love watching her stuff. But I was just kind of like watching, like I needed like something to listen to while I was at work. So I was just like watching old videos. Well, there was a video that I watched from her from a year ago. Because again, old videos that I was watching from her from a year ago. And now I have gone back on this deep dive that I watched unfold. I just want you to know, like the drama that I'm now watching a year later, I watched it unfold a year ago. Like which is like a year and a half, really, because it was in 2020, right? Or like the end of 2020, like into 2021. So like it's closer to being 2 years old than it is a year. But the way that YouTube tag stuff, like since that video was in July of 2020 of 2022, like or 2021 or whatever, it counts it, whatever. It's like weird how it does it, right? So I'm watching it and now all I'm getting are all these videos about this specific drama. I watched it unfold. So why am I rewatching all these videos? I watched it happen because the drama was around a creator that I watched, like that I really liked watching, and then found out she was a bad person. So now I don't watch her anymore. But now, like all the drama, like all of the drama video, like all not drama videos, but all the videos from like her friends that like knew her like in real life and all this stuff that they had to like come out and make statements about what was going on because she was like a stalker. It was crazy. Now I'm rewatching all of it. I already know what happened. The woman has left YouTube. Like, she's not even on YouTube anymore. I already know what happened. I know the conclusion, and I'm just rewatching all of this. Unbelievable. I think that this community is so fun also. Especially my little corner of the internet. You know, we're just... Brittany's like, I'm so glad that I missed the last 2 months of 24 hours sprints.
No, I love 24 hour sprints. Are you crazy? You know, I was like, no.
Not
Like,
yet.
I'm coming here, and today, for a little while there, I thought it was falling through that I was going to be here, and I was devastated. I messaged you and was like, my whole house has blown up in smoke, so I will be there when I can, but like, I will be there. You know, when the day just doesn't go, and how you think the day is going to go. When you have intention, when you start the day, and then the day does not go anywhere near that intention.
Oh, yeah.
That was this day. I was supposed to be here at noon.
I just had a rant. I just had a heart attack.
It looked like you were having a heart attack.
What happened?
I had to go back to manager chat. So we have a manager chat at work that basically is all about, like, it's all the managers, right? So like the morning, all the managers at my job. So morning, afternoon, all of that. And our GM, like that's how we communicate with each other about manager things, right? So we have a new girl at work. I didn't know what her name was. Apparently her name is Rihanna. But all I saw is Rihanna will be in from noon to 3. And I was like, why is Rihanna coming to my Taco Bell? And do I need to go to work early tomorrow? And then I like went back in the chat and I was like, oh, this is the new girl at work. I was so confused. I was like, are we going to get concert? What? I like had a mini heart attack for a minute. I was like, wait. No, the new girl at work, her name is Rihanna. So, welcome to 24 Hour Sprints, friends.
all of us somehow get to Neva's store overnight so that we can be there.
I was about to say, like,
Rihanna.
everyone on these sprints right now, come to my store in Indiana. I will give you the address. Rihanna's gonna be at my store. No, she's not. She's not gonna be there.
I also feel like pop stars probably don't announce when they're going to like Taco Bell ahead of time.
Not usually.
They really probably
They probably wouldn't like it if they did announce it to the store. If
they probably just like come in, order their food, and hope they're not recognized. You know what I'm saying?
With like huge sunglasses. Yeah, exactly.
I got reconnected with an in real life friend who now streams video games, and I jumped in once and it was fine, but it made me miss book nerds way funner. Yeah, I watched my brother stream World of Warcraft, and like it's not that fun. Like I watch him like to support him, you know what I mean? Because I'm a good sister. But like it's not fun. Like, because this is why. They talk about nothing but the game. Like I don't care. Like, can we have like a conversation? No? Okay. No, I know, Brittany, that you really missed being on 24 Hours.
I did. I was so sad.
We just get to be ourselves on 24 Hour Sprints, you know? Yeah. I mean, gamers are just weird. Like, I don't consider I play games, but I don't consider myself a gamer. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Not really, probably, but that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, they do use that, and then they also use the R word a lot. And I'm not gonna say everyone knows what it is. I'm not gonna say it, but they use that one a lot. And then they also use like your mom after everything. Like, why? Because here's the thing. Here is the thing.
Because they're like 15 years behind the time.
I was about to say, are we stunted in the early 2000s?
So, okay, I was on a stream, my brother's stream, like I was watching it, and someone said something. It was after my mom passed away. Like, she'd only been gone for like 6 months. And somebody said something to my brother with your mom, and he was like, joke's on you, my mom's dead. And I was like, I had to get off the stream. I was like, he's like, and he said that like no one has made a comment like that to him since. Like they'll make them to other people, but not to him. And I was like, I mean, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, that's one way to get it.
And I've done that to the kids at work because I have one kid. I'm not going to name this person. They know who they are. Yes, I'm waiting for a reply. Go see if the oven is heated. But I have one person at work. She's a minor, so I'm not gonna like say what her name is, but she'll say like, "Oh, who's calling you? Your mom?" And I'm like, "No, clearly my mom is dead. So like, how is she gonna call me?" And the first time that I said it, she was like, "Your mom's dead," and I was like, "Yeah." And it was like a week after my mom's like 3-year anniversary or whatever. So like, I had just been in. Like, we all know how I was feeling that day. Well, Brittany does. And I went to work on the death date. Like, I went to work because I was like, it's better for me to be like doing something. And so like I had been crying at work, and I was like, did you think that I just came to work crying last week, like for the fun of it? Like maybe I would, like one time, you know what I'm saying? Just so everybody could be like, what's wrong with you? But like I don't just cry for no reason, usually.
I mean, I do.
I mean, you were talking to me, okay? We all know if anyone is gonna just
I don't cry
hysterically crying, it will be.
I don't cry for no reason in public.
No, me neither.
I might cry for no reason in my bedroom. I might text Brittany and be like, I'm crying for no reason. And she'll be like, what's wrong with you? And I'll be like, I don't know. Okay, I'm just crying.
I'm only laughing because I 100% believe that would be a conversation that either of us could initiate at any given point in time.
I'd be like, Brittany?
That tone of voice would be.
That would be how it would be. It would be all caps.
I just need you to know that I'm crying. And you can be like, oh my God. Both of us would be like, oh, what happened? I don't know. Nothing happened. Okay, I'm just sitting here, minding my own business, crying for no reason. That would be. That would be a real conversation.
Trust me, if we ever leaked our private messages, the ones that we send back and forth, people would not be okay. We have a friendship like no other. And it mostly consists of messages around 2-3 a.m., which is makes it even more interesting.
I bet.
I do know some book nerds here also gave in streams, so I would try them, but I just prefer BookTube. Yeah, I watch Emma Ray. She does streams sometimes. She does game streams sometimes. And she does not use foul language. I play video games too. I'm finally seeing people that do both. Yeah. I don't know how to game and stream. People have asked me to do this, and I don't know how.
I don't know either.
So if I can figure out, I think I would have to use like IBS or not IBS, OBS or something.
Yeah.
I do have because I used to be a Twitch streamer. We're not going to talk about it. But I used to stream like my weekly plan with me's on Twitch. So that was a thing that I used to do. But like I would do it, but you would be watching me play like Dreamlight Valley or like Mario Kart. Like you're not gonna watch me play anything that's fun. Like, I mean, it's fun.
I mean, that's what like Ease Cat plays, and I watch those all the time.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Also, they have a new video game coming out that's supposed to be like similar to Animal Crossing, but it's called Slothtopia. I want to play this. It's coming out on the Switch.
That sounds fun.
Slothtopia? Yeah.
I think it might be a bit of a drag though.
Right. A little slow, you know what I'm saying?
Like, good one. We see you.
Listen, everyone needs to come to my Taco Bell. Clearly, Rihanna's coming. You know what I mean?
Rihanna's
And I mean, really, ML, you could stop in Indiana on your way to Canada. Like, you'd have to kind of, because you're in Texas, right? I feel like there's a way that you could maneuver that somehow. Maybe like
Mississippi on up.
I mean, you're basically coming right up the coast to me.
We got to go the opposite way in Mississippi, but you know what happens.
Not you make it talk like a bad gal. Listen. Apparently she's only like 16. I don't know. Like the new girl. I just didn't know what her name was. So when he texted Rihanna, I was like, Rihanna. What? I don't know. Like I have like a brain aneurysm for a minute. And I opened the text message and started, and like somebody else was like, okay, great, can't wait to meet her. And I was like, oh, this must be the new girl at work. Not the pop star, so it is.
Kelsey's come in and been like, what has happened to them already? Like, how are we here already?
Ure. Kelsey's like, never mind. I don't think I'm going to be on camera today. Say hi to Brittany.
Hi, Brittany.
Hi, Ari. How are you?
You been so long.
Hi. I saw you last week.
Ma'am, on the camera? Really? No. God help me. All right, it's fine. No one's going to watch these back. No one's going to watch 24 hours of stop.
I feel like if you missed my Thursday sprints last week. So on the very first chat on Thursday,
underwear on.
Someone asked in the comments, they were like, in my book, someone has like taken a decomposing body and done something, strung it up. And then we dived into whether that was realistic. And in the comments, we dove right in. And I was like, this is the chaos that I love, that we're starting sprints at this level of chaos.
Here's the thing. I was good. I had Zoe earlier. What? All right. Why is that door open?
Mom,
Close that door.
no, Mom, it was open.
Okay, then leave it alone. All right, go play. I'm doing the pizza. Go play.
Mommy.
Well, I will be up in a minute. Go. What? What?
She just froze a little bit on my computer like this.
Same. Me too. It was a real
Oh,
deal.
I was like, was that my computer or her computer?
No, it was Neva. For a split second, I was like, oh no, we're gonna lose Neva.
Right.
And it's at any point in time okay to lose anybody except the person that's hosting the sprints. That's when it really, really falls apart quickly.
No.
Well, am I back?
You're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I think because so my room is closer to the Wi-Fi box. So when I move from upstairs to downstairs, sometimes it gets weird. I don't know. It like jumps a little bit for some reason. Okay, but no, I mean I was doing well. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to sit y'all somewhere so you cannot see the chaos that is the kitchen. You know, I was doing well, and then I had like Zoe earlier. It was pretty tame, and then it's just because Brittany hasn't been here in so long.
Are you saying that I brought the chaos? Because I feel like that cannot be true.
I mean, she skipped right out over me, so it
I
couldn't.
don't think you brought the chaos. I just think. I think the three of us together brought the chaos. You know what I mean?
That's
and
fair.
then we had Ari, and then Ari entered the chat.
I actually feel like Ari brought
I feel
it.
like Ari brought the chaos a little bit.
I 100% agree.
Yes, Emma Ray empowered. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Yes, they really do, and it's just really not great.
No, thank you.
I mean, my brother is funny, but also my brother is an idiot. So okay, they're not yours, so stay out of them. Thanks so much.
Kelsey might have a point.
I did hear. I'm not going to say that out loud because Ari's in here.
Yeah.
And she's going to ask me what that means. And to
That's
me,
fair.
a weak person when was not about that. Yeah. I knew what you meant. You're in real life friends stream, yeah. Yeah, it's weird to me.
Yeah.
Furry.
Here's the thing. I'd rather like when I tell like people to like man up, I would be like woman up, you know what I mean? Because Betty White really said it best. Why would we want to man up when that takes a pounding? You know what I'm saying? It takes a beating. So like I'd rather be that. What you mean?
Mom,
What?
look, these are a little
Okay.
bit the same.
Why would we want to man up when it would be a step down?
Exactly.
I almost thought she was talking to us for a second.
Oh, were you going to be like, muted?
Oh, you thought I was scolding you?
Yeah. I was like, oh.
Stop it, you two. Go upstairs.
Remove yourselves.
I will not be in my apartment anymore, but I will do it. Go downstairs.
Yes, I love Emma Ray because I miss her sprints a lot. But like when I'm on her sprint, she's like, "Hi, Neva." You know what I mean? Like we're old friends. It's so nice. I don't remember what this was.
I have no idea.
Did I say we weren't going to talk about it? Oh, my Twitch streaming.
Oh, yeah.
It's not good. I just need everyone to know that. There might actually be old Twitch streams on my planning. I think I changed it to planning with Neva. I think I changed everything to the Weniva, brand. So like you can find my planning videos. And I think there might be a couple of the Twitch streams on there because I would like save them and then upload them to to YouTube. Thank you for the rec.
This is me bringing the chaos.
It was Ari. But
I think so too.
Point. Maybe we bring out the chaos in each other.
I believe that may be possible.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we're Finley and Vero. Because
we say this all the time. Of any friendship in my life.
In each other. You know what I mean? I feel like these two people are relatively tame people. And then they get together and
True.
people are unexplained deaths. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Chaos ensues when they're together.
People getting hit with frying pans. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know? This sun is really just... what is it doing?
Like, it can't make up its mind.
She's like this. She needs a visor. She's like...
She needs a visor.
Hello, Destiny. Welcome back. I'm so glad you decided to come back after.
She was telling me about these lemon blueberry cheesecake bars.
After the
They
conversation
sound amazing.
earlier. I'm glad you chose to come back. To be honest. Oh,
I
there was
actually
already
called her during that sprint.
yeah. Destiny was like, oh, I have walked into something.
she was like, what was that?
We were Brittany. You'll know what I'm talking about. We were talking about that book that I was gonna read for Smudathon last year, The Sinner, that had certain Hold on. Hello. Hello.
Is that one of the priest books?
No.
You want Ari?
Oh.
Hold on.
I mean, it is, but that's not the one she's talking about.
Oh.
The priest book is Sinner, and
Hold on.
the one
Oh
she's
my
talking about is The Sinner.
I don't know what book this is.
It's the book that she like texted you that she was
There's
like
a
traumatized
king
because of the king.
with a pew pew.
Oh yeah. Yes, I remember this now. Sorry, it took me a second to get there. I'm sure you could see me just like mentally going like, what is pew 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 mean? It took me a second to catch on what we were talking about. And this has been a time.
Yeah. But I have decided, one of my coworkers brought in these cookies for her birthday. It was 3 different flavors, but one of them was lemon blueberry. And I've decided that lemon and blueberry is one of my new favorite combinations.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So there's definitely a lot of people telling Destiny how good it sounds. And then, what type of pizza are you making? Well, Neva has to answer that.
Oh, I was not. I didn't realize you were reading the comments.
I was, yeah.
I thought you were saying there were lots of people telling Destiny, like from past, and then I was wondering. I was curious if they were telling Destiny the cookies were good, or if the book with the pew pew was good.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
That was my stepmom. What are we talking about? And I'm sure my face was like,
she's like, I don't know what this is. No, so we were talking about that.
I thought that you were just reading the comments.
Destiny walked in, like logged into the sprint. She joined the chat while we were talking about that, and she's like, "Oh, I walked into something," and I was like, "So sorry." Sorry, that was my stepmom calling to ask if she can take Ari to Knoxbury Farms, which is like I don't know what it is. It's
like an amusement park, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's in California, so she's like, well, parents sometimes want to take their kid, and I was like, if you told me you were flying her to Florida and taking her to Disney World, like, then I would say no. And then she's like, well, what if I can save up enough money to take her to Disneyland? And I was like, sure, you can take her to Disneyland. Disneyland's smaller anyway. But I mean, the only reason that I would say like no to Disney World is because like I would like to take her there, right? And like also I can get us to Florida. You know what I mean? I just don't go to the other, like I don't go to the West Coast. So and I wouldn't, and they go to Knoxbury Farm every summer. So I wouldn't want to be like, no, you can't take her, and then my siblings not get to go. Like, so I don't care about Knoxbury Farms. I mean, yeah, those do sound good, honestly. Going there on my world tour.
This is when they go to your store in my house.
Oh, yes. The true Ari wants us to take a world tour. She's like, when are we gonna go see Brittany? When are we gonna go see ML? When are we gonna go see Reni? I mean, I'm gonna go see Reni this week, but like, when are we gonna go see this person? I'm like, girl, how much money do you think I have? I'm gonna tell you how much. Not very much. Okay, that's how much.
Not enough to do a whole tour of North America.
I'm making pepperoni pizza because it's the only kind of pizza that Ari will eat. So it's just like frozen pizza. Like it's not anything that's like grand. Okay, like it's, what is this? Red Baron that I had to order from Target because no other store in my area has the Red Baron pepperoni pizza. They have pepperoni and sausage. Whoa, hold on. Sorry, I just like minimized us. I'll be sure to put photos up on my Instagram. Wonderful. We can all be hungry through your pictures. She was real confused. She was like, girl, I do not know what you're talking about.
No, and then Amy started reading comments while you were on the phone, and I got even more confused.
There's a whole thing.
There was a whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't rhyme the combo, just wasn't expecting it. I mean,
yeah, no, she wasn't insulted.
Expect the unexpected on 24 I also want to go here, but I know this is very controversial, okay? But I lived in Florida for 8 years, and I never had the money, because Florida is expensive to live, to go to Harry Potter World, like the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, whatever. I just want to go one time. So I've decided that I'm going for my 35th birthday, and I'm going to get some friends, and we're all going to go. And when I say friends, I mean no one under the age of 16. Because if you're 16, like, you can figure it out. But no children. You know what I'm saying? So I had to find somewhere for Ari to go because she's only gonna be like 10. So like I had to find like someone to watch her. But that's what I'm doing for my 35th birthday. Because I just want to go one time. But the Super Mario Park also sounds fun. You know what I mean?
I've seen like videos of it. It looks epic.
I think it's in California. Let me look.
It's in California.
Speaking of Super Mario, at Easter, my nephew said, Aunt Amy, did you see that there's a new Super Mario Brothers movie at the theater?
So it will be opening in theater in Florida. Oh. It's not open yet, but it'll be opening in Florida at Universal.
Yeah. So,
well, Ari asked me yesterday.
On Sunday, my nephew and I are going to Super Mario Brothers.
That's fun.
Well, yesterday, Ari asked me if I'd ever heard of Power Rangers. I was like, are you watching the Power Rangers? She was like, yeah, Mom, have you ever heard of it? No, never in my life have I heard of Power Rangers.
And I get this in a message. And I go, I'm with Ari because they just put out a new special of the original Power Rangers on Netflix, and I am more excited than my 90s child self really should be. But you know what? It's like the 30, almost 40-year-old Power Rangers, and I'm like, yep, that's what I subscribe to now. Like, that's what I want to watch. Why? I don't know, but yeah, Netflix, I'm going to watch that.
I posted on Facebook, and I was
they're only 30, almost 40.
Well, they gotta be my age. No, they're probably 40.
I would say
they were like teenagers when 40. They gotta be in their 40s because they were teenagers in the 90s.
Yeah, and I was
like in their 40s.
Yeah. Okay. No, in their 40s that makes sense. Like, but younger than me does not.
Yeah, because they would have been like, I don't know, 11, 12 probably when they did the Power Rangers.
Oh no.
Maybe a little older.
They were teenagers.
They were teenagers.
They were probably like 16.
Yeah. So they would have been in their 40s.
Especially since that was the time where we had like 30-year-olds playing 16-year-olds on TV.
This is true. This is accurate. I mean, it's not the whole cast because some have passed.
Here's the thing. I posted on Facebook also, and I was like, Ari just asked me if I ever heard of the Power Rangers. These kids ain't shit. That's literally what I posted on Facebook. And then my friend commented on it, and she's like, these kids ain't shit. I knew you were my people. Because I was like, thank you for making me feel like old. Thank you for that. Okay, I have to watch the time because she has my phone, so I can't set a timer. Okay, so 20 minutes. Okay.
Why don't you set the cat?
Oh, I could. I could set the cat. Oh, not 420. What? I think 420 by accident. Okay. If you hear the cat go and we're still talking in 20 minutes, it's for the pizza. Okay.
Go take out your pizza.
Brittany will be like, the pizza is meowing. I've gone before J.K. Rowling. Yeah. See, that's the only thing that is like kind of stopping me, but like I just want to go once. And I just want to go with like adult people and take pictures. I don't know that I will necessarily post them like for the world to see. You know what I mean? Like I'd probably post them like on my Facebook page or something. But which my Facebook is connected to my Instagram, so like I might post like a few pictures. But the big thing is like I want my friend Raven to go because I want to see if she will do like some photo shoot stuff when we're there because she does photography. Like I would pay her to go. Like I would pay for her to go with to take pictures. And I just like want to dress up and just like live my childhood dream one time. You know what I mean? The nostalgia thing for me. But also J.K. Rowling, we don't know her.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to go with no kids. I just feel like it'll be more fun with no kids. I just feel like it'll be less stressful. You know what I mean? Because like I'm not trying to chase kids around when I'm trying to like celebrate myself. You know what I mean? It's just I'm going to Universal and Nintendo World in Japan next month. That is so fun. You better send me some pictures, Kelsey, because I need to live vicariously through you. Because am I ever going to go to Japan? No.
I am so excited to hear that. I have heard really great things about it. But my sister doesn't want to go, and I'm like the aunt that takes them to the movies. So like, yeah,
my friend went and saw it
in there for the longest time. Like, did you hear about it? Did you? Did you hear? Have you heard?
And you're like, okay, buddy, I'll take you. Yeah,
I'll look into it.
My friend took his kids to go see it, and he said that he definitely rated it like 4 out of 5 stars. So like, and that's like a good rating. You know what I mean? Especially since it's supposed to be like a family-friendly kind of movie. Yeah. I'm excited for Kelsey to go on this trip so I can see pictures. To be honest, the movie was so cute.
Although Kelsey being gone for like a month, I'm gonna go through withdrawal.
I'm not gonna watch this. So here's the thing. Supposedly, this show is supposed to be a remake of the movies. I'm not.
I just don't understand why this is even being made.
So originally it was supposed to be like backstory stuff. Like originally it was supposed to be, or they were gonna like adapt like the Cursed Child type thing, even though the Cursed Child is trash, but whatever. But they were basically they were going to like do future stuff. But like almost none of the original like the main people aren't participating in this because they don't stand for what J.K. Rowling has said and stands for. So none of them want to participate. But now they're talking about it's going to actually be a remake of the movie. So they're going to make the movies into TV shows, which I feel like they should have done to begin with. Like they should have just made it into a TV show. But with none of the original cast. Like half of the cast is like of the originals that we know of are dead. Like at this point, I have to keep my voice down because Ari does not know that Robbie Coltrane is dead. And we have not told her at all. Absolutely not. That you think that she had meltdowns today if she knew that Hagrid was dead? Absolutely not. But like at this point, like we don't have Hagrid, we don't have Snape, we don't have Narcissa Malfoy. Like a lot of these like core characters, like we don't have them anymore. Like we physically do not have the actors anymore. So like who are you going to replace all of these people with? I will pass. Thank you so much. I own the movies. I'll just watch those. She already got my money like years ago when I bought them. So like I have the movies on Apple. So like she's not getting more money from me rewatching movies I already bought. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But that's also why I haven't replaced. So I had like the whole box set of Harry Potter books. But they got left behind when we had to vacate Florida. But that's a big reason I haven't rebought them because I haven't found any good copies that are used, like from Half Price Books. But I also refuse to buy like the whole box set again because she gets royalties off that. And I have them on my Kindle, and I have like the special edition versions that Apple Books has that have like moving pictures. And I have those too. So like I already have them digitally. So like I'm not gonna buy them again. But I guess I followed somebody because I was getting an influx of her posts today. I guess I follow somebody who's like a Harry Potter account. And I'm just waiting because I was going through her thing today because I didn't realize that I even followed her. And then like the algorithm was pushing out her posts to me this morning. And I was like, what is this? Because it's just like it's reels of her like highlighting things, like annotating Harry Potter books with like Harry Potter clips over the top, like Harry Potter audio over the top, like from the movies and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about? And I guess like her whole account is like her finding like the Easter eggs of like there's one where the Deathly Hallows, we already know about the Deathly Hallows without knowing about them. So like there are different years where Harry gets gifts from the Dursleys for Christmas. So like one year he gets a toothpick, which could represent like the Elder Wand. Another year he gets like a used tissue or something that could be like the cloak. And then the other one is like a coin or something. He gets some kind of like money, but but it's like muggle money, right? Like it doesn't work like in the Wizarding World. And that's supposed to be like the Resurrection Stone. I don't know. But I was like her thing is interesting. Like her account is interesting. But I'm also like, but do you stand for what what the author stands for? Because if you do, I'm gonna have to unfollow you because I didn't even know I was following you to begin with. So yeah. And I honestly I'm just not interested. Like if it's just a remake, like I'm not interested in that. You know? Because like I already like I don't know. Like like how are you going to replace an entire cast of people that are already associated with, you know what I mean? Because like Tom Felton is still out here just like living his best Malfoy life. Like Tom Felton is still out here just like in the whole Malfoy persona. So who are you going to replace him with? I would just like to know. No, I don't think so. This is about the Mario movie.
Yay! He's 9, so perfect.
See, this is so weird to me. I'm sorry. My dad is like this too. My dad is very religious, which is sad for him because half of his children are queer. Sorry for you, Dad. So sorry. Not really. I'm not sorry at all. And if he watches this back, he knows that I'm not sorry. My dad.
Think that's a weird, like like I am Christian, and like that's just a weird stance to me. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, because it's the witchcraft. But like I also love Jesus. Okay,
but it's a fantasy.
But I'm never gonna tell. Like
it's not real.
Actually,
it's not real.
So,
it's
so my dad and I got into an argument last year because I let Ari. There's a picture up from like last June when Ari and I had rainbow hair for Pride because we went to Pride. So we had like all of the different colors. So we did the bi colors, the pan colors, and then also just like rainbow. Well, she wanted all of the colors. I told her she could just have rainbow if she wanted. I did the pan and the bi colors because I've identified as both of those things at one point in my life. She wanted all of the colors. So I was like, cool. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Like, it's fake hair. Okay? It's fake hair. He threw a fit about it and like messaged me after I posted the pictures and was like, I can't believe you would let her have gay hair. Why would you do that? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, first of all, sir, it's hair.
Hair doesn't have genitals.
Calm down. And I was like, and second of all, and he was like, so you're going to take her to Pride? And I was like, yeah, yes. We're all going to Pride as a family. I said, the only person that's not going is Austin because he has a quinceañera that day. Otherwise, he'd be going too. And he was like, I can't believe that you're going to take her to Pride with the propaganda. What about the drag queens?
It's a good time.
And I was like, what about the drag queens? Like, what about them? Tell me about them. What about them? What about the drag queens? What? And he's like, I just don't think this is what we should expose her to. She's only 5. Let me tell you what. The drag queens were her favorite part. There was
They're everyone's favorite part.
there was an Ariel on a float, and she was like, Mom, she is so pretty.
I think Grandma's done talking to me, so can you help me call Grandma Nancy now? This is my bathing suit. Okay. Grandma said that we could go to school if her.
That's not your bathing suit. I'll buy you a new
Mom,
bathing suit.
I want
Here,
this.
go talk to Grandma Nancy.
I'm gonna have this on.
Go. And he freaked out. Completely freaked out. And I was like, sir, it's not that serious. But her favorite part was the drag queens. People were coming up to her and like, because we all had shirts on. So Mariah and I had shirts that said free mom hugs on them. And Ari had a shirt because she wanted to match that said free sister hugs. So he freaked out about that because he's like, you're just going to let random people hug her? And I was like, no, if she wants to give them a hug, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. So people were coming up to her and like, and they were like, can I have a hug? You know what I mean? Like these
Yeah.
gay boys. They were so cute. Oh my God. Anyway, I mean, when I say gay boys, I mean, they were like my age, but they were just so precious. You know what I mean? And like, I had a couple people ask me, they were like, oh my gosh, like, is that your sister? And I was like, no, think so.
Can we call her again?
No, we're not calling her again. If she didn't answer right now, she's probably busy. Stop. Go play in your room. Okay, we'll try again tomorrow. If she calls back, I'll call you in here. Go. Stop. Or you're gonna go to bed. This is what happens when we don't take a nap, ma'am. Go. So we did that. But every drag queen we saw, she would talk to. Every single one. And they were at like all the tents and stuff. And she would be like, Mom, she is so pretty. Look how pretty she is. And I was like, I know, right? Like, so pretty. But yeah, we love drag queens in this house. Yeah, except but my problem here is I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. Because if you were going to do that, you should have done that from the beginning. In my opinion.
And she was involved in the movies.
Yeah. And now I'm just going to watch this. And to me, I don't think it's going to be the same experience. Because of the fact that, like, none of the original, like, to me, Emma Watson, she is Hermione Granger. You know what I'm saying? Like, Daniel Radcliffe is Harry Potter. Tom Felton is still out here living his best. Has Tom Felton even been cast as anything since Malfoy? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, he has.
Because he is out here really living like his best Slytherin life. Like
he was in some show as like it was like a law show, and he was like
I'm just saying. I just feel like if you were going to make this a show, you should have done it from the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Not 20 years after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, but back when they made the movies, there weren't like streaming services and stuff doing TV shows of series books. I mean, like that wasn't a thing then.
But you could have done it on like the WB.
Yeah.
They could have done it. They chose not to.
I know Grandma David's at work because that's what I'm saying. I understand like there wasn't like HBO Max. Like I get that, but like you could have done it on Fox. You could have done it on. I mean, WB really because it is already a Warner Brothers association. Get out of my bed. What?
Is there a change in that in this?
No, it's not a diaper bag.
I thought it was a diaper bag.
It's not. Go.
Looks really like a diaper bag.
Forks watched him my tour around the U.S. So fun. Exactly. Like we heard about it and then we all of the adults agreed not to. Like to the point like I found out 3 hours before she was supposed to get off the bus and I had to physically calm myself down before she got off the bus. Like it was that upsetting to me. So like could you imagine? Absolutely not. Have Rihanna with us and lemon blueberry cheesecake and Tim Hortons. I mean,
nice.
That's a time.
That's like a time, bro. Everyone loves drag queens, okay? I went to my first drag show when I was 18, and it was like a teen-friendly drag show. I took my little sister. She was like 13 at the time, and we went with like a bunch of our friends that ranged from like 13 to 18 or 13 to 19, and it was like a fun time, okay? Like, it was a fun time. Like, also, I need to find. She definitely called AJ because he was like, "I have a question," and then he sent me this. And then she was like, "I did not call him," and I was like, "You definitely did," because it definitely says it was an outgoing call, ma'am. But he was like, "Got a question?" I said, "What's up?" And that's what he said. I said, "Yeah, she was just calling people." So.
Oh, I love that he took photographic evidence.
Her grandma. Clearly, she called you instead, and then cried that she didn't mean to call you. This is my life. Welcome to the chaos. So I just love that he like was on the phone with her long enough to snap a screenshot. Like,
That's what I mean. I love that he has photographic evidence of this.
and she's just like this. Like, you knew you were not supposed to do that, ma'am. He said, "Laugh my fucking ass off." Yeah, I'm laughing too, honestly. I had a coworker that believed there's only gay people because IKEA had gay men in their ads. Why did we all cock our heads this way all at the same time? We were all like, what?
I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't have words.
Furniture doesn't have genitals either.
No. And I don't think IKEA has this kind of pull on people, to be honest.
Right?
Oh, I don't think they're that influential.
Apparently.
He called you?
My thumb.
Yeah.
I love that we did. We all went.
Okay.
Oh.
I just thought it was funny that like all of our like I'm reading it and all of us went like this. All at the same time. Like, I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Yeah. I mean, that's a take.
I never knew of or went to an IKEA, so IKEA has some explaining to do about me. I know that now I have been to IKEAs, but not when I was growing up. Right. This part. And like, why does she look like, oops, I know I'm not supposed to be calling you. Like, her face is like this. She's like, and then when I was like, so I said, clearly you called AJ. I showed her the picture. She was like, I did not take a picture. I said, no, he took the picture. And then she's like, oh, my finger slipped on his phone number. Did it?
Very slippery, those iPhone cases, you know?
Slippery.
The touch screens are very slippery.
Yeah, with the screen protector on and everything. What?
Very, very slippery.
Grandma said if I don't have a swimsuit when I come in.
So you want grandma to buy you a swimsuit?
Oh, okay, no, I don't want her to buy me one. She just said if I don't have a swimsuit, she will take me to buy.
So do you want me to buy you a swimsuit or you want grandma to buy it?
Since I love grandma so much, which she's your stepmother.
Why you said it like that?
Sometimes to grandma.
I'm not ever mean to grandma.
Going to let her get me a swimsuit.
Okay, great.
I'm
Good to know.
But I'm gonna bring this just for Jamie.
Okay, go to your room, please.
Can I ask a follow-up question to this?
When
is she going?
In July.
Oh, so she's preparing real early then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's the pizza.
You need to go take your pizza out.
Yeah, take your pizza out.
She's going in July from she's going from July 1st to July 23rd.
Your pants look so comfortable.
My what?
It's
Your
so
pants.
funny that you said this because literally she stood up and I went, those look fabulous.
Right? So here's the funny story about my pants. So I was trying to find new Harley Quinn pants. What, Ari?
So, okay.
Okay, go to your room, please. I will call you when it's time for dinner. Go.
When it so in the middle.
Come on, the pizza's gonna burn. What?
So in the middle of summer, I'm going to their house.
Yes, go play.
Because it's
Yes.
almost summer.
Yes, go play. Go.
Mom, is tomorrow summer?
No.
It's
Tomorrow is not summer.
tomorrow summer.
So I was looking for a pair of Harley Quinn pants because probably people don't know this, but my favorite anti-hero is Harley Quinn. So you're welcome for that information. So I have a couple of pairs of Harley Quinn pants, but they're not great. And I got them off Amazon also, but they're like that crappy like sweatshirt material that shrinks. So they're like too short in the legs at this point. So I went on Amazon and I was like, let me see if I can find a different pair just because I wanted a pair to take to Reni's, right? So I found these that are not technically Harley Quinn pants, but they're just like two-toned. So I'm calling it even. But they're a little bit too long. But they're very comfortable.
They look comfortable.
They look comfortable.
Give me 1 second. Talk amongst yourself. Hold on.
I always feel like that's the point where I have nothing left to say. I'm like, oh, I just lose the ability. Jean, AJ is, I saw your comment. AJ is Neva's, it used to be Neva's boss, but now that they're both managers, I'm not sure if that's the case or if they're just like both managers at the Taco Bell.
Okay.
That is who AJ is. And I believe AJ is working at the Taco Bell right now, getting FaceTimes from That is what I believe. That is what I believe is happening. Which that colors that experience for anyone more. I'm glad that I could bring that around.
That's really funny.
So that is who that is. Oh, someone wants to know our names, Amy. That's Amy, and I'm Brittany. Hi.
Hi.
Okay.
I've just picked comments at random to discuss amongst ourselves as I saw ones that I...
Also, pizza is perfectly acceptable as breakfast. Just
Absolutely.
It
throw
definitely is.
that out there.
So IKEA has a gay agenda, clearly. They want all of us and our children to be gay. You're welcome. It hurts my soul when people say gay agenda, like, what are we talking about? I mean, truly, like, what? Is there a straight agenda? I'm just wondering. No? Okay, cool. AJ is my boss. He is my GM. And he is currently at work. So, like, I don't know why she's calling him.
See, I just explained that. And I was like, I'm pretty sure AJ is like working
He's
at
literally-
Taco Bell,
he's
receiving
literally
FaceTimes from Ari.
Yeah, literally work. Yeah. But yes, but these pants, they're very comfortable. So if anyone wants the link to them, I'll give them to you. I would definitely go with like your, I don't know. It's set to size down and I got a medium because I like for like the waist, like I have wide hips. Like I'm very skinny, but I have wide hips. Childbearing hips, if you will. So I try to like, I usually will size up because I want like room. Now the waist on these fits really well, but they're really long. So like, I think I probably could have gotten a small and still been fine. Like I might order another pair in a small just to see. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But they are very comfortable. They do nothing for your butt though. So if you think that these pants are gonna make your butt look good, I'm sorry they're not, but they're very comfy. So it's fine. What? Oh no. AJ is not my brother. AJ is my
okay, that's totally what I thought at first.
What, the AJ was my brother? No, yeah. AJ is not my brother. My brothers don't have normal names. Well, not on my mom's side anyway. My brothers on my mom's side, their names are Erwin and Gwydion. So you're welcome for that. Is it wrong to want pizza for breakfast? Oh, this is what we were just talking about. Absolutely not. Breakfast is whatever you like. Exactly. Okay, and we already did this, right?
Mm-hmm. We literally just picked.
I mean, there will be more
comments
people.
at absolute random.
In part 2, there will be probably more people because I think my Australian people are showing up around like 10, which is in 2 hours, and then by the time they get here, like we're gonna switch over.
Mm-hmm.
After that, so. Check the freezer, no pizza. Think I might have to do a pizza run. That's what I did. Maybe Ari was trying to reach Rihanna. Maybe she was. Maybe she was like, I heard Rihanna's supposed to be here. Oh.
AJ, how do you know Rihanna? You need to hook a girl up.
I want to know how Ari knows Rihanna. That's what I want to know. Being her coworker makes it even more funny. Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Because why did you just send me a picture? Because here's the thing. The last time that AJ called me, I lied to Ari because she's so nosy. Like she was in her room in bed. I had just tucked her in. My door is closed. Her door is closed. And somehow she hears me answer the phone and say, hey, boss man, what's up? So she comes pitter-pattering. Who are you talking to? I said, first of all, you were supposed to be in bed. Who are you talking to? Like, so I told her it was Santa Claus. Because I ain't got time. What?
So Grandma Beth wants to take me to Disney World or Disneyland.
No. Grandma wants to take you to Knott's Berry Farms.
No. Earlier, I heard you guys talking about putting me.
No, we were talking about Disney World, but it had nothing to do with taking you there. We're talking about something else. Nosy McGee. Why you don't eavesdrop? First of all, your grandma was talking about taking you to Knott's Berry Farms. Go upstairs, please. I mean, truly. How are you working people at work? She really was. Would you go? You want to eat it down here? Because you're about to. Go. Well, I don't think so, because you're not listening. Oh, she's been wanting to use your names, I think. More likely that there is a straight agenda. I mean, I'm saying. Anyway, I had a manager named AJ. He was a perv, but he let me slack a lot in work. It's not what you can do for patriarchy, it's what it can do for you.
This is money, so she can take me to.
Okay, go put that back where you found it, and go upstairs. Go, bro. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the agent that I work for is like cool. He's like fine. He pops into the comments sometimes talking about like he called me earlier, like at the beginning of the sprints when Zoe was on. He called to make sure I was coming to work tomorrow, and he was like, when I answered the phone, I was like, hello, and he was like, how's my favorite sprinter? I'm the only sprinter he knows. So, you know. He didn't even know what sprints were until he met me.
I don't think that a lot of people don't know what sprints are by the amount of times I have to explain it to people.
Well, and then I happened to be watching, I think your sprints, Brittany, at work, because I think it was a Tuesday, like, and I had been like, I have to go to work now.
Yeah.
So I was continuing to watch him, and he was like, who are those people? And I was like, my friends. And he's like, they're only your friends if you know their names. And I was like, I do. And it was like you, I think it was like you, Reni. I think it was a Bessie's sprint thing. So it was like you, Reni,
Kelsey. Yeah.
And maybe Crystal, because it was like a long time ago. Like it was a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It could have been.
He was like, he's like, they're only your friends if you know their kids' names. And I was like, well, Kelsey don't have no kids. And he was like, oh. But then I named all the rest of y'all kids.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh. He's like, I guess they are your friends. I was like, I don't just go around calling people my friends. It's weird, buddy.
Well, I think for some people, because how many people do you like actually like watch on YouTube, but you've obviously would never communicate with them? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm like,
the book community is a different place. Like it's different. It's different.
It really is.
It's a different place.
And sit up here so I can watch this.
It's different.
But he was like, they're only your friends if you can name their kids. And I was like, well, Kelsey doesn't have any kids.
That's amazing that non-book people think that they can just gatekeep book reading like that.
Speaking of work, but no one but me and two transfers to work with knew it was my last department meeting ever at this job, and I'll be gone by summer. And I was being such a troll, and it was so fun. I mean, ML, I feel like you deserve it for you being at this terrible job.
Yeah.
Also, is this what you're talking about? If you're supposed to be sprinting and your family catches you not reading, do they tell you all to read? So the only one that does this is Mr. Reading Waniva. But I can't even be mad at him anymore for doing it because now he reads. I used to get mad at him. I used to be like, you don't even read. Like, now he's read like 18 books at this point. So like in the last 2 months. So now I'm like, so he'll be like, should you be reading or should you be playing that game? And I'm like, first of all, I'm listening to an audiobook, so get out of my face. And then he'll be like, are you? And then I'll show him my phone. He'll be like, just making sure you're reading on sprints. Like, go away. Like, please leave. Like, I told him one day, because he came in the middle of a sprint, and he was like, you want to go wizard, which is code for something. But he asked me that, and I was like, yeah. I was like, I got like 20 minutes, whatever. And then we did the thing, and we talked to each other and stuff like that. And because he had just got home from work, and then he was like, all right, now go back upstairs and read your book. And I was like, excuse me.
No.
And I looked at him and I was like, sprints were so much more fun before you
Not sexy.
No, it's not. No.
I told him, I was like, my sprints were so much more fun before you started reading. He was like, why? I was like, because now you be asking me if I'm reading. I was like, sometimes I don't always feel like reading on sprints. Like, he asked me once, he was like, you read the whole time on 24-hour sprints? I said, absolutely not. No, I do not. I was like, I read most of the time, on 24-hour sprints. I was like, but eventually, I just don't feel like it anymore. And he was like, well, isn't that the point of sprints? I was like, you've never even done a sprint in your life.
There's also productivity, and sometimes we do nap sprints.
Oh, that reminds me.
Well,
there's always a dinner sprint somewhere thrown in there.
That reminds me. Roll number 6 is up on my channel now.
Ooh.
So if
what was it?
What is it? Oh, I'll tell you what it is. So roll number 6.
You can just put it in the private chat. I will still watch it.
Okay,
I'm just curious.
I'll put it in the private chat. It is. Thanks. And I think we might have already had this, and now I'm second guessing everything.
I'll know if we've already had it because I made the graphics. I need to make the graphic for roll 6.
If we've already had it, then I'll re-roll and I'll post it.
We haven't.
Okay. I knew that we had one that was similar, but I didn't think we had. That's what I thought. Okay. So roll number 6 is up on my channel. If you guys want to go watch it, if you're participating in Star's Hollowathon, if anyone is participating at this point, I mean, I will be dropping the second roll during part 2 because I missed the Tuesday roll this week. I thought I had recorded it and I didn't. And so I was just kind of like, okay, well, we're going to have 24-hour sprints, so I can just drop them spaced out. You know what I mean? So that's what we're doing. So I will drop the next roll sometime during part 2 of the sprints, and then you can go watch it whenever. But yeah, so there is a new roll up if you want to go watch it. Also, everyone, I don't know. The last time I checked the poll, people were saying for me to bring back the game traditionally. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do both. So I'm going to bring the game back traditionally because that's what's being voted on. But then I think I am going to do just a fun vlog where I try to fulfill all of the prompts.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I may just use books that I roll for in my traditional game of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see your thing here. All right, let's read the rest of these, and then we can do a sprint since we've been talking for 500 years. My family's like, aren't you supposed to be reading? Unless they're reading, I would tell them to shut up, to be honest. So my main genres of books, romance, smut, fantasy, I mean, I read a little bit of everything at this point, except I'm still really not with the historical fiction. Like, I'm trying, but like, I don't know. Amy, what are your? I like middle grade too. What are your main genres?
I read a little bit of everything. I don't love adult fantasy. However, I did just read Legends and Lattes, and I freaking loved it. So, I mean,
How could you not? Honestly,
it's so cozy and whimsical and fun.
literally, if someone tells me you don't like Legends and Lattes, I really am gonna need to know why. Like, I'm gonna need you to dissect it for me as to why you do not like it. Like, I really am.
Yeah. I love cozy mysteries and middle grade forever. I mean, I teach middle graders, so middle graders and young adults. But cozy mysteries. I like thrillers, but I have to be in the mood. I love rom-coms. Like, yeah.
If you're quick about it, because you need to go to bed.
No, I like them anytime. I don't have to be quick about it.
Sit down. Oh, I was talking
Pretty sure she's talking to Ari.
Yeah, I was talking to Ari. What about you?
I don't know why I think I'm so funny.
I also think you're funny, to be honest.
I'm laughing, so it was really funny. My main genres are, well, up until this year, were fantasy and thriller and mystery. Like, that was my jam. With historical fiction kind of thrown in there whenever. But this year, I started reading romance, and I've just fallen into a romance. That's what I'm reading.
Rabbit hole.
Yeah, thank you. I've fallen down. So I read mostly romance and then thriller and fantasy. I still do read, but not as much as I used to. But I want to get back into I'm starting to like feel like I'm ready to like read fantasy again.
Yeah.
Like I'm starting to feel like I'm ready. Today when I filmed Timmy's TBR today, and so I know what's on my TBR, and you will notice from the Timmy's TBR choices that I have clearly decided that I'm ready to read fantasy again. So basically every book is a fantasy book. So you'll go, oh, or a dark academia book, which is like a subsect of mostly either thriller or fantasy. So it's still a fantasy book. So I went that route this month because I was like, you know what? I think I'm ready.
To me, it feels like once I fell into romance, like I fell out of fantasy. Unless it's fantasy romance.
See, I don't think I like fantasy romance still. I don't know what it is.
But it's like I need that like romance element.
See, I don't. See, I like fantasy, and we've discussed this before. My fantasy that I like I want death and destruction.
Yes.
I want death and destruction. I that's what I want. Like I want your epic fantasy where like there are consequences, things are going down. Like that's what I want in my fantasy. So fantasy romance is sometimes just a bit too like
yes. Get water.
That being said, I have to start reading From Blood and Ash this evening because I'm doing a thing with Margaret this weekend of how much can we read for Blood and Ash in one weekend.
Get the water from over there or go get your water.
Which means I should probably start it. Just maybe. Just maybe.
Since we are in Texas, my university paused all things considered diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, and so I kept interrupting and saying, I don't know, that sounds pretty diverse, equitable, and inclusive. Don't know if that's allowed. ML, I say be petty. You know what I'm saying? Because at this point, you're just like leaving this job. Just got back into reading when I moved from my immediate family because they were too loud. I can imagine them doing that if I lived with them, though. Yeah. Definitely not wrong. I love Legends and Lattes. I'm going to get Mr. Reni to read this and chat with us in May. Since now he's just like an honorary bestie. He's just like been inducted, apparently. I told him he needs to come on Sprints one time, and he was like, I don't really think that's my jam. And I was like, sir.
You don't know it till you've tried it.
You have to do it. What? Your dad likes pepperoni.
then last time when I was watching TV and eating my pizza, why did he take all the pepperonis off and eat them?
Because he wanted the pepperoni. He just didn't want. Your dad can't eat the cheese.
Well, he ate the cheese.
You said he took the pepperonis off.
Yeah, he took the pepperonis off and put them in his mouth, and then he bited
The pizza?
Yeah, and I
don't
saw
know.
him eat the cheese. I saw him eat the cheese.
Well, I don't know, Ari. Maybe he was just being weird.
Yeah, maybe
This is what ML is calling from Blood and Ash. Because
Oh.
apparently it's steamy.
I mean, I'm assuming it is. I haven't read it, but I know it is. It's adult, right? Or is it YA?
Ray said that I would like it, yeah.
Anyway,
It's adult.
fantasy romance. I'm excited to read it, but like I still don't know if fantasy romance is my jam. But I need to read for Blood and Ash because this is the fourth time I put it on a DVR. If I don't read it at this point,
When are you starting?
I'll just give up.
Are you starting it right now?
I'm gonna start it. I don't know. I just Margaret just messaged me and asked if we're starting tonight or tomorrow. So I don't know which we're doing, but either tonight or tomorrow. Probably
Well, let me know because I also need to read it because it's on my TBR too.
Probably tomorrow.
But it's just sitting up there. So let me know when you guys start it and I'll start it too.
I think tomorrow.
Even if I'm not like officially part of the buddy read, at least it'll keep me accountable that other people are reading it. I'm still figuring out my main genre, but romance got me into reading. Hello, Sarah. I read fantasy, paranormal, horror, light, thrillers, mysteries, and just recently cozy mysteries. I don't even know what that is. I just think it's funny and clearly think I am funny.
Did more people say hi to me?
Oh, she's talking about from Blood and Ass. No. What's a good starter cozy mystery? I don't know. Somebody tell her.
Finley Donovan.
I was about to say that. I would also recommend the Thursday Murder Club.
You could also do Dial A for Aunties, but I can't recommend the second book. I can't recommend it.
Yeah. Like if you have KU at all, there's a lot of cozy mystery. Like think of something that you like doing, and there's probably a cozy mystery centered around that.
Absolutely.
So like if you love cooking, look for cozy mysteries that have like cooking competitions. Like Joanna Funk's Chocolate Chip Cookie Murder all have recipes at the back. I cannot recommend the last half of her series because I haven't read it. Like I've only gotten like 6 books in. I've enjoyed what I've read, but I've heard that it gets bad afterwards. But I think that's a good place to start just because it's kind of fun. A lot of people like stuff with recipes in them.
Mm-hmm.
The Pies Before Guys series is good. I've read both of the books. So you start with Magic Lies and Deadly Pies, which I gave 4.5 stars. I gave both of them 4.5 stars. And then I actually got the arc. I mean, I read it late. But the second book that's out is called A Good Day to Pie. I really liked both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a very feminist story about this woman who bakes pies that hurt or kill bad men. Okay, it's great. Honestly, I thought it was a fun time, and the audiobooks are really good, and there are recipes in the back.
Yeah. And so I mean, and they're like Ellery Adams is a good one too. She does The Secret Book and Scone Society. Her books are really, that's a good starter too for a cozy mystery.
Mm-hmm.
My first cozy mystery was the High Heels mystery from Gemma Halliday. I don't know if that's in KU, but I own all of them on my Kindle because I love them.
Anyway, I have to go. I have to go to bedtime.
Go do bedtime.
Bye. Have fun. I'll pop in the comments after I've, done the bedtime.
Bye.
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 Brittany.
She heard you. An art cozy
It'd be
mystery.
real sad when Reni comes back and she's not here.
I know. I'm gonna have to get her to.
Now there's
I'm back.
If she comes on, I'll be like, Brittany, you have to get on right now.
Right.
ML says she mainly reads vampire fiction. This is true about ML. ML reads a lot of vampire-y books. We love fan fiction also. I mean, I read a lot of like Hermione fan fiction, which is like Draco Hermione fan fiction, because it gives me the Harry Potter world without giving money to J.K. Rowling, and also like the fan fiction Harry Potter stuff is so much more diverse. So,
Mommy,
you're welcome. What?
and I'm also gonna watch and when I'm at Grandpa David's, I'm also gonna
Everyone's saying
watch
goodnight.
TV, since I love TV.
Okay. What?
And I'm gonna watch my shows that I usually watch, kids shows.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nerd shows. Say it out.
I need you to stay right over there. Do not come over here.
Let me see.
Has anyone seen? No, you cannot see it. It's not for you to see. Has anyone seen Gigi and Bo's newest bookmark post?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm about to turn this around so y'all can see it. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Because now I want to buy these, but I don't know where to put them in my room. Y'all. You can't even see it. Y'all. And then right underneath it is like the reel that she did like a reel of them. Y'all.
I could not see what was going on there, so yeah. I was like, I don't understand. It just looks colorful.
I need them.
I think it's a great message.
I mean,
Okay.
send a voice message back. And then hurry up and eat. All right, do we want to do a sprint?
Yes.
I mean, why not? Honestly. It's for Gigi and Bo
Okay.
on Instagram. I have like a bunch of her bookmarks already because I love
Okay.
not that one. I love Gigi and Bo bookmarks. So like all of these bookmarks are from Gigi and
I
Bo.
wanted to call you, and I wanted
So.
to.
They're on the Gigi and Bo, and she's doing a new
I
drop.
wanted to.
Did she do it today? Tomorrow. She's doing a new drop tomorrow.
You that I love you so much.
How do you spell Gigi and Bo?
I did it.
I spelled Bo wrong. I spelled it the French way.
Oh well. Her shop is named after her dogs.
Oh, nice.
Shower and listen to my new audiobook, How to Succeed in Witchcraft. That sounds delightful.
Mommy,
What?
when I go to Grandma
Yeah, it
David's,
was.
Mommy,
Give me my phone, please.
when I go to Grandpa David's, me and Grandma are gonna do crafts,
Okay, great.
and we're gonna sell it.
Yes, I love them.
And she's gonna put a sign, and I'm gonna pass all the crafts out.
Oh, the craft out?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she was sending that to you, Emil. That the talking that you heard in the background. All right, let's do a sprint. I do have to change. Give me a second, because I have to change the timer back to 45 minutes, because this was from the pizza.
So that was her voice?
Yes, Ari.
I did not know her voice was so pretty, like yours.
Oh yeah, she does have the booby bookmarks too. It's like a bookmark with like boobs all over it. Like I don't know how else to describe it. Like that's literally what it is.
Mhm.
Yes. All right. So let's do another 45 minutes. I don't know who else is popping on. I'm about to check the. I was gonna check the group chat, but I don't think anybody said anything. Because I'm about to, well, I'm about to post the second link because it starts at midnight.
Oh.
So I'm gonna post it now so I don't forget because I'll forget to be honest. All right. So we will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Alrighty.
Hello.
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 We have a Ren. Hello, Ren. How are you?
Hi.
Hi, Ren.
I'm good. How are you guys?
It's been chaos over here. To be honest,
Why? What's been happening? Or is it just your usual chaos?
everything has been happening. 24-hour sprint. So Ren has never been on camera for 24-hour sprints. I think they've shown up in my comments though. I
Yeah.
mean, 24-hour sprints is just the most chaotic thing that I do. You know what I mean? Honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was saying earlier, like, I kind of feel bad for people that this is like how they find me, because I tend to get like an influx of subscribers during 24-hour sprints, and people find me because I'm up for 24 hours. So anybody in any time zone will run across these, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
if you do not subscribe when you find these, like, I don't even blame you, but also everything else I do is just so tame that if you can make it through
True.
some of the 24 hours, we should just be friends, you know? Just saying.
Yeah.
What are you reading?
I'm reading The Stranger Beside Me by Anne Rule, which is like
I
the
read that years ago.
yeah. It's the Ted Bundy as told by his friend.
Yeah, because they like worked
His
together.
friend.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
It was like just everyone thinking he's the nicest guy, like it couldn't possibly be him.
And that's the thing, like, he really had that persona. Like, he really, it's like scary. Like, I know people don't like, I know it's controversial for like the shows and stuff to be made about these terrible people.
Yeah.
But also, like, how else do we learn to find them? Because they're just normal, like, they look like normal people. Like, Ted Bundy does not, like, Ted Bundy, if you know what he did, you can see it, you know, in his eyes and all. But if you didn't know what he did, like, if you just saw him, if I saw Ted Bundy walk down the street and I didn't know who he was, like, I would just be like, I wouldn't even give him a second thought.
Yeah. Because he's always like the attractive man and he's so charming, and he usually has like a sling on, or he's got crutches, and he's like, can you help me?
Right.
And then, you know, people want to be like, oh, I'll help you because you're clearly not able to do something. And then it's like, haha, sucked in, you're about to be murdered. And it's like, knowing that they do these like ruses is like, okay, now I know what to not do.
Right.
I think Mr. Reading when he would just finish his book at D&D. Y'all, we are turning him into a bookish babe. I'm just like, I made a comment about it the other day, and I was like, I'm gonna turn you into a bookish babe yet. And he like rolled his eyes at me. He just sent me he is at D&D right now. Him and Mariah, they play D&D every other Friday and Saturday night. And he just sent me a message that said finished book, and I said at D&D, and he said, yup. So you listen to a Court of Silver Flames at D&D? What are you doing?
How did he keep a straight face?
I don't know. Because, so he finished, this is just an update for anyone that doesn't know. So, Mr. Reading when he was started by reading Throne of the Assassin's Blade. So he read the Assassin's Blade, and then if you go on my channel, you can watch the replay of our live show. He was on the live show. Like, he came on the live show during his lunch break at work. What, Ari? Okay, I'll be right there. Go lay down, because you're about to fall over. Go lay down. Go ahead. I'll be right there. She took her, I give her melatonin every other night, and she wanted it tonight, since she didn't have any yesterday. And she came in and she was like, I'm laying down. No. And I'm like, you're about to fall over. Go to bed. And she's like, I'm like, go lay down, please. Thank you. So he said, nobody will ever know. I mean, Sprints will know. but he knows I tell you guys everything.
Mhm.
So he read Throne of Glass. Then he like took a break from reading. No, he read The Assassin's Blade. Then he took a break from Throne of Glass because he was determined that he was just going to read it with the besties, which were reading one book every other month, right? That didn't last very long because he listened to both Legendborn books. He listened to both Amari books, and then he listened to some random Twin Flame book or something that he found on Scribd. I don't know. He uses my Scribd, but he was like, I don't know what this book was, but I needed a book to read, and it was good. So he listened to that one, and then there's like a sequel I think that he listened to. Then he was like, well, I'm just gonna finish Throne of Glass. So he's completely finished all of Throne of Glass. He's finished it. It's done.
Wow.
It's been done. Now he's completed all of ACOTAR. I don't know what I gave him Priory of the Orange Tree, so he might read that next because I have the audio for that.
How quickly is he finishing these? Like some of them are chunkers.
2 or 3 days. And I will say,
Can I have some of that?
he's not reading anything. The only one that he read physically was The Assassin's Blade, but he read that physically and got it done in 2 days.
Wow.
Because
Can I
he
have some
took
of that magic? Because
he's
I
like,
can't.
can I take this?
Right? Yeah.
The book jacket off when he reads. So he was like, can I take this to work with me? And I was like, I mean, don't ruin my book, but yeah. So he took it to work with him, and he was done with it in like 48 hours because he handed it back to me, and I'm like, are you done with this? And then he drives a lot because he has to drive 20 minutes. His commute is about 20 minutes a day. Well, 40 minutes a day. Plus, like, if he runs the kids places or runs me to work, like, like, this man usually watches anime. Like, that's his, like, chill out thing to do is to watch anime. I don't think he's watched anime in weeks. Like, I think he watched anime the other day for like 2 hours and then came in my room to talk to me and had a headphone in his ear. And I'm like, are you listening to a book? And he was like, yeah, I was trying to watch anime, but I just would prefer to read. And I was like, what?
Wow.
But he's listening to these like 20-hour books in like a day and a half, 2 days. And I'm like, what are you doing? But he just sat in a room full of men. I'm pretty sure Mariah is the only woman that plays D&D. But you just sat in a room full of men and listened to A Court of Silver Flames? That book has a lot of smut in it. I haven't read it yet, but I know from like Kelsey read it. Like I know people that have read it.
Somebody needs some attention over there.
So
I know. I'm so sorry. He keeps crying.
Listening to A Court of Silver Flames. I can't believe it.
I'm very impressed that he was able to do that, though.
Me too, because all of those books that I just like rattled off, including an 8-book series, he started reading in February. In the middle of February, like the 3rd week of February.
Wow.
Like right after Valentine's Day, he started reading and has not stopped.
So impressive.
And I'm like, clearly I need to pick up my game because you're at like 20 books and I am at like 36 for the entire year. You're at like 20 books for the last like 2 months. And he's like, well, my original goal was to get the Throne of Glass series done by March. And I was like, how are you going to do that? You started it 2 weeks before March. Sure.
Wow.
Yeah. I will say that he did listen to a big chunk of, I think, Throne of Glass and Crown of Midnight while he was driving from our house in Indiana to North Carolina, which I think is like 15 hours or something. Like it's a long drive. So like he did listen to like a chunk of it while he was like in the car, like alone. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But and then he listened to Legendborn, or maybe it was Legendborn he listened to North Carolina, and then the Throne of Glass books he was listening to.
Yeah, because that was when you were on sprints with me, or I was on sprints with you. I don't know which one, but that's when he like called and complained. And
yeah, that must have been North Carolina. So he must have listened to the Throne of Glass books when he drove to his brother's wedding. which means that he made the 16-year-old and the 17-year-old boy be quiet in the back seat while he listened to his books. I mean, they both
That's
probably had
good.
headphones, so they probably didn't care, but even so. Wow. This is for you, Ren.
Thank you very much. So glad it's over.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt kind of weird because I like posted a thing that was like, "Congratulations, Ren, I'm graduating." I posted it like while I was at work, and then I was like, "Is this weird?" And then I was like, "I already did this."
Yeah, it's done.
All good.
Hi, Meredith. Meredith just woke up, and I didn't know that Meredith was supposed to have sprints today until she shared my thing. Like I posted it to Instagram and was like, "Who's ready for 24-hour sprints or whatever?" And she like she tagged me in a post of like a screenshot of the thumbnail and was like, "Just jokes. I'll be doing mine." I think she said Sunday or something. And I was like, I didn't know she was supposed to have sprints.
That's always the hard thing with sprints is like how to not like step on other people's toes.
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. You just gotta.
This month, I'm not gonna lie, I scheduled them around the fact that I'm gonna be at Reni's next week. So I knew I couldn't really I could have done them at Reni's, but like I also didn't really want to. And then also I scheduled them around Brittany being able to be on because she was on earlier because she's missed like the last 2 and she's been very sad about it. Everyone's saying hello to Ren and Meredith.
Hello.
Had a shower and listened to 3% of the Paris apartment. Thinking of making coffee. I'm probably gonna make coffee soon also.
I need coffee.
Hello. I don't know what we're yesing. I think about Mr. Reading Maniva because he's been reading a lot.
I think so.
I read 40 pages. Wonderful. I read like 1 chapter. I forgot that Mariah asked me to put her laundry in the to rotate her laundry, so I had to do that, and then I had to help Ari get ready for bed. He's reading Mass, and I'm an avid reader and can't even read Mass. So here's the thing. So I read A Court of Thorns and Roses, the first book, like last year. And then I read half of the second book. And then I was like, I don't care about this. And so I put it down, but I was like, but I'm going to pick it back up because like I was enjoying it. But also I was upset because Tamlin is a bitch. And I was upset about that after the first book because I rooted for Tamlin and then he was a freaking idiot in A Court of Mist and Fury. So I only read half of it and then I was like, you're a bitch. And then Mr. Reading with Neva, see, Court of Thorns and Roses, like I know what happens at the end because it was ruined for me by accident. Someone legitimately thought I had read all of them and I didn't. It's fine. I'm still gonna read them. But now Mr. Reading with Neva is like, Tamlin's such a bitch. Like he texted me. He wrote me a text that said, he is such a bitch. That's all it said. And I was like, I know. But I've read the first big Sarah J. Maas that I read. Like the first chunky one was A Crescent to the House of Earth and Blood. I needed to get the name right. I always be making up the name. But House of Earth and Blood. That was the first one I read. I read it in 4 days, but I had the audio, so that's why. And then now I'm making my way through the Throne of Glass books and they're fine. They're good. I've given Assassin's Blade was 4 stars or 4.5 stars, and Throne of Glass, which I'm rereading because I don't remember anything, but I gave it 5 stars when I read it the first time. And it still feels like a 5-star to me, so. But also, I know that Sarah J. Maas is not for everyone. Also, so it's okay, ML. There's no vampires in Sarah J. Maas. That's probably why you don't read it. I folded laundry and put new sheets on the bed. Wonderful. I need to wash my sheets tomorrow so that I come home to clean sheets. Because there's no reason anyone should be sleeping on my bed while I'm gone.
Creepy if they were.
I mean, the only person that might is Mr. Reading Maneva if for some reason Mariah kicks him out of the other room, but I don't feel
Mariah's I need my nights.
She's listen, sir, to the doghouse. He would come in here and sleep because there's a TV and stuff in here. You know what I mean? There's books in here, so. He plays D&D. Me too. I be feeling like such a nerd. I also play D&D. And actually, listen, you are very rude. timer. I think I'm gonna change this timer. I also play D&D, but we're not gonna talk about it. I mean, I'm supposed to start a new game in May, which like is fine. My character is a bard, and also, let me see if I'm even saying this right. A bard who's also a fairy. I think. I don't know. It's not saying in front of me. Anyway, but the I like to be cute. Okay, that's why I picked a fairy. It's fine. But my friend who runs the game was like, you should be a bard. And I was like, don't bards sing? Or like play music? And he was like, yeah, that's why. So he makes me sing during D&D. Which is
Pretty good.
It's like fine, but like I don't know the people that I play D&D with, like I don't know all of them. You know what I mean? Like I don't know them. So I feel weird because I don't really like to sing in front of people that I don't know. He is so clearly bookish and fits right into booktube. He really does, but he refuses to make a booktube channel. But you know what? It's okay because he and I came to an agreement. So I'm gonna go see Pink the day before my birthday this year because she's gonna be in Indy and I'm so excited. I have not seen her in concert since 2013 and it was the best thing I ever saw. Anyways, so me, Mariah, and my sister are going to go see Pink in November. And so then I told Mr. Reni that if he was not, but he was like, I really don't want to go. Like he wouldn't tell me he didn't want to go until I was like, do you want to go to this? And he was like, I really don't want to go. And I was like, okay, cool. So like, you're going to take me to the bookstore on my actual birthday and I'm going to make him film a video with me at Barnes & Noble. I've decided that we're going to film like a Mr. Reading with Neva picks my birthday haul video and I'm gonna make him pick my book.
That's cool.
It's gonna be a fun time. But I have to give him a stipulation that he can't only pick comic books because if I set him loose in Barnes & Noble, all he'll bring me back is comic books. Like you can pick like 2 comic books, but can we do but he's really gonna buy comic books so that he can read them. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be like, you need to pick things that like I'm gonna read. You know? It can be anything that you want except comic books. Thank you. Like manga is acceptable. I just don't read comic books. Like I don't care enough, about superheroes to read comic books. I read 31 pages. I think I read better but I'm trying to be sober after yesterday. Oh, okay, I get you. I mean, after yesterday, what happened yesterday? I need to know.
Yeah.
This is Chaos Central. I need to know what happened yesterday. Really good at being sober even when I'm around it. Yeah. He's definitely a reader. And he was like, I told you that when I read books, I devour books. And I was like, yeah, but I've known this man for almost 9 years. I've not dated him that long. He had to chase me for a while. It's fine. But we've been dating for almost 2 years. Like we're going on 2 years now. And this is the first time I've ever even seen him read a book. So don't sit here like I've just been watching you read books this whole time. Like I've never even seen you open a book. Unless it's a picture book that you're reading to Ari, like, because he was like, I told you I read. And I was like, yeah, but I never even saw you open a book. Even when I started bringing in physical books, like half the books on this shelf he bought in September. And he never asked me one time to read them. And then he had the audacity to be like, I've been wanting to read Legendborn while I was on sprints. And I was like, since when? Because I've had Legendborn and Bloodmarked since November because ML and Ollie sent them to me for my birthday. And Bloodmarked, literally me and Bloodmarked have the same birthday. So I was like, you never told me you wanted to read this. He was like, I did. I was like, no. I was like, I would have remembered if you told me the book. I would have remembered. What do you mean? I would have been like, you want to read Legendborn? Here you go. Like, I would have handed you the book before I even read it. And he was like, I told you. I was like, no, you did not. He didn't at all. He did not. The audacity. Cooking chicken and not having a knife to cut or plates. It is interesting night.
Are you moving right now?
She was moving or about to move.
She's moving or about to move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
It definitely would be.
Mm-hmm.
The chaos in these comments right now. I'm just like living for it. Funny that not only is he a reader, he's clearly following in your smut footsteps. A girl can dream, baby. Anybody that was live, even if you weren't live, you can go back and watch it because it's still on my channel. He and I did a live where we did the boyfriend booktube tag. And one of the questions that I had to ask him was what my favorite genre of books was, and he was like, smut. I was expecting him to say like fantasy or romance or something. No, this man looked at me and he was like,
he told the truth.
Smut. And I was like, I don't only read smut. And he was like, every book you talk about is smut, which I mean, that's true. That's true. Every book that I've talked to him about is smut. But now he be thinking that he needs to read the smut. That's the thing. Because I'll be like, I just read the fine print. And like sometimes when I read Grumpy Sunshine, smutty books, he always reminds me of the grump. Like the grump in the book always reminds me of him. Always, every time. Because he's a grumpy dude. Like he's just grumpy. Like he's kind, you know what I mean? But he's not really nice, you know? And so I'm reading the fine print and I'm like, you cannot read this book. And he was like, why? And I was like, because it's going to give you ideas and I will know exactly where you got it from. And he was like, he's like, now I'm going to read it. And I was like, are you? I was like, because good luck reading this book. I was like, because if you download it on Kindle Unlimited, I'll know that you downloaded it. I said, because it'll show up on my Kindle. And he's like, I'm going to read this book. So he thinks that because he was like, and here's the thing, it's so funny to me because he was like, I'm no stranger to smut. Now, mind you, he is 44 years old, okay? So 44 or 43? 44, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so he'll be like, I'm no stranger to smut. That's what he says to me, right? Back in the day, I read erotica, right? Because he just thinks that he's just like so much more mature than me because I'm 31 and he's 44, right? And then he's sitting here listening to A Court of Thorns and Roses, or it was either that one or A Court of Mist and Fury, I don't remember. But one of them says something about like sheathing, if you understand what I'm saying. And he sits bolt upright in bed because it was like a date night. And I'm like reading my book, you know, I got my Kindle. I'm like, yeah, it's having a great time, like reading my book. And all of a sudden this man sits straight up in bed and he goes like this to me. And I was like, what is wrong with you? I'm like enjoying my book. And he's like looking into my soul. And I'm like, can I help you? Because first of all, my autism does not like eye contact. Like I have a lot of trouble with eye contact. So like when you stare into my eyes, it literally makes my skin crawl. And he was like, this book is smutty. And I was like, okay. And he was like, they're talking about sheathing. And I was like, okay. Then he gets to A Court of Silver Flames. Why he comes in my room last night, he stands in the doorway. I'm laying on the bed. My back is like hurt. I don't know what I did to it. I did something to it at work. But I'm like laying on the bed and I'm like watching TV. And I pause the TV and I look at him and I say, can I help you? Because he's just like standing there staring at me. And I'm like, can I help you? Like, are you going to say something? And he was like, this book is pure smut. He's like, they just be talking about fingering and all this stuff. And I was like, I thought back in the day you read erotica. And he was like, I did. And I was like, why are you appalled by a little bit of spice? I'm just wondering. Fantasy romance is a genre of book. Like, that's a thing in the world. You know what I'm saying? I was like, so for someone who, I was like, because at this point, like, I can listen to smut and not make a face. So I'm confused. And he's out here. He works at T-Mobile, y'all. Like, he's working with people every day. And you're, like, out here listening to Spicy Books, just like at the T-Mobile.
It's impressive.
Helping customers listening to smutty books. And I'm like, that's great and all. Like, I could never. Okay. The one time that a smutty book caught me off guard, I literally scared a customer because I like gasped. I was like, oh my God. As I'm like taking her order, and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, I'm fine, honestly. Like now, like it's not really a big deal. But like, how are you gonna sit here and be like, I'm no stranger to smut, and then you're gonna be like offended and appalled by a court? And I told him before he read it, I was like, I just need you to know this is like spicy, like it's smutty. And he was like, oh, okay, it's fantasy. And I'm like, it's fantasy romance. So
Okay.
it's really funny to me. It's really funny to me. Now I just like want to give him like a random smut look and be like, that has like a cutesy cover. Like I'm gonna make him read
The Tessa Bailey Fix Her Up.
I'm gonna make him read The Kiss Quotient.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Or
too.
Delilah Green
That's
Doesn't
good.
Care. Because those are both like smutty, but they have like cutesy covers. And I'll be like, this is just a wholesome story. Just read it. And then he's gonna be like, this is so smutty. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. You're welcome. He plays it in headphones unless he's in the car. He will, but I have noticed that the smuttier the books get, the less often he plays them in the car. So I think that he's worried about like pulling up into like a drive-through with this like playing because he's been wearing his one earbud a lot recently. And I'll be like, "Can you hear me? Are you listening to your book?" And he'll be like, "Yeah." So
The slow-mo.
that's what I'm saying. I'm at like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think I'm at like 37 books or something, but that's like for the whole year. That's not for like like 2 months. That's for like 4 months. You know what I mean? It's okay. At some
I
point,
think
he'll
I'm at
probably.
like 50, but they're all like manga.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I think the only reason I'm even at the number of books that I am is because I've been doing a lot more audio this year. Then because like I work, so like at work I can listen to audiobooks in headphones. I don't listen to them out loud. That would be a disaster, to be honest. Okay, I guess I'm at 40 books for the year. Because it says I'm ahead of my goal by 5 books. My goal is 115 books. But here's the thing, like, it's crazy to me because he was like, my goal for the whole year is 12 books. And I was like, so you're going to only read 1 book a month? And he was like, yeah. And then he, like, exceeded that in, like, 3 weeks. So now he says that his new goal is 25. I was like,
Okay, in another month he'll be
go
at that.
and go home, bro. Like, just do, like, 100 books. That's what I did last year. Because last year I was like, I'm going to read 25 books. And then I hit that in, like, April. So I was like, forget it. I'll read 100 books. And then, of course, for like 3 weeks, it told me that I was like 2 books behind my goal. But I was like, well, clearly, because I just like jumped from like even in books like they were snorting coke back in the day. He really is like I mean, there could be worse vices. You know what I mean? I'm just so surprised that he's completely completely replaced his manga or his anime time with reading. Because he's been like reading while he plays video games, reading while he cooks, reading while he drives, like all of the things. Like I'm just okay. That's for Ren. Yay, Ren. Graduating.
Hi, Nicole.
It was more because I wanted to watch yours. We could sprint at the same time. Don't stress. Well, Meredith, I'm glad you're here. Trying to get through the Lives of Puppets. Listen, bro, I'm struggling with this too. Like Kristen was like, "What don't you like?" I'm just bored. Like, there's nothing I don't like. I just don't care. I feel like this is just not like the time for me to read this book. I think, and like I wanted to buddy read it, but like I don't care. To be honest, like
I want to read it so bad.
And the thing is like I'm excited for it, so like I want to like, so I haven't picked it back up because I'm like I want to just pick this up later
when you're excited for it.
When I feel excited for it, and then read it because like I'm actually excited for this book. Like I mean, I'm excited so I don't want to like read it now and then give it like a 3-star and then be like, well, I'm not gonna read it again. You know what I mean? 3% of the Romanov Oracle, which brings me to 53%. Wonderful. Yes, it is a new TJ Klune book. Might be starting a D&D campaign, and my character is a Goliath barbarian, so the exact opposite of me. I mean, listen, that's what D&D is for. You know what I mean? You can be whoever you want to be. Whatever
She's
you
clearly been reading the Ice Planet Barbarians.
Clearly. It's all good, Reni. You have a newborn, bro. Plus, I'm gonna see you in like just over 24 hours, so it's really fine. Like I'll be like, I'm getting on a plane soon. It's only 10 o'clock. It feels way later than that. Okay. There aren't any vampires in Mass. That's probably why you won't read them. I know. I'm just saying. Like it wasn't a slight. You know what I'm saying? It was like a slight. It wasn't like, wow, there's no vampires. It's just that, like, I know that you prefer your books to have vampires in them, and Sarah J. Maas doesn't have any vampires that I'm aware of. Yes, it was. It was 420. Had a bad shroom trip last month. Ended up destroying my grandma's house.
Oh.
Oh. My dad and best friend helped me clean it up, but they really suggest I slow down because they would hate for me to hurt myself. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do smoke for headache purposes. You know what I'm saying? Other people smoked a bit more than that, but like I have to be able to function. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I still have to like be able to like do things for Ari. And like the stuff that we buy is meant to put you to sleep. Like it's meant for you to be sleeping. That's why I smoke before I go to bed. Because otherwise migraines. And we don't love that, you know? The last bad migraine I had, Mr. Reni Waniva was almost like, you're going to the hospital right now. So we tried
I did go to the hospital for my last migraine.
Yeah, we try to just avoid that, you know? Yeah. 420 is Eloise's birthday. You know, it's a good birthday to have, though. Maybe. It's a good birthday to have. They don't have a place right now.
Oh. I'm so sorry, Chrissy.
Yeah, that is rough. Turns out my family doesn't accept them non-binary hand and go by Kale. Well, guess what? That's fine. I'll be the maternal side of your family. You're welcome. I have a free mom hug shirt somewhere. I think it's in my closet. But I'm just saying, I will adopt everyone.
Yeah. Say goodbye to family that doesn't accept you.
Right. Didn't feel real until Siri said, She's in Florida. I think. Chrissy? I think Chrissy is in Florida. Also, I did not read this book. I have not read this. I like own it. It's like one of those books that I like bought on Kindle when it came out, and then like, did I ever read it? No. And I bought it at the time when like I was literally only digitally reading. Like I didn't own any physical books at all. Like I was only reading on my Kindle. I wasn't doing audiobooks, none of that. And then like I bought it, and now it's just been sitting there. So,
I liked it.
So if y'all think that buying books on Kindle will get you to read books more, I'm here to tell you that's not true. You're welcome. Scary, while intoxicated sounds terrifying. I honestly find echoes and all those terrifying as it is. Yeah, Siri likes to talk to me, and I'm like, no one was talking to you, ma'am. Be quiet. They really are always listening. No family or friends that help us. We are on our own right now. We are in a tent. Can you go get assistance?
She says later that they tried, but her husband makes too much.
That's always the most frustrating thing with things like that. It's like you and
like too much, but it can't like,
but not enough to live.
Right. And here's the thing: Florida is so ass backwards about it too. Because I used to live in Florida. So like the way that Florida works is like they want you to think that they're gonna help, that they like want to help you until you need the help. You know what I'm saying? Like they want you to have all of this, like they want you to have a job, they want you to have this, they want you to have that. And then they're like, oh, but now you make too much. But also, if you don't have all those things, then you look lazy. Like, which one is it? Because, like, just because I have a job and a car does not mean that I can live. You know what I mean? It's very weird to me.
Right. Yeah. And then they wonder why people get to a point where they don't want to have a job, because then they won't qualify for something that will actually get them shelter when they can't have shelter if they have a job.
Yeah.
Like, it's so ridiculous. It's infuriating.
Mm. Oh, yeah, I see it here. Try to think of qualified due to hubby makes too much. Let me see what I can find. Let me see if I can dig into the because I know I still have like all of the resource material stuff that they gave me. Let me see if I can dig. I'm gonna try to help you, Chrissy. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know that he's like sitting here listening to these books, like not out loud, but like in his ear. Like, how are you doing anything? Like, now I want to make him read the Ice Planet Barbarian series just to see if he can keep a straight face. But also, I'm worried about like what that would do to like his sex drive, and it would just come back to like get me in the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just. Because that's the excuse he would use. He'd be like, well, you're the one that gave me these books. Deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Which, I mean, I'm not saying that mine is, like, low or anything. I'm just saying, like, bro, I have to sleep. You know? That's what I'm saying. Or there's a 2 to 3 year. Yeah. Yeah. Let me, Chrissy, on Instagram, send me the county that you live in. And let me see what I can do. Because I have some resources and, like, phone numbers and stuff still. From when my kids were being adopted, and then after I had to kick out Ariana's biological dad. We're not gonna talk about it, but he's crazy. Anyway, and that's when I got like all the resources and stuff. So send me the county that you're in, and I'm gonna see what I can do for you, honestly. Because Florida is so dumb, and like it's like you have to know people to get help, and it's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
No,
well, and
how you are.
Like, Christy, you have 2 kids too. So like the fact that Florida's just like okay with kids.
Florida don't care. DeSantis, you think DeSantis cares? Like, DeSantis is not caring. DeSantis was the one that was trying to say that there was no pandemic and everyone was fine. And the only people that it would hurt or kill were old people. And they were locked away in old people homes, so we would be fine. Okay. DeSantis is a moron. Anyway. I'm at like 80 something books, but almost half of those are Ruby Dixon. I mean, listen, it still counts in my opinion, Aaron. I mean, it doesn't matter what you're reading. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I fell down a smut hole in February. So like half of the books that I've read this year are Kindle Unlimited smut.
Nice.
Okay? Like
you barely made a dent in all of it that's available.
Exactly. And like here's the thing, I'm like sitting here and I'm like, I've started so many books this month that I didn't finish, but I sure finished the fine print. What is the fine print? KU smut. I don't understand. Like all of the books that I finished like successfully in April, pretty sure they were all smut. It's fine. It's really fine.
What you gotta do.
Ill today, so happy to see friendly faces. We're so happy to see you, but also feel better.
Yeah.
I'm on book 3. I actually really liked book 2, but also I'm like a hoe for a retelling, and that would book 2 was a Beauty and the Beast retelling. So I think that's why I liked it so much. You know what I mean? Personally, but I could see why it would be boring.
I love Beauty and the Beast retellings.
Hello.
That's Ren. Ren is I don't know. Ren, have you ever been on my channel?
No,
Or
just
have
in the
we-
comments.
Or have we just done sprints on Brittany's channel? Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably. That's how I be meeting everybody. Brittany will be like, "You want to come on sprints?" And I'll be like, "Sure." And she'll be like, "Okay, this person's gonna be here. I don't know if you know them." And I'll be like, I mean, I know who they are. Like, who they I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but that's all. You're welcome.
Brittany's just like bringing the people together.
She really does, because she knows I'm too damn chicken to ask people. And then when I asked you, when I was like, "Oh, I could ask Ren to be on 24 Hour Sprints," so I messaged Ren, and I was like, "Want to be on 24 Hour Sprints?" And then when Ren texted me back, he was like, "Yeah, sure." I text Brittany, and I was like, "Ren's gonna be on 24 Hour Sprints!" And I was like, "Listen, I get excited because I've said this before." But I feel like when I ask people to be on sprints with me, whether it's 24 hours or something else, like just regular sprints, I feel like I'm back in an MLM. Okay. There was a time where I was MLM Barbie. Okay. I was part of like Beachbody. I think it's called like Body Now or something stupid. Anyway, I was part of Beachbody, and I could not cold message people to save my life. Like, I felt stupid as hell being like, "Hey, girl, I saw that you liked my post." Like, what? What do you mean? So I would like post a lot, like about like my working out or whatever. But I feel stupid because I'm like, how do you ask people to be on sprints without sending them like a "hey girl" message? You know what I mean? So I'd be like, "Hey, do you want to be on sprints?" And then I'm always afraid of being like rejected too, because I'm like, if I don't ask, I can't be rejected. But then Brittany's like, if you don't ask, they can't even like give you an answer at all.
Yeah.
Can you just ask for me? Can you do that? And she's like, "No." I'm sorry.
I will bring them to you, but you must speak.
Right. She's like, that's what she does. Is she invites me to her sprints. And then is like, "Oh, I'm sprinting with this person and this person. I don't know if you know them." And then I'm like, "Well, I follow them." That doesn't mean they know who the hell I am, to be honest. And then we'll like all sprint and like get along, and she'll be like, that's actually how Amy started coming on my sprints, because I sprinted with Amy on Brittany's channel, and then Brittany was like, "Ask Amy," and I was like, "What if she says no?" And Brittany is like, "Girl, if you do not ask." That's how Brittany brings me on sprints with people, and then,
Look at me.
and then
Look at me now.
but I'm always like, what if they decide they don't like me? Like, I'm weird. Like, I am, and I don't mean weird in like a derogatory word, but like, I know I am not everyone's, cup of tea. You know what I mean? Like, I know that. And Brittany's like, the worst thing that they're gonna do is tell you no, bro. Or like come on your sprints and then be like, "I'm never coming back. Like, it's too chaotic." And I'm like, that's true. I was like, but also all of like the booktubers that are my friends also know Paige. And Paige, her brand is chaos, and in like the most loving way. You know what I mean? So I'm like, this is the most chaotic that we get is on 24 Hour Sprints. It gets a little chaotic, but that's okay. I'm learning to understand that just because what isn't there for you doesn't mean others won't. Exactly. You can just find. That's what found family is. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm going. Send me your information. Not like directly where you live. That would be weird. But just send me like your county, and I'm gonna try to help you. Even the United Way. Yeah, I'm gonna look and see what I can find. I can do very mundane tasks, straight face while smut is happening in my ear. I mean, me too. I literally rode in an Uber for half an hour one day. I don't remember where I was going, but I was going somewhere in an Uber. And the whole time I was listening to smut. And the dude was like talking to me in the front seat. It was like, "How's your day?" And I'm like, "It's great." as I'm listening to like the raunchiest stuff you can, and he's like great, he's like asking me just like mundane questions, and I'm just like answering them, and just like sitting in this back seat, like, bro, if you knew what I was listening to right now, like you would think
I can't even listen to mundane questions while I have anything happening in my ear. Like I have to stop my audiobook.
hello.
Yeah, I don't know how you take orders and listen.
Oh, well, you see, now that I'm a manager, and I'm fancy, I don't usually have to take orders anymore. Like now I like make the food, and then I only get on the headset when I have to scare people. That's what happens. So basically what happens is I'm on the line and I'm making, the tacos. For anyone who doesn't know, I work at Taco Bell. You're welcome. So I make the tacos, and the not fajitas, because we don't have fajitas, even though someone tried to come through and order a fajita the other day. I make like the quesadillas and the nachos Bel Grande and all that stuff, and nacho fries.
What about the crunch wrap? That's my favorite.
And the crunch wrap, yes. And then I hear like an idiot in my ear, just like being stupid with people. Like, for instance, like they just stopped doing the double steak grilled cheese burrito. Like we have like the regular grilled cheese burrito, because like the double steak, it's like a bigger tortilla because you get twice as much crap in it. You know what I'm saying? So we have just like the regular size grilled cheese burrito, right? And like the other day, this guy comes through and he was like, "You don't have it anymore?" And my coworker is like, "No, sir. Like, I'm sorry, they've discontinued that. But I could do the grilled cheese burrito with steak if you would like. It's like the same thing. It's just, smaller, whatever." And he's like, "Wow, I should just sue Taco Bell." And I was like,
What?
so he was like, "Well, could you just make me the double steak grilled cheese burrito?" So I was like, Daquez, because that's who I was working with. I was like, Daquez, just let me. So I came over the thing and I was like, "I'm sorry, sir. We no longer carry the double steak grilled cheese burrito." I was like, "So I can put extra steak in the grilled cheese burrito with steak if you want." I was like, "But I don't have the grilled cheese burrito. Like, I cannot make it for you. Like, it's not a thing that I can ring up on my register." And he was like, "Oh, well, I guess that's fine." And then he's like, and then he ordered like half the menu. And I'm like, "Are you eating all of this food? Are you eating $50 worth of Taco Bell? Like, I feel like you're not."
I feel that's unhealthy.
And then and then I'm like, okay, and then I like am very honest with customers. I'm like, okay, I was like, I can make this for you, but unfortunately, with all of the grilled items that you have, it's going to be like 5 to 10 minutes just for me to make the order. And he was like, "You can't go faster than that." And I'm like, "There's me and one other person in this store right now. Like, what? It's 2:00 in the morning. Like, how many people do you think?" The audacity of people. Honestly.
Yeah.
Or like, there's only been one instance, and I was already promoted, but I did not have my manager shirts yet. Or maybe I did. Did I have my manager shirts? I don't think I have my manager shirts yet, because I don't think I'd gone to my class yet. But there's only been one instance where someone like yelled at me and then threw their food at me. And like,
Wow.
I'm a crier, y'all. Like,
Oh my
when I get
God.
angry, I don't yell. Like, it really takes a lot, like, to make me yell. And usually by then I'm already crying. So this person comes through the drive-thru. I'm not going to name any names. I mean, I don't know their name. I'm not even going to genderize them, okay? But they come through my drive-thru and they ordered Cinnabon Delights. If you don't know what those are, they're like cinnamon sugar bite things that have like cream cheese frosting on the inside. They're kind of gross, to be honest. Like, I don't love them, but it's fine. Like, if you like them, that's great. It's like if you go,
It's a donut hole with frosting.
yeah, if you go like to Cinnabon, like it's basically
Right.
like it's like the dough stuff that you dip in the frosting, but it's like all one thing.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't love the texture of them, but anyway. So they come through. They order Cinnabon Delights. So these Cinnabon Delights, we can hold Cinnabon Delights in our thing for 30 minutes. I had literally just pulled these out of the fryer. Like, they'd maybe been up in the cabinet 5 minutes. They come through and they leave. They come back through talking about my Cinnabons are cold. There ain't no way. There ain't no way on God's green earth these Cinnabons are cold. There ain't no way. So I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, please come back through. I'll get you new Cinnabons. So I get them Cinnabons. So then they decide that this is not good enough. Right. So they come inside my store. This person comes inside my store and starts yelling at the top of their lungs. Yelling about, I want a refund. Where the fuck is the manager? Like, yelling. I'm the manager on duty. Me! Scrawny little me? So I have a 19 or an 18-year-old in my store with me. Because at this point, I think it was like 9:30. He wasn't off till 11. So I have an 18-year-old in the store with me. And I also have like Dickwiz, who's like 24, 22, something like that, right? In his 20s. And this person is yelling at the top of their lungs, like yelling. And so I go up front and I was like, what seems to be the problem? Like, I'm trying to be, sunshine. You know what I mean? Like my mom always said, kill him with kindness. So I'm like, hi. I was like, what seems to be the problem? And they are screaming at me. Like, they are yelling. They're talking about, I just want a refund. Can y'all not make anything correctly? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I'm so sorry that you are not satisfied with this order. Blah, blah, blah. So I was like, unfortunately, okay, so here's the whole thing. So they paid with cash. Right? They decided to come inside. So no one had shown me how to do a refund. I did not know how to do a refund. But I'm not about to tell this person that I don't know how to do a refund because I'm the manager on duty. So I'm not about to be like, I'm a manager, but I don't know how to do a refund. So I lied, y'all. I was like, unfortunately, because in order to do a cash refund, I would have to pull money out of the safe in order to do this. I was like, because every half hour we switch out the drawers. We don't do that. When I worked at McDonald's, we did switch out the drawers every half hour because it was to keep people from like stealing money. You know what I mean? So I was just using my knowledge from working at McDonald's. Like, we do this at Taco Bell. We don't. At least not in my store. And I was like, unfortunately, because we switch out the drawers every half hour and drop money into the safe, I was like, I don't have enough money in the drawer to give you a refund. I was like, unfortunately for that. I was like, so I can do one of two things. I said, I can either remake your food for you a third time. I was like, I can either remake this food for you, or I can write your name down in the book and you can come back through in the morning to receive a refund. That wasn't good enough. So they took their bag with their Cinnabon Delights in it and they threw it at me over the counter. And I was like, I'm going to need you to leave. I started yelling, man. I started yelling so loud. Like, I was so pissed. I was like, I need you to go. I was like, because you've literally just assaulted me. I was like, if you do not leave now, I'm calling the cops. I was like, go. And they were like, F you, F this. And I was like, get out of my store. Like, I have like door dashers standing, like two white men standing here, like older white men standing here, like looking like, because they don't know what to do, because me and this other person are both black. So they're like, what do we do? Like, we got two, like, white biker dudes standing here staring like they don't know what to do. Because, like, you can tell, like, the one guy wants to, like, grab this other person, but it's also like, I don't want to get charged with a hate crime. Also, I'm pretty sure that this other person was LGBTQ. Like, just from the way that they presented themselves. So, like, this dude is like, I don't want to get a hate crime because this person is, like, black and probably gay. So, like, I don't want to, like, get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I need you to go. And this person was like, go ahead, call the cops. So I grabbed the phone, like, my phone out of my purse, like, out of my pocket. Not my purse. I'm not carrying my purse around. Out of my pocket. And I, like, act like I'm dialing. They're like, it's fine. I'm leaving. And I swear to you, I have not seen this person since. And then, like, I told Mr. Reading with Neva about it, and he was like, I need their name and blah, blah. I was like, I don't have no names. I was like, you could maybe look on the camera and get, like, their license plate number, I guess. I was like, but what am I going to do? But then I had to call AJ and be like, this happened. It's on the camera. And he was like, well, did you keep your cool? I was like, I did until they threw their food at me. Like, when they threw their food at me, my hood came out. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I was no longer, service with a smile. You know what I mean? There was no more love Moss in my heart. Okay. There wasn't. There was no more love Moss in my heart. That's like our little tagline or whatever, to love Moss. It's stupid. But I was like, I'm sorry. And he was like, he's like, I'll watch back the tape. And he watched back the tape, and then it got shown to Angie, and Angie was like, at least you didn't put hands on anybody. Somehow I still got promoted after I like yelled at the and I felt bad for yelling. You know what I mean?
Well, I think as soon as somebody assaults you, you have a right to yell at them to get out of your store.
At me, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you? Who taught you to throw? I swear to you, I have not had food thrown at me since I worked at McDonald's. When I worked at McDonald's, I had a man who was upset because his quarter pounder that he ordered at 12:30 in the afternoon in the middle of my lunch rush was going to take a minute because they're cooked to order. So I asked him to pull up. So he asked for my manager, and as I was turning around to walk away, he threw a large Coke at me that I had just handed him out the window. He got trespassed from our store, though, because he was like a regular, and my boss was like, if I ever see you here again, I'm calling the cops. Because he really like threw like a whole.
See, that's the response that your boss should have.
Like a whole large Coke through the window. I was like, who raised you, sir? Yeah. I would like to speak to your mother. I'm just saying. Yeah, I was part of an MLM. It was great. Your book 2 is an MLM. My book 2 is definitely an MLM. And also a cult. You're welcome. I'm just kidding. I could never be a cult leader. Are you kidding me? Reading the first IPV with Brittany is the reason I'm neck deep in blue alien smut now. Yeah. I mean, I was good after like the first one, and I was like, this is a fine series. And then Leandra and Brittany did an 8-hour stream of reading Ice Planet Barbarians. And I was like, well, clearly I need to catch up.
Wow.
So now I'm on book 3, and they're doing another stream in May, another 8-hour stream in May. Mm-hmm. And I will be tuning in for that. Their own channel or Brittany's channel. I think Ren does sprints with multiple people.
Yes.
So probably just
mine is the reading Ren.
Yes. Everyone is tagged? Yes, everyone is tagged. Listed down below. The only person that I know is not going to be on camera with us at any point is Leandra. Because she had her thesis today, and she was like, I'm not going to be able to make it on camera. And I was like, girl, your thesis is more important. You're welcome. And she was like, all I want to do is sprint with my friends. And I was like, I know. Next month. Okay, we will see you later. Nicole, thank you for hanging out. She's been here for most of this time. Listen, I cry at work all the time, to be honest. I think people are just used to it at this point. Like, I think, because here's the thing, I read a lot of books at work. Like, I listen to a lot of books at work, and I cry during books. So like, I listen to Malibu Rising at work, and there's a part in there that no one told me about that is triggering for me, like for me as like personally. Okay, parental death is very triggering for me, and there's a parent that dies in Malibu Rising. If you've never read it, I'm not going to tell you like where or what parent, but there's someone who dies, and I was just minding my own business waiting for an order to come, and it like happens, and then it's like the next scene, and I'm like, what? And I like started just crying, and my coworker was like, bro, are you good? Because I had just been sitting there like coloring on my iPad, like I had just been minding my own business, and then I just started crying, and I was like, this is a book, no one told me this is a book. And he was like, but also this was the same coworker that when he found out that I read, he's like, I bet you read those books that don't have any pictures. I mean, do you mean novels? Yes, I do.
But I also read books that do have pictures.
I was like, I do also read books with pictures. And he was like, you do? And I was like, yeah. So then I brought one of my Sophie Lark books in, And I was like, this book has pictures. And then he started like flipping through it, and he was like, what kind of pictures are these? Because it's like, I mean, Sophie Lark is smut. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I'm just saying. You know? Just saying. This lady did the same thing over 4 for 4s on one of my shifts. Fast food as hell. I feel like you work at Wendy's if you have 4 for 4s. I'm pretty sure the only place that has those is Wendy's. Here's the thing. It got like worse with COVID. Like for some reason, people's entitlement just like got worse when COVID hit. You know what I'm saying? Like it got worse. So like so I will have orders that come in. So we aren't really supposed to make our pickup orders like the ones that you order like on the app. We're not really supposed to make those until you come through the drive-thru and give us your name. Because we want your food to be warm when you get it. You know what I mean? Like we don't want it to be like, especially if you order like crunchy tacos, like you don't want your tacos to be like soggy. You know what I mean? And I'll have people, they're like, I thought this was supposed to be ready by the time I got here. I mean, sure, I could have made your Mexican pizza before you got here, but it would have been literally falling apart. And then you would have been upset.
No one wants that.
So clearly, I can't win for losing, but that's fine. I'm the manager. You're gonna eat these damn. Listen, if I could be like, you're gonna eat these Cinnabons and you're gonna like it, I would. I really would. And I'm not even like a dominant person, but like the dominance comes out of me at work because like I have to like boss people around, which isn't really like a thing that I'm comfortable with. But like if I'm not like, hey, I need you to do this right now, like it doesn't get done. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. They see a whole other side of me at work. Like a whole other side of me. Yes. That was my first day. It's like my first official day of being a manager. It was this person throwing food at me. Wow. And then the next like and then the first day that I had like my fancy button down black shirts, where you know I looked like a manager. That day, my other closer was an hour and a half late, and all I had in the store with me was a minor child who is 16 and got permission from his mom to work until 10, but I couldn't have him there past 10. So it's like 9:45. Wow. This kid, I worked with him at Dunkin'. That's the thing. So like I knew him already, but he knew nothing. It was like his third day on the job. So he handed food out incorrectly. Also, there were 2 orders that just like didn't get paid for. Don't ask me how that happened. Wow. So then I have this lady at the front counter. This lady, and I'm not, listen, when I see people sometimes, I do, like, when I'm stressed out, I will like stereotype people, right? So this lady she's like a skinny white lady, but she had like one side of her head shaved and it was like tattooed on that side of her head, right? And like she looked like she could just beat me up. Like she looked like the girl that you don't want to run into in jail. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh my God, because her food was the one that got handed out incorrectly. So like I just didn't have her orders. I was like, can I please see your receipt? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm trying to like get this under control. I have a DoorDasher standing here who's been waiting for food for this DoorDash for like half an hour because I haven't been able to like get to it, right? And then my boss calls, AJ. He calls and he was like, "Is Jaquez there?" And I was like, "No, I don't know where he is." Like, and I have to let Anthony go. Like, I'm about to be the only bitch in here. Like, I don't know what to do. So I'm crying. Okay, I'm literally crying. Like, I'm literally like. To AJ on the phone with this lady sitting in front of me, and she can like see my face crumbling, and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like trying to hold it together. And then AJ's like, "Okay." He's like, once you get your screens cleared, just lock the doors. Once you get your screens cleared, just let Anthony go. And then he's like, and then just let people know that you can't make any food because like I can't be in the store by myself like making food. Like, it's not a possible thing. So he's like, I'm on my way, blah, 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 right? So I'm like, okay. So I hang up the phone, and I was like, "Can I please see your receipt?" I'm crying, like I have tears under my face at this point, and this lady is like, she was like, "Take your time." She was like, "Do what you need to do." She was like, "Can I give you a hug?" Like this lady who looks like she's about to.
Aw.
So I was like, "Okay." So she's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "This is my first day as an official manager." I was like, I'm freaking out. I'm like, I'm gonna get fired. Like, I'm like crying, bro. I'm crying. I was like, I've just given up 2 whole days of my life for this manager training, and now I can't hack it. I'm like freaking out. And she was like, "Just take your time." I was like, "I'm gonna make this DoorDash first because she's been waiting for so long, and then I'll remake your order." And she was like, "Okay, sweetie, it's okay." And they're like, this DoorDash lady is like, "Are you guys hiring?" And I was like, "Yes." She's like, "Clearly you need like people in this store." So she asked me how to apply because she wants her husband to apply. This lady who I thought was gonna just like drag me over the counter, but then decided to give me a hug instead, is like, "I have 2 sons that could work." She was like, "Give me the information." So I'm like, "Okay, this is how you apply." I'm like crying. And I'm like, "Anthony, you have to go home because you can't be here past 10 o'clock. It's against the law." I'm like, God. It's like all of the orders out. And then who waltzes in but Dayquez? He just waltzes in like it's nothing. And I'm like, yes! And he's like, "Are you crying?" And I'm like, "I've been crying. What do you mean?" Like, so I called AJ and I was like, "Dayquez is here." And he was like, "Okay." Just tell people, he's like, "Just take half an hour and just like reset everything." Cause like at this point, like the store is a mess. Like nothing's been swept. I'm not stocked. Like I have nothing. Like my life is falling apart this season. And I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "Get some food." He's like, "It's gonna be fine." And I was like, "Is it gonna be fine?" Like, it's not. I mean, clearly I managed, but listen, this journey to management has been hard. Oh, you missed this chaos. Let me show you this picture that my boss sent me after he texted me and said, "Hey, got a question." And I said, "What's up?" Why did he send me this? Because Ari asked to use my phone to go call her grandma, and she called my boss at work. And I was like,
That's adorable.
Sorry. I was like, she was just calling people. She was supposed to be calling her grandma. And then she came in here and started crying about, I didn't call AJ. He called me. I was like, AJ. Clearly. Because he wouldn't have called. Like, why would he have? No. Like, and then she's like, "Well, my finger slipped on his name." And I was like, okay.
That's adorable, though.
Don't we all, Destiny? This is welcome. Honestly, just welcome. It's WREN, just like this. They are linked in the description of this video. Right? Why would you throw a meatball? What waste? Like, I literally will go get dinner at McDonald's on work nights when I could just eat Taco Bell because the Coke at McDonald's just slaps. Like, it's just different. They have like a perfect like their carbonation is different than like anywhere else. Like their what is that called? Like it starts with a C. Calibration for their soda is different. Calibration, that's what I'm talking about. So their Coke tastes different than anyone else's Coke. Like, why? I mean, I could see it if it was like a high C or a lemonade or a water, but why you threw a Coke? Like, you sir, you are wasteful. Like, you are not raised correctly. Hello, Tina. But also just like don't throw drinks at people. But like especially not McDonald's Coke. This is very no, I meant to do that. Hold on, please. I'm sending. So this live will end at midnight my time because what is this platform? YouTube is like very picky and will only let you stream for 12 hours at a time, which is stupid, but that's fine. Which is why like the first few 24-hour sprints that I did don't exist. Because I streamed for a whole 24 hours on one stream, and to this day they're sitting in my creator thing, my YouTube studio, but it just to this day it says they're processing. Some of them are from 6 months ago, and it just says processing.
Whoa.
It's just sitting
That's
there.
crazy.
Processing. I was like, I would think at some point it would just stop trying to process.
Right. You'd be like, this isn't working.
Apparently not. And I'm too lazy to like scroll through all my videos to go like delete them out. You know what I mean? Like I don't care enough. But I am gonna send the link for part 2 because I know Nell is gonna come on tomorrow, I think. So most books, I don't know what this is about.
Don't have pictures.
Oh, right. I was so confused. And then he elaborated. That was the thing. He elaborated, and I was like, do you mean novels? And he was like, yeah. You know, like those big fantasy books. And I was like, you know that some fantasy books have pictures, right? Like maps and stuff. Like, I was like, do you read? He was like, no. I was like, clearly. I was like, so what do you do? He's like, I rap. Oh. That explains a lot. I mean, that's fine. He's actually really like talented in the rapping. Like I can't rap, so really anyone that can is talented to me. But like he is like actually like talented. But I was just like, why would you choose to be like? I bet you read those books that don't have pictures. Like that's a weird way.
That's a weird
way to word that, sir. Yeah. Like are you trying to call me a nerd? Like without calling me a nerd? Because like just call me one. Because I will just be like, yes, I am. You know what I mean? They make fun of me.
I know I'm a nerd. Do you know I'm a nerd?
They make fun of me at work because I put my Kindle fits in my back pocket. So I'll walk around with my Kindle in one back pocket and my back pocket of my work pants and my phone in the other one. And they'll be like, is that a phone? And I'm like, no, this is a Kindle. And they're like, what do you do with a Kindle? And I was like, you read books. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm not interested. And I'm like, clearly. Let me read and leave me alone. Thank you so much. Whoa, here we go. Okay. I used to work at Wendy's ages 16, 19 during COVID. People were really weird. This one man said, I just got diagnosed with COVID as we were passing. What?
That's unsafe.
No, absolutely. I would be like, I'm going to need you to go.
That's a weird way to phrase that.
Like, you're not even supposed to be out of the house. You're barely supposed to be out of your bed if you've been diagnosed with COVID. Okay. Like, you're allowed to walk around your own house, like, if you're not going to infect anybody else. But, like, no. Yeah, absolutely not. Okay, Chrissy. Listen, I felt like I had been cast into like Bad Girls Club or something. Like, you want me to jump through this window? I mean, back then I was much more passive than I am now. So I just remember like he threw it at me and then like got my socks wet. And so like I went back into like the break room and like called my boyfriend at the time, which is Ari's biological dad. He was an asshole. Anyway, I called him and I was like, I need you to bring me some socks. And he was like, why would I bring you socks? And I'm like, bring me some socks. Like, I'm the only person in this house working. Like, bring me some socks. So he brought me some socks. And then, like, I cried about it. But, like, I didn't actually say anything to the man. Like, the manager said something. But, like, I didn't say anything to the man. Like, now I dare someone to throw a Coke at me. Like, I dare it. Like, I would be like, who are you? Like, can you call your mother for me, please? So I can let her know that her child had the audacity to throw a Coke. Can we do that? Because I ain't got time for that. Like, if I wanted to be on a reality
show, the biggest threat ever. It's like, call your mother. It's like, oh God.
Worse than
that. Yeah, it has to do with like the way that it's calibrated through the machine. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yes. I had yet another coffee and it may have been too much. I'm just jittering into different rooms of my house at this point instead of walking. But I'm making it super late because I am going to use a sprint to grade. Yeah, so ML tried to make it through the whole night last time, I think, and she was like, I can't make it. And then she was like, I'm gonna make it next time. I was like, no one expects y'all to stay up for 24 hours. The only one that has to be stupid enough to stay up for 24 hours is me. And to be honest with you, sometimes I'd just be like laying back like this and just like closing my eyes. And then I hear the timer go off and I'm like, hello, welcome back. Like, so, you know, sometimes I just like rest my eyes for a minute. My husband confused Kindle Unlimited with a Kindle Oasis. So when I asked for KU for Mother's Day, he was like, well, we'll see. Like, is your Kindle fine?
I was on the phone with her when they had that conversation. And he was like, the Kindle Oasis? And she's like, no, I want KU. And he's like, so the Kindle Oasis?
And she's like, no.
Why do you need another Kindle? I don't get it. It was really funny.
Yeah,
he was fine with getting for KU because he realized it wasn't as expensive as.
Yeah, it's $10 instead of like $200.
Yeah.
I had the most visceral reaction to the idea of Coke getting in your socks. Yeah, it was not a time, to be honest with you. Yes, for her to stay up. I was like, what is a personal goal? What are we talking about? Yes, you can do it, ML. Then I made she did make it till like 3:30 her time, I think, last time, and she's an hour behind me. So it was like 4:30 for me. And like the thing is, it was like at about like 8 a.m. is when I start to get tired. Because I'm like, okay, like this is the time where my body is like, hey girl, you worked all night. So it's time to go to bed now. And then like, so it's like that 8 to noon that I'm like, hello, how is everyone? Like I get like real, like you can tell that I'm tired and like I don't know what to say. So if I'm on by myself, I'm just like sitting here like staring at the screen. Unless there was like
That'd be so scary.
Like I'll be like, I don't really know what to talk about, so we'll just do another
Stare at each other.
And then it's fine. I made it to 6 a.m. and then took a nap and listened to all of y'all chat in the background. Totally fine.
I think I woke up at 6 o'clock my time last time and came back on.
Yeah, you did.
7 o'clock your time. And then I saw you through to the end. So you weren't by yourself.
No, this last time I wasn't. But like I was definitely like.
But you were tired. And when first were off, you were like, good night. And I was like.
It was like, it made it to like that almost 2-hour mark. And I was like, okay, we've made it through 24-hour sprints. Love you all. Good night. And I was like, good night. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to bed. Like, bye. Ari be thinking that I'm like going on an adventure tomorrow after I get off. I'm like, she was like, yeah, tomorrow if the weather's nice.
We'll find Peter Rabbit's house.
Right away in the morning, can we go down to Peter Rabbit's house and then go to the park? And I'm like, when I get off these sprints at noon, I'm going to go to sleep until 4. Then I'm going to get up at 4 and take a shower so I can get ready to go to work so I can have you situated by 7 so I can go to work so I can be there at 8. What adventure do you think we're going on, ma'am?
It's the fact that she found it on the map in her book.
So she has.
I just figured it would transfer to wherever she was.
She has like a Beatrix Potter like complete collection book, and it has like the first story in it is Peter Rabbit. So when you open it up, like the end papers on both ends of the book are like a map of all of like the places in the story. So she like found cool. Peter Rabbit's like little burrow, and she was like, we're gonna go to Peter Rabbit's house. And I was like, we are. I was like, who is we? Because I will be asleep. You might go to Peter Rabbit's house. You're not, because you're not leaving this house by yourself. But I
just take her to the porch and be like, there it is.
It's always when I go off to wash dishes and shower. Yeah. So, and here's the thing is that usually people have picked up on that, like, if I have people that are with me through the night, right? So if I have people that are like obviously like opposite, so it's like their day when it's my night, and they stay with me through the night, which has happened a couple times. Like I had Crystal once, and then or a couple times, and I had Paige once. I will only ever really do like an hour sprint and that still gives me time to like take a shower or whatever like that. But it's because I have another person on with me. So I'm like, okay, cool. Like we can come back and talk. The 90-minute to 2-hour sprints where I'm like walking around my house, like doing jumping jacks, taking a shower, like throwing water on my face. That happens when I'm like by myself in the middle of the night. And I'm like, if I do not do something, I'm gonna fall asleep because there ain't nobody on this camera to keep me accountable. Nobody. Like, what are y'all gonna do in the comments if I fall asleep? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you do well, Elise, honestly. Go ahead. Also, this story is that one day we were talking about grandparents, and somehow Ari was like, I'm ML and Ollie's grandson. And I was like, you mean their granddaughter? And she was like, no, Mom, I'm their grandson. And I was like, okay, all right, sure. And she was like, can I be their grandson? And I was like, sure, you can be whatever you want. So she is ML and Ollie's grandson. But also, like, she knows the difference because she'll tell you that, like, when she talks about, like, my dad or my stepdad, she'll be like, yeah, I'm their granddaughter. And I'm like, so you're a granddaughter and a grandson. All right, cool, great. Wonderful. You know what? She would honestly love this.
Yes.
I mean, we love a drag king or a drag queen. You know what I mean? Also, I'm taking her to Pride again this year. My dad be damned. He's going to be mad about it. But that's okay. Because you know why? Because we love the drag queens. That's the part that she wants to watch. She wants to watch the parade. And then she wants to go talk to the drag queens and tell them how pretty they are. So that's all she cares about with Pride. She really doesn't have time for like strangers talking to her. You know what I mean? Because like people would come up to her and like ask if they could like give her a hug. Because me and Mariah both had free mom hug shirts, and she had a free sister hugs shirt because she said she wanted a match. And I'm like, I'm not gonna buy you a mom hug shirt. That's weird. So I bought her a sister hug shirt, and so people were like coming up to her and like, because I was like, if people ask you for a hug, like you can hug them, like it's fine, like it's really fine. And so people would like come up and ask her for a hug, and like the only people that she wanted to hug were like all of the gay boys. Like she didn't want to hug any females at all, except the drag queens. If we walked up to a drag queen, she would ask them for a hug, and of course they would give her one because she was 5 and had rainbow hair. So why wouldn't they? Yeah, she really will. Also this, yes, we're talking about Ari. You know, we love Ari. My son was arguing today with his teacher, stating SpongeBob is a part of the ocean as he listed things that live in the ocean for his ecosystem presentation. You know what? Kids are a blessing. I just have to keep telling myself that. I'm like, kids are a blessing. But then, like, in the same breath, like, I'll be talking to my sister, and, like, Ari, you know, will have her Ari logic, and I will be like, Anna, children are a blessing, but also don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a twofold thing. You know what I mean? I should, like, how you see me interact with Ari, that should be enough birth control for you. But also, my sister has sex aversion, so I probably don't really need to worry about it with her. Like, it's the rest of them that I need to worry about it. Because already I'm getting calls from my other sister who just had a baby. I think her baby is like 6 months old. And she'll call me and she'll be like, no one told me that babies were so hard. Like, bitch, yes, I did. What do you mean no one told you? Like, you're the second oldest of 6 children. What? What? And then she'll be like, no one told me that it doesn't get easier as they get older. It gets harder when they learn how to talk. Because then they got sauce. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I told you this. You didn't want to listen. Okay. You decided to go be unsafe like an idiot. So, like, but then she'll try to be like, no one warned me about this. Everyone warned you. Just didn't listen. I feel like that guy on TikTok that does like he does like the job, like the stuff that you want to say at your job. You know what I'm talking about? Like he's done like an IKEA one where he's like, I just work here. Like where he'll be like, people come in and they like complain about like their IKEA furniture, like because you know it's impossible to build or whatever. Like the instructions suck on IKEA furniture, and he'll be like, "You bought it." Like, do you guys know who I'm talking about?
No, but I like it.
He's a white man. That's helpful, isn't it? A white man.
A white man on TikTok. I don't know. There's just the one.
Let me see if I can find. Yeah, he does like his name is Scott Signs, I think. But he does like IKEA skits, but also they're just like mostly like retail skits. It's this guy.
Okay.
But he's like hilarious. Like I need everyone to go watch them because he's like funny. Because he'll be like, "Oh, here's Chrissy. Hi, Chrissy."
Hi.
Because he'll be like, there's one that he's like, "Do you work here?" And he's like, "No, Susan. I just wear the uniform for fun." Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah, he's funny. He's like, when I'm mad, I watch him because I'm like, this is everything I wish I could say. He called you out for not letting him put SpongeBob in his diorama. What did he think he was teaching people? Like, was he gonna sing? Listen, I would have been like, if you sing the theme song, I'll let you put it in your diorama.
He would have.
For your class.
He would have. He would have.
Ari,
gladly.
Ari, you know, Ari is something else.
He was practicing telling me about the ocean this morning, and he snuck SpongeBob in there, and Destiny was like, "Stop it!"
He said, "I wanted them in here." I mean, welcome to the chaos. You're welcome. Oh, you missed the Rihanna thing, Ren. So we have a new person at work, but all I saw in the manager chat was that Rihanna is supposed to be. It said Rihanna will be at work from like noon to 3 or 3 to 6 or something like that, like 1 to 3. And that's all I saw because that's all the preview showed me, and I was like, Rihanna. Do I need to go to work tomorrow early? Like, is Rihanna going to be at my job? Like, and I was like, no, girl. And then, like, I went back because people were, like, talking about it. Like, it doesn't matter to me because she doesn't work my shift. And I was like, oh, this must be the new girl. Because, like, I knew we had a new teenager that had gotten hired, but I didn't know her name. Apparently, her name is Rihanna. I thought the pop star was coming to Taco Bell. And I was like, no one told me. Clearly not. Snacks, hunt for vampires and forks, and stop by multiple prize celebration. Let's go. Ari is so adorable. Thank you. Jean, subscribe to Ren.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I love when people subscribe to my friends. Oh, this was earlier. Kale said that someone that they know made a comment that IKEA is has gay propaganda. Like IKEA is gay propaganda because they had a commercial with gay men in it. That's basically what we did.
The reason there are gay people is because of the gay people.
Yeah, it's because of IKEA.
Right.
Because they had a commercial that had gay men in it. And literally, like, as I'm reading the comment, me, Brittany, and Amy, we all went like this. at the same time in the same direction. Because what?
Yeah.
I tried doing it the same direction, but my mirror, like, it didn't work. Just not.
The IKEA that turned us gay. You know what? If IKEA is what made me gay, when I had never even been to an IKEA until I was like 23, that's
Yeah.
powerful. Everyone's saying hi to Chrissy.
Hi.
How are you? Hanging in there?
I'm hanging in there. I'm in my car. Because the boys and hubby are trying to sleep, and the last thing they need is to have me talking. So now I will say, out of this whole experience, it truly has been an experience, to say the least. I have discovered libraries are even more amazing out in the boonies where we are right now, because I'm really tempted to actually generate this, because I've actually already done the orientation. There are 2 libraries that have full-fledged recording studios that are free for you to use. Like, they have this green screen, they have the cameras you can use, headsets, HP computer, iMac computer, like all the softwares that you need to record. I'm like, what now?
That's cool.
That is cool. Especially since it's like
That's
free.
really cool.
Because a lot of libraries will have like accommodations like that, but will make you like pay.
Yeah, no, as long as the only caveat is you had to do the orientation, and you have to make sure that there is not excessive things on your account that is super late, and you have to be in good standings. But other than that, you just walk up, say, is there a studio? And they're like, yeah, go for it.
Nice.
That's so cool. I've never seen any libraries do that here.
I haven't either. I didn't even know this was a thing. I just discovered that a lot of the libraries out here, you can actually borrow laptops and like GoPro and hotspots. I'm like, oh dang, okay.
That's so cool.
Yeah. That is so cool. Because it makes it just more accessible to people. You know what I mean?
No, it really is, especially with our current situation. We had to pull the boys, even though there was only 2 months left of school, and they're like, well, you'll just have to do the 2 basically the second semester for homeschooling. I'm like wonderful. So we're homeschooling, but we're definitely utilizing the laptop to just power through, and it's like we're just powering through. It's like we are just powering through for this, so you don't have to repeat 2nd and 3rd grade, because we are not wanting you to do that. But bookish content, since we are sprinting. I am reading the writing retreat, and I'm also doing how to sell a haunted house as well. I am 30% in both books.
I gave How to Sell a Haunted House 5 stars. So.
Oh, nice.
I gave the writing retreat 3 stars. But.
Gotcha.
It was like fine.
I
like,
will say,
I
I will say How to Sell the Haunted House is definitely giving me the goosebumps of Night of the Living Dummy vibes.
So 5 years ago last night, I met R.L. Stein.
Wow.
Super jealous. That's awesome.
She said in the flesh.
What?
In the flesh.
I hope he was
Like
in the
how?
flesh.
Like at a was it like
He
at a
was-
Comic-Con or something like that?
Sort of. Like he was the keynote author for this like writers convention, but they like invited the public. So like me and another friend went to like listen to his talk, and he talked about, you know, like writing and what it's like for him and how me and Stephen King was to him. Not really. So anyway, so then he was supposed to do a half an hour signing at the end, like afterwards. And you could pay for like the ticket to like be guaranteed a signature in that half an hour. And we didn't do that because they were free tickets. Like you just needed to sign up for the tickets, and they were free, but you could pay to like be guaranteed a signature, whatever. And they were like, well, just get in line. And if he can do extra, he's going to do extra. Right. So like we're just waiting in line, and it got to the half an hour mark, and I was like, well, I don't think we're going to get one. And all of a sudden he like walks down to the end of the line, and he's like looking, and he's like, I can stay this long. And then he walks back, and he made sure everybody that was in line got a signature.
Aw, that's sweet.
Yeah, it was really cool. And he was, and I was like, oh my gosh, when I got to him, I was like, I so appreciate you staying and like waiting for all of us to get the signatures. It's so great that you did that. And he grabs my arm, and he was like, I really appreciate you saying that. And I was like, oh my gosh.
I would have died, to be honest with you. Like, I would have died.
I would have never washed myself after that.
I went and told my students, I was like, you guys, Carl Stein touched my arm.
Oh my God. Could you imagine? I would die. I'm not even kidding. Like, here's the thing. Okay, so my dad and I have a podcast. We're bringing it back. It's just, we have to like figure out the stuff. You know what I mean? Because we do it like long distance because he's in California and I'm here. So like, okay. Anyway, so we've interviewed people like on our podcast, and like I'm the worst, y'all. Like I am the worst. Like he hates having to have me on interviews because I freak out. Like I know that these people are just like normal people. Okay, like I know. But we like, okay, so she's like actually my friend now, like in real life. Okay. So we interviewed this woman named Jackie Taylor she has a podcast about being in the witness protection program because of her dad. Like the whole thing, her dad was a Hell's Angel. It's like a whole thing. Okay. So she did like a whole podcast about it. And my dad was like, you need to listen to this podcast. I'm going to try to get an interview with her. So I was like, okay. Which like, I wasn't really that excited because I was like, this sounds not fun. But I was like, okay, sure. So like I listened to this podcast in 2 days. Like I just binged it. And I was like, I love everything about this podcast. Like the if you know who Pentatonics is, there was in the original group, there's a man named Avi, I think is how you say his name.
Yeah.
Okay. He broke off from them. He went out into the freaking woods and became like a woodsman. And then he started doing music on his own. So the like the theme song that she uses in her podcast is one of his songs. And apparently she like met him and like talked to him and shit. Anyway, so I listened to this podcast and I was like, I cannot wait to do this interview. And my dad was like, are you gonna fangirl? And I was like, I don't know. So she comes on she came on the podcast. And like, thankfully, like this part was not recorded, but I'm like just sitting here like on the Zoom thing, and I'm just like, it's not Zoom, it's something else, but it's like a Zoom call, and I'm sitting here and I'm literally shaking. Like I have so much like nervous energy. You can see my body just like vibrating, and I'm just sitting here like this. And my dad was like, you're gonna have, he was like, Jackie, you're gonna have to excuse my daughter. And I just need everyone to know I was like 20, was it before my mom passed away? It might have been. So I was probably like 27, 28. So like, I mean, I was an adult. Okay. I wasn't like 16. I was like an adult. And I'm just like, I don't know what to do with myself. So I'm just like sitting here and I'm just like listening to her like talk and like interview with us. Like, thank God we didn't do video at this time because that would have been so embarrassing. And my dad, like before we started, he was like, you're just going to have to, cause she, you know, she said like hi and everything like that. And he was like, you know, I'm David. He was like, so nice to finally like see your face. Cause we'd been talking to her like through a text message. And then she was like, it's so nice to meet you, David, in Geneva. And I was like, it's so nice to meet you too. I was like freaking out. And my dad was like, you're going to have to excuse my daughter. And she was like, no, it's really fine. Like to this day, I talk to her, like she comments on my stuff on Facebook. Like we talk, like she just opened like her own like bar and grill in Montana. And I was like, can I move to Montana and like work at your bar? And she was like, of course, like you can come be a bartender. Like I call her Mama Jackie, but like I was freaking out. My dad was like, are you serious right now? And I was like, that happened on his podcast too. But the episode I was on with him on his own podcast, he has like a bookish true crime podcast. He like interviews authors of horror and thriller. He tries to do like indie authors.
That's cool.
So he interviewed Sarah Ennis, who wrote like my favorite series ever, which is, it's got like it's a horror series, but it's like the first book is called The Dollhouse. But anyway, it has like a key on the front. So I found out that she lives in Des Moines, Iowa. So I am from Iowa, from a smaller town, but it's only like a few hours from Des Moines. So I was going to order signed books from her and then just pick them up. Well, she did an interview with my dad, right? And I got to like be on the original interview, but something happened, like the file got corrupted, so he ended up having to redo it, which like, but like the whole time, like I'm actually kind of glad that he did not upload the one with me on it. Cause like the whole time I'm just like, you can hear it in my voice. Like I'm just like fangirling. I'm just like, oh my God. And I like met her after we did the podcast interview with her. She was like, don't buy. I was like, I'm going to buy the books like signed. They're like $50 for like this, all 3 signed books. And she was like, no. She was like, just let me know when you're coming to Iowa next and I'll just give you some books. And I was like,
that's cool.
So I was like, okay. So we went in September for my sister's baby shower. So I like emailed her and I was like, hey, I'm going to be in town from this time to this time. So like, just let me know when would be a good time for me to come pick them up. So Mr. Reading When You Would drove me across Des Moines. He'd never been to Iowa before in his life. He drove me across Des Moines so I could go to this woman's house and pick up these books. And like, I did not take a picture with her because she does not like pictures. And I'm not going to like force someone to take a picture. That's weird. But like, she signed these books and put my name on the inside. And I'm telling you, dude, I opened these books in the car and I like was crying. And Mr. Reading was like, put them back in the bag before you ruin them before you get home. And I was like, she gave me these books. Like, I'm the worst. Like, I could never meet a celebrity. They would be like, girl, away from me. Like, please. Has anyone watched this show?
No.
Or movie? I've never watched this. I don't even know what it is. It sounds great, though, if it has drag queens. Everything is better with drag queens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Definitely.
IKEA was founded in the 40s, so I guess there were no gay people before then. Clearly.
As an archaeologist, I can say that's bullshit.
Just because they were hidden doesn't mean they weren't there. Okay. Thank you so much. Libraries are so amazing. I wish more people encourage getting a library card. I also wish that places like certain states wouldn't try to shut libraries down because they want to ban books. That's just the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. Also, I would just like everyone to know that Ari owns Junie B. Jones books, and Junie B. Jones are banned. So they're on the banned book list because she's a bad role model.
Because it encourages bad behavior.
Oh,
And she doesn't speak correctly.
Listen, as soon as I heard about that, I was like, we're going to add every Junie B. Jones book to her wish list. So I encourage everyone to buy these books because we love banned books in this house, to be honest. I have a very close-minded coworker. His whole theory was that people were only gay because you see them in media. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you a little story. Gay people would not choose to be gay. You know why? Because it's hard. It's hard to be queer. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to be gay. It's hard to be a lesbian. It's hard to be pansexual. It's hard to be bisexual. It's hard. Okay, I'm not saying that being straight's not hard, but I'm just saying like sexuality-wise, it's harder to not be straight. So why would we choose it? That's weird. That is some like Rachel Dolezal logic. Okay, if you don't know who if you do not know who that is, this is a white lady who pretended to be black. Okay, just look her up.
Wow.
She's since changed her name, but she said that she was transracial. I'm just wondering, ma'am, but why would you choose to be black? Like of all of the.
Sorry to interrupt, but that's me meeting R.L. Stein. I just want to point that out.
So cute.
Look at your facial. That's me. Every time I
know. I was like dying. Okay. I'm sorry.
But Rachel Dolezal, terrible. Okay? Because she decided to do this because she felt like she is like a blonde white woman. Like, no. She decided to be black and then lie about her heritage because she had black adopted siblings and she has black children. And then was like, I'm transracial. Ma'am. No. No. And then she worked for the NAACP too. Which like, and she was like, well, they wouldn't take me seriously if I was white. You can still work for the NAACP and be white. Like, we would have taken you more seriously if you were white. But then you came out that you aren't even black. You were pretending to be black. And so then they fired you. Yeah. You can still teach black studies and be white. As long as you can, accept the fact that you don't really, that you don't know the black struggle. You know what I mean? Like me, I'm very light skinned. Okay, so I understand that women that are very much darker than me have a different and honestly a harder struggle than I do, and I have a struggle, y'all. Okay, that I'm just saying. But this is some Rachel Dolezal logic to me. This is just weird. Like,
her book is called In Full Color.
Yeah. My dad made me so we had a Patreon back in the day. I'm going to see if he'll release Patreon episodes because we don't have a Patreon anymore. I want to see if he'll release because we did an episode for Patreon about Rachel Dolezal and I get heated. Because my dad in our podcast, it's a discussion podcast. So it's like us discussing back and forth. So he likes to always play like the devil's advocate. Now, my dad is black. So keep that in mind. But he likes to try to like figure out why people do the things that they do. Me, I'm hot-headed. I don't give a crap. Like, what are you doing? Like, are you dumb? Like, no. So my dad was like, but she picked to be black. Like, she picked to have a struggle. And I'm like, pick a different struggle. Like, we are already struggling without you. Like, we don't need you to struggle with us, ma'am. Like, no. We don't need that. It blows my mind that people really think
Rachel Dolezal started an OnlyFans to honor Rihanna.
Listen, Rachel Dolezal, she changed her name. to something that's like very like African. Like I can't even say what it is, to be honest. I'm not gonna try because I can't even like say it, but she changed her name to be like, and like to the point that like these people in her town found out that she was pretending to be black, so they like her kids went through a whole bunch of stuff with people being like, your mom pretends to be black. You know what I mean? Like they're getting made fun of. And then she couldn't like go to like the barber shop. She'd have to like drop her kids off at the barber shop because the black barber was like, I'm not going to tell you that you can't come in here, but like, we don't want your mom in here because she brings like unnecessary drama to my place of business. Like, no, thank you. And like, obviously it's not the children's fault. Because even the kids were like, I don't understand why you're doing this. They did like a whole documentary about her on Netflix. And I watched it. And she sounds dumb as hell. I'm sorry. Like, you sound dumb. Like, as a black woman, I was like, I will try to give you the benefit of the doubt. Let me listen to what you have to say. And then she was on Dr. Phil. And even Dr. Phil was like, what are you doing? He was like, so you feel like you're transracial? And she was like, yes. And he was like, what does that mean to you? And she was like, it's like being transgender. I identify as being black. How do you identify as being black? How does that work? Like, okay, well, today I identify as Tinky Winky from the Teletubbies. So, you're welcome. No, ma'am. That's not how that works. And then she had like a whole group of people that also feel like they're transracial. No, like a white man who felt that he was Asian. So y'all just want to be out here appropriating. That's what you're trying to tell me. Y'all want to appropriate cultures but make it look like you're not appropriating cultures. Is that what we're doing? And here's the thing, like I saw this woman and I was like, she's not black. Cause like I'm not like I understand like light skinned black people, like look at me. But black people have certain characteristics of like their face. She did not have this at all. Like, no. Aaron also gave How to Sell a Haunted House 5 stars. I'm glad because Reni gave it like 3 stars. I was very heartbroken by this. But I think we've just determined that she doesn't like Grady Hendrix because apparently no one liked We Sold Our Souls and I gave it 5 stars or 4 stars, 4.5 stars, I think. I gave it like 4.5 stars. Like I loved it. Okay. I was here for the fucked upness of that book. And then Brittany was like, I think she gave it 2 stars. Reni gave it 1 star and was like, if I could give this 0 stars, I would. I was like, oh. And then like her whole boy bands team, because she picked it as a boy bands book, her whole boy bands team said that they hated it. And I'm like, did we read this thing? I'm the only one that liked it. Okay, that's fine. Everyone's saying it's so cool about R.L. Stein. Oh, I remember this. This was talked about in my sprints. And Emma was like, it's not Cornell West. And it was. Listen, we love famous people.
So my school does a big fundraiser, and one of the local like TV news people is like the auctioneer for the live auction.
Yeah.
And he grew up in the same town my grandma did. So my grandma watched him like religiously. He is the same age as probably my dad. And he came up to me my first year that I was at my current school at the fundraiser and bought stuff for my classroom. And I'm just like, oh my God, my grandma loves you.
Right. Like I'm sorry. Like if I Listen, in 2013, like Pink flew over the crowd and like the wind from her flying over the crowd like hit me in the face and I like freaked out. Like, could you imagine if somebody was like, you have VIP tickets to go meet Pink? I would be deceased. Like, I would die on the spot. Like, I would be dead. Like, I would just drop dead. Like, absolutely not. I really try, and like people are like, famous people are just normal people. Like, I know that, but also, are you a normal person? You know what I mean? No. One time I was watching an Instagram live and Colleen Hoover was in the comments for a couple of seconds, and after she left, they flipped out. Listen, Colleen Hoover stands are a whole other breed. I'm just saying. Like, I cannot. Then they made fun of someone who flipped out while the author was still in the comments. Wow.
Mm.
Oh, we're talking about Cornell. Cornell West. I was like, what are we talking about in these comments right now?
I met, speaking of famous people, it was back when I was younger, like probably teenager. I have a picture. What the fuck was that? Sorry. We have raccoons in our areas. Yeah, so wonderful. Anyways, I met the guy that played Screech, not the high school Screech. I guess there was a different college Screech, like, and I actually met him and like some of the cast from the college version. And the reason why I did that was because I had like headshots and I was doing modeling, and I got to the point where I was gonna be extras for movies and TVs, but because my grades were not high enough, they said no, that I'd have to wait until my grades were high enough. And then shit happened in my family and I never went back, so
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah. I think I thought Dustin Diamond played Screech the whole time though.
I thought so too, but apparently he did not. I can't remember the exact because I have the actual picture of and like the signatures and everything. I can't remember who it was.
I thought Dustin Diamond played Screech the whole time too, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Junie B. Jones is banned because she's not a good role model. She teaches children.
Yeah, because she gets in trouble and she doesn't speak correctly.
And she teaches children how
She
to
talks baby talk.
She asks too many questions. So
yeah,
she's
precocious.
Don't let children.
Children are precocious.
Don't let children think for themselves.
Gracious. What are we supposed to do? Encourage them to ask questions so they get smarter?
No, never.
People.
Watch me tell Ari not to ask me.
Maybe if they hadn't had their hand slapped for being precocious when they were younger, they wouldn't be so stupid as adults.
Here's the thing. Let me look at Ari and be like, Ari, you're not allowed to ask me any more questions. She would be like, why not, Mom? No. So let me see how well that would work. This is apparently a YouTube show hosted by Wow Presents. It's Trixie, Mattel, and Katya. I'm about to find this out because drag queens, honestly, like you had me at drag queens. Right. It's the aesthetic for me. Truthfully, like, no. What is wrong with people? I don't understand. I love watching them on. I like to watch. I completely forgot about that whole scandal that feels like it happened forever ago. I mean, it does, but I think it happened in like 2014. Like, it wasn't even that far, like that long ago. You know what I mean? Like
2017 in the article I just saw.
That's even worse. See, I was giving it like a longer time period. Like,
yeah, you were really like,
I was really like, wow, that happened so long ago. I mean, 2014, you know? No. Because the thing is like the documentary, I think, came out during the pandemic. That's when I watched it. It was during the pandemic. Like,
well, it might be 2015. She resigned in the midst of the controversy. Just kidding. 2015.
Yeah, because if she hadn't resigned, they were just going to fire her. Like, she didn't have a choice. They were basically like, ma'am, you can quit voluntarily or we can fire you.
Yeah.
Like, you could have done so much better if you had just been a white person. Like, I don't understand.
But a lot of the articles about it are 2017. So like 2017, she's still trying to like.
Because I think 2017 is when she went onto Dr. Phil. Because she was trying to get people to believe her that she was transracial, like that was a thing. And then because she was trying to come out like during all of the trans, like when the trans activist stuff like really kicked off, which was around that time. So she was trying to be like, well, if we're going to accept transgender people, why can't we accept transracial people? Because transracial is not a thing. I'm sorry, like that's not. No, that's not a thing. Like, you can't listen. I am black every day. Like, if I walked up to someone and I was like, hi, I'm white, they would be like, no, you're not, ma'am. Clearly, no. I mean, I do get asked if I am Spanish more than I get asked if I'm black, unless I have like my hair done, which I feel like is weird to me, but that's fine. But like, I could never walk up to a person and be like, I'm white. Clearly I'm not white, even when I'm pale like I am right now. I need to get some sun when I'm in Florida. I finally found a scholarly essay that discusses in depth why the notion of transracial is problematic and trivializes trans identities. Was happy to find that. Let me recall the title of the book. Yeah, because it does. Like, it's like weird. Like, you can't just tack on like you can't just tack trans onto whatever you want. That's not how that works. Also, I think as a person that has non-binary siblings, like, it annoys me more. You know what I mean? Because I have two siblings now. One of them I do refer to as my sister because they've told me that that's okay to do because I've asked them. Now, the other sibling who's actually coming to visit me in May has asked to just be referred to as sibling. We've not quite figured out how to transition Ari from calling them uncle. So I don't know. I don't know. As of right now, they've said that it's okay for her to continue calling them uncle because they don't know of another word to use. Because I'm like, I can call you sibling, but like, what is Ari gonna call you? You know what I mean? But like, also, my best friend's daughter is trans, male to female. So like, it like annoys me more because I'm like, clearly you're an idiot. Like, clearly you don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's not a thing that is a thing in the world. Urge me that anyone has to declare their sexuality. Mind your business. Stay out of people's bedrooms. I'm already in people's bedrooms in these books. I don't have to do it in real life. Exactly. The only people's bedrooms I want to be is fictional characters because I chose to be there. Am I right? I chose to be nosy in that regard. Okay. The way so many things have been connected to Bad Gal today. What is this? I do not remember. I feel like this was a thing that we talked about earlier, and now I don't remember. There's been so much chaos. Book is called Beyond Binaries, Trans Identities in Contemporary Culture. Oh, I'm going to look this book up right now. Excuse me while I look up this book. I'm echoing on somebody's end.
Sorry.
You're good. It's $40. I'm about to pay $40 for this book. Not today, though. Because I might as well just get the paperback, because it's $35 if you get, or $38 if you get the Kindle version. Like, it's $1 less. $2, yeah, like $2 less if you get the Kindle version. Like, I'm gonna read this book.
Let's just get the paperback.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll just get the paperback. It's fine. I actually prefer for my nonfiction to be paperback anyway, because I like to like mark my nonfictions, you know? Yeah. I think it takes a staggering, blinding amount of privilege to decide to wear someone else's struggle as a costume. Aaron.
Yes.
This is so correct. Like, and my thing is, why do you want the struggle of being a Black person? Like, what is it doing for you? Or the struggle of anything that you aren't actually. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it doing for you to have that struggle? What, like, it's like making your life harder. And also, like, what benefit are you getting from this? It's like, it feels like white knighting to me. It's like white knighting in sheep's clothing. You know what I mean? It's weird to me. Like, I don't understand. Like, if I had a friend that came to me that was white and was like, hi, I'm transracial and I've decided that I'm Black, I would be like, no. 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 Exactly. But we choose to be there. Nella, I need you to read this because I need someone else to like this book. I really do. Like, because here's the thing. If no one I know likes this book, I'm just going to chalk it up to, like, maybe I'm just, like, a Grady Hendrix stan. Like, that's what I'm going to have to chalk this up to. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to tell you, We Sold Our Souls, it was a weird book. Like, it was weird. Like, it was out there. It's horror. You know what I mean? But Reni also did not like Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires, and I liked that book. I gave that book, I think, 4 stars at the time that I read it. I've given We Sold Our Souls 4.5 stars. I've given the Haunted House book, How to Sell a Haunted House, I gave that 5 stars. I don't think I've read any other Grady Hendrix. I think that's all that I've read, like, so far. But, like, at this point, I'm like, I will read. Like, I pretty sure that he had that book come out, and then Riley Sager had a book come out that I pre-ordered. But I pre-ordered We Sold Our Souls, or not We Sold Our Souls. I pre-ordered How to Sell a Haunted House, and I'd only read 1 book by him at that point. So, and then I just, like, bought We Sold Our Souls, you know. We Sold Our Souls is one of the only Grady Hendrix stuff to read. I'm going to do it, and I'm probably gonna love it, and then we can celebrate it. Yes, Aaron. Yes, we will throw, like, an Instagram We Sold Our Souls party, to be honest. Because, like, here's the thing, like, there were so many, like, 80s to early 2000s references. Like, they reference Selena Gomez in this book. And clearly, like, no one else picked up on this. Because when I said something about it to Brittany, she was like, I missed that part. And I was like, how did you miss it? And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, I literally was listening to that part while making tacos and talking to other people, and I still got it. And she was like, I think by then I was lost. Like, poor Brittany, she just got lost. She didn't know where she was going.
This is my first,
she messaged me and she was,
sorry, I did not mean to cut.
Grady Hendrix?
This is my first grade This is my first Grady.
Yeah. Well, Brittany messaged me and was like, can you explain to me what's going on? And I was like, sure, where did you get lost? And she was like, when the conspiracy happened. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't explain this to you, because like if you don't understand what's happening with the conspiracy, like you are lost. So I think she gave it like 2 stars. Famous people are normal everywhere except in my mind. Exactly. And then if they're in front of me, like what am I supposed to do? Like my brain is like act cool. My autism is like freak out because you've obsessed over this person for years. Like that it's a war. You know what I mean? It's just, I know more about Pink and Demi Lovato than is probably healthy. I'm just saying. I had to do a report in 10th grade about who I thought should be on the $2 bill. So we had to pick 2 famous people that we thought should be on the $2 bill. I picked John Walsh and Pink. And you had to research these people because you had to explain why you thought that they were like should be nominated for the $2 bill. Like we don't have a $2 bill, but like that was the whole point. If America like started distributing $2 bills, why? Yeah, her internet might be being weird. Why did we think they should be on the $2 bill?
There is a $2 bill.
Well, okay, there is a $2 bill. That's correct. But
I got $2 bills.
It's not like
the Tooth Fairy.
I mean, there are $2 bills, but it's not like a current, like we don't use it like we would use the rest of our
right. It's not like regularly used.
So I think that was his whole thing, because I remember people being like, my grandma gives me $2 bills, and he was like, well, clearly they exist, but like also. And honestly, I really didn't know that much about John Walsh. All I knew about him was that he was on America's Most Wanted or whatever. Like I didn't even really know that much about him, but
he was like the dad of the kid.
Yeah, Adam Walsh. Because that's why he started America's Most Wanted, was because his son was kidnapped and murdered out of the mall. That was the whole thing. And like my stepdad liked him, so I was like, he must be a great guy. Like that was basically my philosophy in 10th grade. Yeah, it was 2015. I think we figured out that it started in 2015, or she resigned in 2015. I wish everyone praised their businesses in healthy ways instead of trying to be like everyone else. It's okay to be a down for the culture white person. Exactly. Like you can be white. Like it's okay. Like it's okay to be white. It's okay to be who you are. Just don't be hateful. You know what I mean? That's it. That's all.
Definitely.
Being trans age. Yeah, I've heard about this too, and I just pretend like I didn't.
That's disturbing.
It's like on the, what are they called? It's on like that level with like, what is it, maps? Is that what it is?
Did Kale change their picture?
They did. Yeah.
Okay.
They did.
I was like, wait, that's not the same. Okay.
We have landed on the fact that Auntie seems like it can just defy gender. So ML is talking about her partner Ollie, who is they them. So it's non-binary.
I like NI, and my nieces and nephews call me that.
Yeah. So like I basically told my sibling, I was like, you decide what you want to do here. You know, you decide. Because the whole discussion started because they were like, when I come visit, will you just refer to me as they, them? And I was like, I will refer to you by whatever you want. Like, I will refer to you as Chicken Nugget if you want. Like, I don't care. Like, you just have to tell me so that I know, like, what to do. Bad gal thing was about the transracial lady and the teenager at your job. Teenager at my job. The teenager who always be asking if my mom is calling whenever my phone rings. And well, they asked me twice. And then the second time that they asked me, I was like, my mom is dead. So clearly not. Is that the teenager we're talking about? Because I got a lot of precocious teenagers in my job. Interlibrary loan. it if your library doesn't have it. Or I will send you a PDF of that essay specifically. Okay, I will check and see if my library has it. My library might actually have it. Also, I need to send. Please hold, because I keep opening Instagram to do this, and then I like get sidetracked. Let me send the second half of this stream because
I think I might go because my internet's hit and miss. Plus, I have to get up at like 5 in the morning. So
okay.
Yeah, you need some sleep.
Yes, go sleep. Wow, everyone.
Yeah, because I take my husband to work, so I have the car, especially in the Florida heat. So, yep.
All right, Chrissy, thanks for hanging out.
It's nice seeing you.
It was fun. All right, take care, you guys. I'll be probably in the chat for a little bit. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I just sent part 2 to the group chat. Do y'all have it? Did you get it?
Got it.
Because my phone was being very precocious and was not showing me a paste button, and then I clicked it and it was like, do you want to paste? No, I just hit the button for the fun of it. Like, I don't know. Clearly, I want to paste it. We need a gender neutral term for parents and siblings. I also agree with this. I don't know what we would use, but like, I also kind of agree with this. You know what I mean? I'm going to bed. I have an appointment at 10:20, so I will turn on Sprints when I get up and get ready. Want to stay up, but I'm fading fast. Good night, Jean.
Night, Jean.
Give what you want to be known as a name. It doesn't have to make sense, but to y'all and the nieces. Yeah. So Ollie decided to go.
That's true.
Auntie. I also have a $2 bill, and I also have a $2 bill for Ari. We don't spend it. It just like lives in my wallet all the time. But I had a $2 bill in middle school. I was very excited, and then I bought a pretzel today. Oh, listen. That's totally fine, honestly. She's talking about the new girl at my work.
Yes. Oh.
When we thought that was coming to the
that was a long time ago in this conversation.
Rihanna calls herself bad gal. See, this is why I was like, I don't know what we're talking about because there's been so much chaos. Like, the chaos has been happening. And the fact that she made the OnlyFans for Rihanna, or she made it. What was it
to honor Rihanna? That's what the article said. TMZ's article said that she made it to honor Rihanna.
Listen, I mean this like in the kindest way possible, but that's just strange to me. Like, why are you making OnlyFans to like
to honor anybody?
To honor anyone
who's not related to you and has nothing to do with you.
Like, but also, like, why would you make an OnlyFans to honor somebody?
Mm-hmm.
OnlyFans is used primarily for sex work. So why are we honoring people with sex work? I can say used. Like, I don't understand.
Weird thing.
Everyone's saying goodbye to Chrissy. Yeah, the coffee really does have ML feeling some type of way. ML went and got like coffee or like made coffee, and now she's just like, I don't know what she's doing. It's okay, ML. It's fine. Honestly, without ML, we wouldn't have chaos. Like, clearly, like Ari, like Brittany showed up and Ari brought the chaos, and then it just like brought the chaos out of me and Amy and Brittany, because me and Amy were not chaotic before this. And then Brittany showed up, and then Ari came in here with Ari logic, talking a bunch of, I don't know what she was talking about, but she was talking, you know what I'm saying? Talking about, can we call grandma and can we do this? And grandma's going to take me to this place. Okay, great. I'm so glad for you. And then we're going to go see Peter Rabbit. Like, I don't even know where that, okay, sure. And then, like, the chaos just never stopped. You know what I'm saying? It just never stopped. Exactly. That would be like me going and doing like a boudoir shoot and being like, I'm doing this as a tribute to Rihanna. Clearly not. Like, clearly I'm doing it as a tribute to myself. Like, and I'm gonna do a boudoir shoot. It's gonna be
And
me.
I mean, and possibly like your partner, but like
Maybe,
not
but, like,
a random celebrity.
I might like show some of the, more tasteful prints on like my Instagram or something. But like, I'm not gonna be like, this is a tribute to Pink. Like, no, that's weird to me. That's no, I don't think so. ML, we can always rely on you for chaos. Except if you make it OnlyFans to honor God or something. That's pretty funny.
Also kind of gross, but okay.
Also, don't do that. Okay, the imagery that I just got in my brain is so wrong. I cannot. No.
Can always count on Aaron for that kind of stuff.
Also, I just want to continue to reiterate this because we're going to get new people as the night goes on. This is not beer. It's water.
Does it say Liquid Death on it?
Yeah, that's the company. It's Liquid Death Mountain Water. And then at the bottom, their tagline is "Murder Your Thirst."
That's fun.
They sell it like at concerts, because it like cuts down on like plastic waste at concerts. Because that's actually the first place I ever got one was at the Maroon 5 and Black Bear concert that I went to in 2021. But I tell this story because it's funny to me, okay? I went with my sponsor family, like, so my sponsor and my sponsor sisters, okay, in NA. If you don't know what that is, that's Narcotics Anonymous, okay? Because at one point, I mean, I'm still, like, in recovery, but, like, or recovering, whatever. I'm still clean, okay? But at that time, I went to, like, meetings and all of that stuff. And then I kind of felt like it was culty, so I, like, stopped going. But I went to meetings. So at that time, we all decided that we were in 2021. My sponsor was like, do you want to go to this concert with all the rest of us? So there were like 10 of us that all went to this concert. And they sold these. Well, when your sponsor, who's been clean and sober for like 5+ years, brings like 10 cans of this, and you don't know what it is, and you look, and she's like, here, I brought you some water. And we're like, is that water? Like, none of us took it. None of us took it. Like, we were like
she's testing us.
Right now? Like, are you trying to get us to take this and then be like, that's beer? Oh, now you're not clean and sober anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, ugh. And then my friend Hillary, who she like goes to a lot of like raves and stuff, she was like, no, it's water. And so like I took the can and I like looked at it. I was like this. And I was like, if I drink this, and here's the thing is, like, I took a sip of it because I was like, if I drink this and it says water, but it's actually beer, like, I'm literally gonna cry. Because, like, first of all, I don't even like beer. So there's that. But, like, I took a drink of it. It's just water, guys. It's just water. I got it at Target, if anyone likes them. Every time you say Ari, I pick up. My dead nickname is Ari with an E because I'm extra. I mean, I can call her Ariana, but like the 3 times that I've done that on sprints, people have no idea who I'm talking about. They're like, who the hell is Ariana? Like, I did it once in the comments section of Lexi and Michelle's sprints because Ari had just started school. And when she first started school, her teacher always called her Ariana. Now, I think that Ari has told her that she prefers to be called Ari, because now she calls her Ari. She doesn't call her Ariana anymore, like when she sends me messages and stuff. But when for the first like 3 months of school, her teacher called her Ariana. So I started calling her Ariana because every time I would get a note from her teacher, it would have her full name. And I put it in there and I was like, yeah, Ariana just got home from school. And Lexi and Michelle were like, do you have another child? Like, who is Ariana? And I was like, Ari. Like, Ari? And they were like, oh, Ari. Like, because they didn't know that her name was Ariana. And also, she doesn't like being called Ariana. Like, she gets angry about it. She'll be like, my name is Ari. And I'm like, Okay, sorry. So I only really use her full name if she's in trouble, because she knows that if I say her full name, I mean business. You know what I mean? I saw on TikTok a little kid who called his mom Blessing. It was the most adorable thing ever. That's cute. Maybe she is. Like, she could be wearing Savage X Fenty in the videos. It would still be weird though. Like, why? Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't. This is a tribute to Red-Eyed New Vampire Bella, my OnlyFans y'all just don't know about. ML, if this was actually your OnlyFans, I hate to tell you this, I would not be surprised. I would not. I would be like, this is on brand. That's fine. Aaron. The chaos in this stream, y'all. I feel like it's just gonna get worse as the night goes on. I saw a review that the Bible didn't have any smut, so I didn't finish it. Listen, the Bible has a lot of things in it. Murder.
The Bible has a lot of things.
Unmentionable, unforgivable things. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the Bible is a lot. The Bible, honestly, to read the Bible gives me anxiety. And like, I love Jesus, okay? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I do Bible study and stuff. I don't really talk about it that much because like I don't feel like people care. And also, like, it's no one's business. You know what I mean? But like, someone told me that they were gonna do like a 365-day like Bible plan, like where they were gonna read the whole Bible in 365 days, which like that's like attainable. I did that once when I was like 16, but to think about doing it gives me anxiety. Like, I don't want to read all of those things, you know? I'm just saying. That's just me, but I'm just saying. The fact that it's called Liquid Death cracks me up. It also cracks me up, to be honest. But also, it cracks me up more than I brought one to work and people really thought I was drinking beer on the job. First of all, no. Second of all, Aaron, we love you. We do. Mine is not carbonated, it's just flat water. But you can get carbonated water and you can also get flavored water. But I'm very picky with flavored water, and also I don't like bubbles in my water. Like, if I wanted bubbles, I would just drink soda, in my opinion. That's just me. I just found it funny when I first joined, your daughter has the same name as me. I mean, I wanted to name her Aria. Okay? Her birth dad was not on board, so we compromised with Ariana. And then my sister, whose name is Anna Maureen, well, Ariana's middle name is also Maureen. So my sister was like, we should just both be Anna. And I was like, absolutely no, that is not happening. I was like, it's confusing enough having like my dad Chris and then my cousin Chris. Like, that's confusing enough. Could you imagine if y'all both had the same name? No, absolutely not. Anna, because then if I'm like, Anna Maureen, you're both going to turn around and look at me. And then I have to be like, not you. You know what I mean? Like, no, that's too much stress for me. I'm too old for that. Wait, I skipped something. Hold on. What are we getting a link to? Oh, to ML's OnlyFans. That's dedicated to, it's a tribute to Red-Eyed New Vampire Bella. It's her OnlyFans that we don't know about.
Right.
It's right. Like, there's smut. There's got to be smut in the Bible. There's everything else in the Bible.
You know, there's the Bathsheba story where the guy like wants to screw the king wants to screw the wife's, the wife. So he sends the husband out to the front lines to guarantee that he dies so he can like. Also,
there's Esther. Where he's like trying to find like a virgin queen. Like, like,
it's there. It's there.
Bible has some non-con, and that's just not my thing. I mean, same. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. Which also, for some reason, people at my job, now they're all adults that ask me these questions. They're not the children that I work with, like the literal children that are 16. But like the adults, for some reason, like it becomes like after hours at Taco Bell. Like it's very weird because they all know that like I read like smutty books. Like I am very open about this. Like it's fine. But they will be like, one of them asked me the other day, they were like, do you know what non-con is? And I was like, yeah, I do. Like, what do you want to know? And they're like, are you into that? And I was like, no. And also, I don't like to read about it. Like, I don't, like, it's not a thing that I like to even, like, dabble in. You know what I mean? And he was like, I don't even remember who it was. It was one of the guys, though, because I only work with guys at night. So, and it doesn't make me, like, uncomfortable. Like, they're really just, like, asking. But I was like, why? And they were like, I was talking to this chick that was into it. And I was like, if you're not into it, then you need to like tell her that. Cause like that's like a very niche thing. And also it makes me super uncomfortable. Because like I understand that there's like, even with non-con, like there's technically consent. Like, you know what I mean? Like if it's like a scene or whatever, but like it still makes me just uncomfortable. And in books, non-con is non-con. It's not like consent, non-consent. You know what I mean? Which like in actual life, that's usually what it is, but like absolutely not. No. I not to ick anyone's yum. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to like kink shame. Like I get that some people are into that, but me, have someone ask me to do that. Like I'm going to look offended. Like I'm be like, do I look like? No, absolutely not. Why did I find out some stories aren't even part of the main? Some stories aren't even part of the main plot of the Bible. Like Job, his whole life got destroyed, not to be the main plot. I mean, that is true. Cause you kind of like hear about Job, and then that's kind of it.
It's a pretty well-known story, but
it is a well-known story. But it's like,
but it's pretty short.
Yeah, but like it's not part of the main plot. Like we hear about him, and then it's just that's it. I don't know which vampire it would really be for. ML? Absolutely not. I will have to think about. Listen, I'm not trying to be like creepy, ML, but if you actually do this, I'm gonna need a link just so I can see it, because like I'm not gonna believe it until I see it. Like I'm not gonna subscribe probably, but like at least I can be like, wow, this is actually a thing, and then like click away. You know what I mean? Kind of like when Trisha Paytas got an OnlyFans. Like I definitely went and searched for it because I was like, is this actually a thing? And then I was like, wow, this is a thing. Okay, that's great. And then I was like, that's enough for me. I did not subscribe. Like I just like looked through the free stuff, and I was like, wow, you do you, boo. Yes, non-consensual is non-con. E. Harris, hello. You can't just ask someone if they like non-con. I mean, I think that the people at my job are like comfortable with me because they be asking me about poly all the time, like questions about it that like you probably should not ask polyamorous people. You know what I mean? Like the way that they phrase things, like I feel like they phrase, because I'm not like I'm really not easily offended. So like, but I will be like, listen, I understand what you're trying to ask me here, but do not ask another polyamorous person that the way you just asked me that. Like I'm your friend, so like it's okay, but like do not, like don't go to like a polyamorous event and then like ask a polyamorous person what you just asked me, because if you get punched in the face, like I warned you, you know? Like I'm sorry to tell you, but no. I mean, I think they're just